When we started the tournament, 8 teams entered, 3 remain, and 1 will stand when all is said and done. Welcome on in to the Premier Circuit Crown Crusaders Showcase. And folks, it's Championship Saturday. One of these teams about to be crowned your champions of the MW3 Farewell event. My name is Quinn, better known as Colorblind. Joined is the Map Man. We are about ready to finalize this season.
I mean, it's like you said, we have dwindled this down through pool plays, through groups of death, now through the playoffs, and have dwindled it down to just 3 teams. And Quinn, we've had a couple of forfeits today, a little bit of drama here in the scene, but nonetheless, we have got some fiery COD matchups here on the docket for you. Only 3 teams remain, so this might be a quick night, could be an extended night, and we're here for the long haul.
Yeah, we absolutely are. But to catch you guys up ever so slightly, we left off LO6 had just upset Omit Brooklyn. It was a 3-2 grueler. But they did end up forfeiting in the winners finals, so SGP, they move on to the grand finals. That's Encourage, High, Bink, and Derek. They've only lost 2 maps to this point as well. That came against the Speedy White Men. They won that, though, 3-2. Losers finals now on the docket. A chance to face off against SGP awaits one of these teams, and we jump on in with the action as Day by Day taking on Omit Brooklyn. And talk to me a little bit about this matchup, Matt.
I mean, it's going to be a spicy one, right? We're down to the top 3 teams, and now we're going to really see what they're made of here on, like you said, this Championship Saturday. You're looking at this map set, Quinn. I mean, this is a little bit of a wrench in our plans, right? A sub-base hard to get things kicked off, followed by a Karachi S&D, high-rise control, and then, of course, a real hardpoint and an invasion S&D if we so need it. So, I mean, Quinn, tell me what you're thinking about looking at this map set, because I'm honestly a little bit bewildered.
I mean, when you look at the sub-base hardpoint, obviously not the typical Rio 6-star or whatever else you have come expected to within the MW3 season, but it's an old map, it's a good map, and it's a map that really does solidify the point of hardpoint when it comes down to the rotations. Obviously, very, very far and separated hills, so the emphasis gets put on the rotations. It also gets put on, hey, where are the ARs going to come in? Where are they going to play? And where are they going to get set up? Look towards a player like Noisy to potentially on the side of Day by Day lock things down over there. On the side of Omit, you might want to look towards a player like Ryan or Mercules to do the same. That being said, again, just a very standard, stock standard map, and it just goes back to the roots of Call of Duty.
Yeah, and you know, something that I think we need to touch on before we really get into the juiciness of this matchup is the fact that with Omit Brooklyn yesterday didn't have one of their best players in Abe. Like you said, he was out there maybe shooting a little bit in the real world with some laser tag going on.
Yeah.
But now he's here, ready to fry on the sub base, and I think that is going to be a key and influential part to this Omit Brooklyn squad that has been implemented back tonight, and I think they might come out looking a little bit different. Obviously, Quinn, you love to talk about how they performed at that LAN. Almost flawless, only dropping a single map throughout the entirety of their campaign over the weekend and looking almost flawless at times. So you're really looking to see Omit Brooklyn kind of get back to the same story, right? It's been a little bit of struggles, a little bit of tough type matchups, but now hitting here into the losers finals, you get Abe, one of your best players, back. You've got the 4-core squad ready to go. Quinn, I'm feeling really good about Omit tonight.
Yeah, I mean, on paper, arguably the best roster at this event, but you turn the tides ever so slightly. This is Day by Day's opportunity to cement themselves as competitors. We talk about them a little bit. You know, this is a team where in the first round, they got bounced into the lowers, and we've always talked about seeing those teams slowly creep their way through the lowers. That is the story of the day for Day by Day. This is a respawn-centric team, but last time we saw them, the respawns are actually where they faltered. They were 0-3 against LO6 on those. The S&D looked very nice, but this is a team, despite that, that's really good at starting fast. What you really look for here is a little bit of consistency down the stretch. They can knot that up. They can very much stand tall against a team like Omit Brooklyn, and it's really a tale of 2 tales, obviously. Oh, Noisy, DiamondCon, Pro MR, Exotic, these are the old guns. These are the guys that have already made their names kind of solidified. Whereas on the side of Omit Brooklyn, you got a lot of new guys coming into the mix, namely Sparks, who has absolutely taken over the scene in the Pro-Am. So you really look towards, hey, is it the old dogs or do the new dogs' tricks kind of catch them off guard?
Yeah, and I mean, we talked about it as well with Ryan, Abe as well, coming off of like the young guns that you love to talk about. And it's such a kind of tale of 2 stories between these 2 teams, and it's like you said, really seeing what kind of tactical play comes out on top. Is it going to be the fast, aggressive play from the youngsters, or is it going to be, like you said, that more old dog, more reserved, more tactical playing of the Call of Duty? For me, this really is just going to come down to those S&Ds, though. We know how well the respawns can be for both of these teams, but the S&D being up and down so much for day by day, you lean a little bit into Omit Brooklyn's favor. I think as well, Quinn, with you and I getting to cast that entire championship Sunday from the last LAN, it really gave us that feeling that Omit Brooklyn just has an extra gear, right? They have the extra momentum in them to just become almost unfuckwithable. It's the clear we came up with them for in the last LAN when we haven't seen the same story here is necessarily online, which I'm going to be on paper. If you're playing better in LAN than you are online, I mean, you don't have a lot of problems to necessarily worry about. But for the moment, being online, and I think there's another storyline that we kind of missed here, is that rematch between SGP and Omit Brooklyn. Obviously, not Arcedes, not Paul X playing, but with Hyde and Courage and all of those guys, there's been that rivalry between them and Omit Brooklyn, and you might think that that could push Omit Brooklyn over the edge if this game starts going to that 4-5, wanting that revenge match, or really not even a revenge match, as they were 2-0 against them in the last LAN.
Yeah, and you talk about it, that SGP squad obviously waiting in the wings for the grand finals. And Courage and Hyde being carried over. Bink and Derek, though, are two very formidable players, two players that in the Pro-Am scene have absolutely been carrying their weight. And arguably, on paper, comparatively to the Ohio LAN, as this four gathers together, they've had a little bit more success, a little bit of easier goings here to this point. Obviously, in the grand finals, not having to fight through the lowers. But let's not stall. Let's jump on in with the action. One of these teams will be facing SGP. P1 now online.
P1 now online here at Subbase. So weird map one for us to start. Already starting off good, looking like the laser tags doing them justice here in COD. And already, it's going to be Omit Brooklyn taking some of this early time. And Quinn, we love to talk about it, not selling your soul, not betting the house, but it's these P2 side of the spawns of the map, and then if you're able to flip that back out for P3, where you can really start chaining things together.
And you already have Sparks lurking over towards that bottom side of the map. Still the good side spawns remaining for the side of Omit Brooklyn, but a couple of key kills, flipping things around as day by day. Still maintaining the presence is Abe in this hill, but not going to be able to get much time as it still remains white. Not going to want to get too much racked up on P1 as P2 coming online soon.
Yeah, and I mean, this is exactly what we expected. Two very well teams, seemingly evenly matched off the start, but once we said, like we get into these P2, the P3s, really Sue's going to see who can come out on top of this. But now with the next hill hopping day by day, they've got to find a way to break in. Tasked with it is Omit Brooklyn. They've set themselves up very nicely in this hill and have secured a majority part of the map control.
This is, again, the opportunity for Omit to set up with those ARs to get those long angles taken care of. Again, very long stretched maps, so you want to have those early push-ups. You want to get these teams ready to go.
And already here comes the hit from Day by Day on in. Abe's going to be the first one dealt with here, and he's going to be able to find the kill. It's going to be a 3-piece in the feed, and Omit Brooklyn already just feeding with Pro MR down the last one up. You see Omit Brooklyn starting to push the issue here towards the next hill, already looking stellar through 2.
Oh, but day by day, they're going to have those spawns over towards P3. They're going to get the setup going, but they're not necessarily setting up quite yet. Instead, sending Exotic on in, trying to collect this scrap, trying to instill the will do exactly that. But unfortunately, it's going to potentially give up those back spawns over towards P3. Day by day, looking to wrap back, keep Omit pushed up.
Yeah, and you have number 3 kind of anchoring for Day by Day over towards there, but 3 dead in the feed, and all of a sudden, Omit Brooklyn is starting to run across the map over towards this P3 side. You look at it now, and it might be a headbutt. All of Day by Day still with the good spawns, but as these players start to funnel in through tunnel and through warehouse, the headbutt can start to ensue.
Day by day, trying to hold this thing down, but dwindling away one step at a time. So Omit Brooklyn with the first kill on the board, trying to press the issue on in, but unfortunately going to get chopped down, at least in the early stretch as they swing on back. Couple of key kills will swing their way. Pro MR still alive in the hill, but that's a clean break from the side of Omit. Day by Day now tasked with the rebreak.
Yeah, but Day by Day spawning in Narnia right now, and you see Mercury's already kind of pushed up towards this P2, being able to find one, maybe the second with the Renetti. He does get traded out there, but his teammate from Abe will come through as well on the push. And now you see with Day by Day where they're kind of spawning around the map and where their positioning is. Gonna have to cut your losses here, play a couple of these rotational gunfight kills. But for the moment, Omit Brooklyn has made a stamp through the first 3 hardpoints, and now if they're able to find a quick break on in for this P4, Quinn, things could start to get very mixy for Day by Day here early.
Yeah, but Day by Day, still trying to press the issue over towards P3, still trying to keep Omit locked in as they try and lock in a little bit of time. Exotic will eventually be taken out of the equation. He's just going to spawn right back over towards that P4 side, so nothing worse for wear in that situation. Day by Day, they do have this setup here, but Omit Brooklyn trying to make their way in.
Ryan seemingly knowing that there's one hiding in secret. You're
Oh.
gonna find it 2 kills as your way on in, but it's still gonna be day by day. Now with this little pincer maneuver that they've been able to set up off the spawn out, might have to hit Omit Brooklyn, but now with the time for them as they try to garner over that 100-point threshold, Quinn day by day just seemingly can't get themselves to get a full clean hold.
Yeah, and Diamondcon falling in the back lines is not what you wanted to see if you are day by day. Now just going to have to hit it straight on through the front. There's really no angle that you can take this with Omit Brooklyn soaking up all of those power positions.
Yeah, and it's just been these 30-30 hills that day by day can't get away from right now as Omit Brooklyn, they're controlling the rotations, they're controlling when they hit and when they break on in. This has been perfect hardpoint played from them, and you can look at it across the scoreboard. It's not necessarily like they're completely outslaying day by day. More is just out-positioning, being in better places at the better time, and Omit Brooklyn making off of it, but tasked with another break here onto P5.
Yeah, day by day is going to have this rotation, but now the question becomes, can they hold for the time? Abe trying to completely break them at the seams will do exactly that, splits them in half and sends them 6 feet under.
Yeah, and he's ready to spawn perfectly as well, so he's able to read one onto Diamondcon, fire out, not going to find it onto Pro MR, but day by day, they have not relinquished control of this hill. They have been in it for the minute, and now, with 24 seconds left, can still get this lead very, very close, as Sparks, one of the last players here to really be able to challenge an Exotic, just cuts you down at every turn, and for the moment, Omit Brooklyn, they've let day by day start to creep back into this.
And this is an opportunity for day by day to just kind of cement themselves on this map, as Omit Brooklyn not necessarily spawning where they might want to. Day by Day's not going to press the issue. Instead, wisely so, will make the rotation over towards P1. But that's exactly where Omit Brooklyn has found themselves, ready for the break.
The break, but can they make it happen? Pro MR's here at the top. Snow not going to be able to find anything with Ryan and Abe combined for 2, and Omit Brooklyn right into the hill, but Noisy a trade as he gets right back in himself. Abe, a little bit of a blender there. Can't find quite the kill. And day by day, they have started to cement themselves, as you said, in this map and multiplying in these hills. For the moment, just about 20 seconds off of this lead.
It's starting to feel like a little bit of a reversal of the script from what we saw with day by day. Obviously, a little bit of a slow start for them, typically speaking. But now they're able to catch their footing. They're able to get their feet under them, and they're able to get some time on the board. Still, Omit is going to be able to hold for the time. Day by day gets sent back into their respawns, but a couple of key kills might be able to swing this thing right back.
And I mean, all down for the P2 side of the map. Noisy's going to combine for 2 with Pro and Mars, so you wipe house off of Omit. But a lot of presence here at this P1 still, but now you're seeing day by day players starting to hit the roto over towards P2, just trying to make sure they get these cutoff kills, keep Omit Brooklyn start spawning deep back towards that P3 side.
Yeah, and Omit Brooklyn starting to kind of run out of time in terms of these early rotations. It's day by day getting those key spawns. They're going to have the opportunity once again to set up shop and just lock things down. Now for Omit Brooklyn looking for a couple of key kills, but it just all matriculates the way of day by day. They're sent right back to the respawn.
Diamondcon cleans up the last onto Merc as well, and then you can see these day-by-day players, they want to force the issue towards this P3. They're going for an early roto once again. They know that these players should be coming from Warehouse, but Abe, can he find the Chow on? No, the teammate takes him out, but it's still 3 kills in the feed for the side of Omit Brooklyn as they try to re-break into this P2, but day by day, they have gone on an absolute run, Quinn. This was once 115 to about 40 points. Now day by day with the 20-point lead and still scrap to gain off this P2.
Yeah, still looking to collect that full 60 on the board, and it looks like they will do exactly that. But now I'm going to be tasked with the re-break once again, and the question becomes, hey, is this Omit Brooklyn's opportunity? Potentially collect a full 60 on the board day by day. Will gladly take the full 60 off of P2, but now they have to hit the left foot, right foot express, get a couple of kills to matriculate their way.
Omit Brooklyn now with Abe in this top snow area, able to find one. He's going to have multiple players here, though, challenging him. Can he find the second? Absolutely! Oh. Abe, good for 2, but Noisy with 2 of his own, right back in turn, and Diamondcon and Noisy going to clean house now. Sparks, the only one left alive here, is trying to sneak away. Exotic catches him out, but Abe, quick now, and it's going to be mixy, kind of both hill spawns, as Abe and Ryan try to elect for the re-hit.
Look at this, Omit Brooklyn, very quick to reignite their way on in, still trying to fight for the scrap, and at this point you absolutely have to, as the map control has completely swung the way of day by day. Omit Brooklyn just flirting with the idea of hitting P3, but they also do have those spawns over towards P4, and once again, the opportunity to hold will present itself here, as day by day, getting backed on up over towards P3.
Yeah, and Omit Brooklyn, they have 2 players kind of anchoring down towards New, so they can afford to throw a couple of bodies towards this, but you just have to make sure that you don't get the quick little spawner out towards your back. They're able to hold that back line on, and this is going to be a nice 15 to 20 seconds of uncontested hill time. You see where everyone from day by day is spawning so deep out, but Exotic starting to make things happen.
And the idea of pushing up might have actually gone back to bite Omit Brooklyn. They didn't get the time to set things up, only have a couple of players in power positions. That's going to afford Day by Day the opportunity to get a clean break on in if they can get the kills to swing their way. Checkerboards things out in the feed, though. And so far, so good for the side of Omit Brooklyn. Really exotic. The only player that can really fight his way back on in will be taken down, but it's enough for Day by Day to make the re-hit on in. And here we go. Hit 2, Electric Boogaloo over towards this P4 side. Couple of key kills. Once again, will swing their way. Power positions and all. And Day by Day are going to get in for the time.
Yeah, another one, 3-for-1 trade is Day by Day. They let the lead slip, but only for a moment, right back into the driver's seat. But Abe starting to make his way across the map, and you see where everyone from Omit Brooklyn is spawning. They're going to have the good sides for P5, but DiamondCon, he can shut this all down. He fights in for one, but no more than that. And now Quinn, Day by Day, going to be tasked with a re-break here as Omit Brooklyn. They've locked themselves into this hill, but still pushing up a little bit far for these spawns.
Oh, Abe will solidify, though. He's going to completely shut down Day by Day. This is going to send them back over to the spawns. It just completely gives Omit Brooklyn the opportunity to soak up this hill time, which is so desperately needed. They will be able to break into that lead. Now the question for Day by Day is, as this play develops, how do they want to make the hit on in? Abe will be taken down a little far extended, and now this is the opportunity.
Yeah, it's just that overextension that Day by Day seemingly is taking advantage of. But Brian here, good for one, not for two. Couple of pinstripes in the kill feed, but nothing quite yet as Omit Brooklyn now. 2 dead as now Abe tries to hold this hill a little bit alone here as OMR able to find 2 from the top side, and now DiamondCon able to clean up this hill, but it's not clean for Day by Day quite yet. You still have Omit Brooklyn's players spawning very close behind you in Warehouse.
Yeah, you gotta put them in the blender. You gotta send them out here and now. Get the time on the board. Accrue past that 200-point barrier. A couple of kills will justify the positioning. Now you start the rotation over towards P1, and Day by Day, wisely so, are going to be quick to make the roto, but they're not gonna get the key kills that they need to justify the positioning, and this is gonna be an open hill for Omit Brooklyn.
Yeah, a hill that they much desperately need. And I mean, Quinn, you look at the time. I mean, if they're able to hold this on a full 60, it could be the win for them right here. 205 205 coming down the stretch. And a 3-piece in the feed for Omit Brooklyn to open things up as Day by Day now surely on the back foot. You do have P2 side of the spawn map, though.
This is a very mixy hill, but through and through, Omit Brooklyn have won to this point, but not for Day by Day. Day by Day still holding strong. They're finally going to be able to get a couple of swing kills, get on in for the time. Now, once again, Omit Brooklyn has to force the break. Neither team can win it here and now, though.
Abe with the Steady Pop ready to rock. Good for 2. Lighting it up. Omit Brooklyn, 2 huge influential kills from Abe. 27-20 to his name now. Climbing the top third. Looking for some more. Hungry for it. Promomar going to be there. Good Noisy for a follow-up. And that's going to be 3 dead in the feed. Everyone from Omit Brooklyn, though, spawning out now. And this is going to be the task. Going to have to make your way across the map. A deep campaign over towards that P2 side.
Omit Brooklyn, the respawns are going to get completely shut down. This is the opportunity that Day by Day has been looking for to this point. They will be able to gain this lead. Omit Brooklyn spawning over towards that bottom side of the map will allow them to reignite their way on in, but they're going to have to get a couple of kills to free up the space.
Yeah, now DiamondCon from the backside able to throw down shots. So for the moment, Omit Brooklyn hasn't been able to find a way in, but Promomar is taken down from top 1-for-1 trade as now all of the reinforcements from Omit Brooklyn start to funnel in, but they funnel in to absolute death.
Now for Omit Brooklyn, you have to hit the left foot, right foot express. You've got to go here and now. It's not going to be enough time on the board. And Day by Day are going to take our first hard point, and they are putting Omit Brooklyn on notice.
And that is the resilience that we have come to know from Day by Day, down by almost 60, 70 points throughout the mid portion of that map. But everyone from the side of Day by Day seemingly turning it up and turning on a dime. You look at it from the final kill cam here from Noisy, but when you look at the leaderboard, it's Exotic and DiamondCon that stand out to you, 28 and 27 respectively, top frags for the team. And in that as well, Quinn, the comeback there and really the mental advantage and the motivation gained in that headed into an S&D could be huge for this Day by Day squad.
I mean, we called it out in the middle of the map. It kind of felt like a reversal of the script for Day by Day. So we saw them against LO6. They were starting fast, but eventually petered out when they maybe not necessarily should have, and it ultimately would swing things back the way of LO6 on those respawns. This time, though, Day by Day a little bit slow. Omit Brooklyn starting with the guns, but unfortunately for them, they're just going to peter out themselves, and Day by Day is going to come swinging back. So now we turn our attention towards the Karachi S&D. A little bit of momentum to start things off for Day by Day. But Omit Brooklyn has the opportunity to put them on notice. As we know, Matt, there has been some S&D struggles for Day by Day.
No, absolutely. It's been a little bit lackluster performances from them, especially when you go back to that LO6 matchup. But I mean, look, LO6 is no longer in the tournament, and this Day by Day squad is technically undefeated against everyone else they have played.
There you go.
So, you know what I'm saying? That's the stats you got to kind of look at there. And for me in that one, though, it was something I kind of noticed, Quinn, for Omit Brooklyn. They were very good on the rotations early. They were very good at not overextending themselves. And once they got that lead, you can tell when those younger players start to get that lead and they start to feel a little bit too comfortable, overextending a little bit, maybe not hitting your rotations as early as you should, starting to give up just easy things on the map. And day by day, took advantage of the mess ups and really just slid themselves right back into the map. And that's something you're going to kind of have to look at for Omit Brooklyn heading into these next few maps is how do they respond not when they're down, but actually when they're up?
And it's interesting, we also talked about at the top of the show, sub-base hardpoint. I mean, it's not a typical map in the rotation that you are going to see, but it is still a competitive map, surprisingly so. You saw all of Omit's players running those ARs. Typically, you would see Abe and Spark spawning with the SMGs, maybe making them a little bit slower for Omit Brooklyn. Yes, they were getting those early rotations, but unfortunately, they were also kind of sending players over towards the old hill, trying to push day by day back, and every step of the way, that was not working because they weren't having those setups on the new hills that you saw out of day by day, those more accustomed AR players, those players that have been around a little longer, probably not long enough to play a sub-based hardpoint in competitive Call of Duty, but still, beyond that point, moving forward into the Karachi S&D, I mean, this is the perfect opportunity to slow things down a little bit if you are Omit Brooklyn. Make sure that things don't kind of run away from you as it did feel like it did on the sub-base hardpoint.
Yeah, and as we said, it was a great start for them, but it's just overextending, trying to play those cutoff kills a little bit too much. And I love what you talked about that, and you touched on it a little bit with the sub-base hardpoint, is those hills are so far apart and spawn you out so deep that playing those cutoff kills, if you're succeeding, can be absolute perfection. But if you're overextending and you're just getting cut down and allowing them to make easy rotations on in across an already long map, you're just going to get bitten in the butt a little bit there, and that's exactly what happened. And as you said, though, heading into the Karachi S&D, a slowdown, but for me, yes, it's a chance for Omit Brooklyn to absolutely take advantage of the slowdown, but you look at the old dogs from the side of day by day, and it's seemingly a map and mode that could play to their skills. We know how the subs can get lost on the map through those bottom areas, but something you love to talk about is those top and high verticality power positions. Your top bridge, your top third, your top church, your top fire, all places for ARs to get up, sit on headies, and just make rounds absolute hell.
Yeah, absolutely. And then you add on the fact that you have Noisy on your team, which I might have to remind folks at home is among the S&D gods within this game mode, regardless of the map that you apply it to. When this man starts cooking on S&D, oh, you better watch out. You better get out of that kitchen fast. It's like Gordon Ramsay. You don't want to cook alongside Gordon Ramsay. He's probably going to call you an idiot sandwich. That being said, day by day, they're going to have the opportunity here to really cement themselves within this series. And once we go to a high-rise control, potentially paying a little bit more homage to Omit Brooklyn, their faster play style. But if they are already on the back foot of a 2-0 series, I mean, the high-rise control starts to become question marks. S&D, of course, on our top mind, though, day by day. Bottom line, opportunity to really cement themselves.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it's kind of the storyline that we've been talking about all day long with this day-by-day squad is really kind of the first hiccup for them against that LO6 squad. LO6 no longer in the tournament, and they come out firing on all cylinders against Omit Brooklyn. And you know, you'd love to talk about it that obviously we know the fast starts from day by day, but we're looking into the later parts of this series. We're looking particularly at this S&D coming up, and especially I'm looking at that Rio hardpoint if we get there, because that's a hardpoint that plays a lot more into Omit Brooklyn's wheelhouse, right? It's a lot more fast-paced. You can get the subs going a lot easier on that map, and playing those cutoff kills and controlling spawns is so much easier because of how small the map is compared to a map like Subbase, where you're just having to truck thousands of miles across the Oregon Trail to get to the next hard point. So once we get into the later kind of maps, it's definitely going to get to the point where I think things may shift into Omit Brooklyn's favor. But as you mentioned, this S&D, a chance for day by day to put a stamp on this series early, and you go into a high-rise control with all the unpredictability in that map, with the easiness of setting up spawn traps on the defensive side, so many things that you just don't want to hang a series on to bounce back.
Yeah, you talked about the verticality of a Karachi S&D, obviously playing into the ARs, playing into day by day, but it also gives a little bit of an opportunity if you want to look towards Omit Brooklyn for a player like Abe to just completely put on the Halo invisibility cloak and go. And this, again, is a guy that was out yesterday playing laser tag, so you look to him to potentially take some of that laser tag prowess and find himself on a map like this, potentially catching a couple of people off guard, giving out some back shots. You never know what could be happening on a Karachi S&D, especially when you let your SMG fly. really an opportunity for Omit Brooklyn to potentially put Day by Day in the blender there. It feels like that's kind of what they're going to have to do. They're going to have to get a little crafty against these big dogs on the S&D. But again, we talked about it as well. Day by Day has had a little bit of hiccups on the S&D.
Yeah, it's been more than hiccups, right? It's the only game mode that seemingly they have looked lackluster, and obviously you toss out the LO6 performances and the S&D woes in that series, but coming into it, they were 0-2 coming off their last two S&Ds, but this Day by Day team is very, very used to winning series 3-1, right? It seems like the S&D is that little bit of a drop-off, but as soon as they get back into control, they parlay that with the next hard point and they're winning. But against a team like Omit Brooklyn, it was the same story against LO6. You can't count on just winning those respawns because this team is too good inside of control and inside of hardpoint. Omit Brooklyn, you know, is going to be able to take one of those maps.
Yeah, I mean, it's only inevitable at this point. It just feels like an inevitability as to when Omit Brooklyn is going to start heating up, when Day by Day is going to have to start standing a little bit taller than they already have. Still, that sub-base hardpoint being in their back pocket has got to make them feel a little good. It was only a 25-point differential, though, so this series very, very far from being over as we are just about ready to kick into our Karachi S&D and get our first real win condition on the board between these two teams.
Yeah, and, you know, a little bit of technical difficulties over here with Call of Duty. Wouldn't be a farewell Modern Warfare 3 tournament if we didn't have a few resets. So we're going to toss it to a quick break so we don't talk your guys' ears off. Make sure you stay hydrated, get that water, and we'll be right back with some more Call of Duty action.
Into this hill, Derek will find one, comes down to Pop with the long range.
Yeah, but Pop's nowhere near sight. Conwell lost it 1v1 on Bob. Oh my goodness, huge shots from Pop. And he's gonna go right for the reach out. That's Aura. It's going hard.
Yeah, SCP just continues to add insult to injury. And for Crown Crusaders, I mean, they can't even buy time on a hill. They can't even buy a kill. Hyde is going to send the shots into the body. And I mean, just...
They're trying to get in quick. They're trying to get in this A side and not leave it up to chance. Speedy one man with the first engagements. Vailu continuing to fry out. He finds 2 by 3. Finding the fourth almost. My goodness, what has just happened? Mowed down 1 by 1. Single-handedly Vailu cutting down every player. They tried to go for a blitz. It didn't happen. Conwell actually getting that last kill, but Vailu, he has been a man who's been everything for this squad every single time where it matters. My goodness.
We call that a man-possessed, Remy, and why wouldn't we?
Yeah, and they're kind of split right now as well. Conwell on the other side of the map and Syndicate on the offense. They're going to get the bomb down and put themselves into a great post-plant scenario. But as I say that, Careful got a wall bang. What the heck was that? I mean, we're at the end of the game and
Spotting hard clear.
Do we know that he's in this corner? It's not particularly going to matter. 1v2 now. Bomb goes down, Noisy. Gonna have to pull off some heroics. The turn and burn, Noisy! Oh my goodness! Crown Crusaders notched the point on the board. The S&D man, the myth, the legend. Gonna find the round. That is nasty.
4 bullets to the chest, damaging at any range. Speedy White Man just having to jump off. I mean, listen, the weapon and range and timing of that kill just simply was not going to be
on in kind. Conwell will fall. That's a big kill for the side of SGP. Careful trying to get a very aggressive approach going in, but cannot get through Hyde, who's going to line all 3 up and bring him down. My goodness. Man, skeet shooting out here.
Careful missed the jump into top broken.
But we've come to an uncustomary stall here as everybody's just comfortable being
Black Ops
stalled.
6 is going to be out by the time someone makes a play, and I actually quite like this call. Just wait until somebody makes a move, and it's going to be Encourage who's going to be spotted out. And now immediately, Crown Crusaders are rolling on that after our standstill stalemate. Hyde is the last player remaining. He does find one. He's got to wait for support, and now it's going to be a cutoff at the half wall. Crown Crusaders are through, but hold on a second. Someone slipped the net. That's Derek, 27 HP. Can he stay alive? 6 respawns for Crown Crusaders, but they're still getting progress.
Still getting progress here. Careful is going to shut down Encourage, and just one after another, the Crown Crusaders are batting them out of the building. 5-4. Crown Crusaders, no respawns remaining, but they're getting all that time on the board. SGP spawning so far away, they can't get into the hill. They can't touch. Crown Crusaders are going to keep themselves alive.
Crown Crusaders Pop trying his best all down the Gravitas and finds one with the pistol. Can he stay alive? He's going to have some time to break-win.
41 seconds left on the board. It comes down to S&D 1v2 clutch, spotting the first out, getting shifty behind that diner. He's gonna pop the dead silence as well, but the stun's gonna come through and he's gonna have to hit the deck. They know exactly where he is, but he's found the wraparound. First kill on the board. Comes down to the 1v1. Derek versus Gravitism. Gravitism with the wraparound. Big plays here being made. But where is he? That is the question.
He didn't see him. He doesn't know. He's checked everything else, though, so surely he knows where it is. Is it going to be another showdown? No! Gravitism gets the 1v1! Keeps Crusaders alive! We are watching a match.
All right, folks, here we go. Karachi S&D finally up on the docket, ready to go. Barring any hijinks out of MW3, it's good that we are saying farewell to this game and moving on to BO6 after this. But still got 3 teams left. One has to be crowned a champion before we can do that.
Absolutely, and maybe you see a little lower to the low tiers land in Miami. I don't want to get too ahead of ourselves. Make sure you get your team passes there, but Karachi S&D, the venue for map number 2 is Omit Brooklyn. Tries to bounce back into this one, Quinn. It was a tough map 1 hardpoint loss, but now on the offensive side and with the bomb in the hand of Sparks, looking to create magic here in map 2.
Create some fireworks over towards that B side. Early action, though, is going to be seen from Day by Day. Just completely shutting down that early assault. Bomb is down in no man's land, and Abe, with the high ground, is going to have to drop below and take this next chow.
OMR is just going to lay in wait. He knows he has the numbers advantage in the 2v4. The bomb dropped as well in a very precarious position. So Day by Day, this round for them to lose here. Up 4-2 now with the lives. And I mean, Quinn looking perfect so far. But when Abe is alive, there's always a chance for magic to happen.
Yeah, the perfect start until it isn't. And hold on, wait a minute. Ryan firing bullets as well over towards Noisy is going to connect for another. How the turns table. It brings us to a 2v2 now. Exotic set up for the third, but Ryan just completely puts him on skates. And now you blink. Diamond Con in the 1v2.
Nah, gave him that absolute Shannon Sharp treatment, and now Danny stuck between a rock and a hard place gets absolutely set to the grave. And an early 2v4 from the side of Omit Brooklyn. You talk about getting yourself some momentum. How about it from the boys in blue?
My goodness. Wow. Well, Omit Brooklyn, I mean, they are back. They are back. Were they ever gone to begin with is the question as we jump onto the defensive side now for them. Day by Day have their own opportunity to finally swing back. Here we go.
As we love to talk about, the bomb now in the court of Day by Day, and it looks like Diamond Con's going to be that designated bomb hunter. Is it some early aggression towards the mid side of the map here? Trophy's down, gonna negate those nades, and already early tags from Diamond Con here, not able to amount in a kill, and now things slow down ever so slightly, but now the action's starting to go towards church area as Ryan able to find that first blood.
Ryan on a 3 spree now. You gotta start to shut him down, dedicate the utility over towards that side of things. Day by Day will finally find himself into the bomb site, but unfortunately going to be down a player. Makes things very tough for this incoming setup.
Yeah, you do get the bomb planted though. You turn the pressure around on Omit Brooklyn. You force the rebreak on in, but Sparks lurking around towards this mid area, just trying to see if you can get information on any of these players. But look at the time, Quinn, already starting to tick away.
Oh, Day by Day might be able to win off of the time alone if they can stall this thing out just long enough. Omit Brooklyn has to go, and they have to go now, recognizing that. A couple of key kills will swing either which way, but unfortunately, with the time ticking away, Omit Brooklyn might have to just chalk this one up, Matt. It's not looking good. Have to get on the bomb here and now, and Diamond Con might have just done enough to get the round to swing the way of Day by Day.
No, 1-2, but doesn't find the third. But as you said, it doesn't matter because of the time. Diamond Con giving you some crazy scenes towards the end there. But, I mean, even with the man dropped off the start, it's that early bomb plant, and it's the flip of pressure, right? You turn the offense into the defense. You turn the defense into the offense. Omit Brooklyn just waits a little bit too long to make their hit on in. And once they do, a player immediately drops, and then you're just not able to quite get the defuse in. Quinn, a great round here from the side of Day by Day on the offensive side to bounce back.
Now here we go, back-to-back offensive rounds for either which team. Now the win condition becomes which team will take the first defensive-sided round, really jump out to that early lead. Day by Day has the opportunity to do that here, and we saw them start very fast in their first defensive round. Need to make sure that it doesn't get away from them.
Yeah, I mean, it was a 4v2. I mean, it was their round to lose, and it's just Abe and Ryan that go on an absolute tear to make it happen. But now Omit Brooklyn tasked with planting that bomb again, pressure early towards the B site. Mercules just trying to do an information over the half wall, but nothing quite going for him yet. But OMR looks to be on the hunt.
Oh, setting the shots on in, but Hercules will have the long-range gunny to go. Omit Brooklyn is going to jump out to the early player personnel lead, and this might give the opportunity for them to take the opening, but they're going to have to deal with this player, Noisy, sitting on the stairs. Diamondcon, as well with the potential cutoff crosser. Mercules is going to bring the Renetti out to play. It's going to hit nothing but good shots on the board. Diamondcon, next man up, crawling like an army soldier, flying on in, but unfortunately he's not going to be able to get much else going after that first kill. It's going to come down to Exotic in the 1v2.
Exotic does find one, so he at least evens his numbers up a little bit here, but still is stuck between a rock and a hard place. Ryan here with the MCW is absolutely unkillable. Omit Brooklyn take another round on the board, and Ryan just continues to go on a tear.
And that's the cruise for Ryan, a 6-0 start. Looking real clean and nice on this Karachi S&D. All you can ask for out of your AR to anchor the team.
He dresses so fresh and so clean. And right now it is Omit Brooklyn looking clean in the S&D. And we talked about taking advantage of that slowdown and on a Karachi where your subs can start to get active again. I mean, a 4 AR map through that sub base. Now you're relying, like you said, some of these players for the side of Omit Brooklyn to get that favorable gun back into their hands. And making good on it here, but day by day, they are still looming.
Still, the attacker side rounds continue to ring true. Omit Brooklyn, though, with the first kill on this defensive sided round, has the opportunity to swing things back, and now that's the SMG getting the value that you expect. Abe with the second kill on the board. Diamondcon getting chased on down by the additional SMG. And once again, Exotic in the 1v4. They know exactly where he is, beaming him down the stairs and giving some back shots up, as Omit Brooklyn will find the first defensive round on this map.
Yeah, now it's 2 rounds in a row for Omit Brooklyn as well. And I mean, you got to think, if they force the issue a little bit more in that 4v3 retake, potentially walking away with that round as well. This has been domination from the side of Omit Brooklyn in this S&D, and it's exactly what the doctor prescribed, right? I mean, tough loss on that first hard point, but they looked really good at times, Quinn, just overextending a little bit. No such thing here in the S&D. Every player playing it to perfection. And right now, I mean, you have to figure this could be a dagger round in the side of day by day. If they can't get something going here and it's a 4-1 lead early, might be insurmountable for them.
And again, if this dagger round does come true, I mean, the S&D woes, they just continue. So for Omit Brooklyn, on the attacker side, again, no team losing out on the attacker side outside of day by day in the last round. Omit Brooklyn has been perfect to this point, still pressing the issue over towards that B side. Bomb's going to float over there, but Mercules will find the value over towards the other side of the map, and that might press day by day further towards the top of the map and free up some sides for Omit Brooklyn.
Yeah, I mean, that A site is completely open through junk, and you look at number 1 in Sparks, he's realized that, but Diamondcon does find an early chow up, so he gets one out, but now, can Sparks find the regress back into the top bed? Absolutely! Shots on the Diamondcon are clean. Gives him the man advantage, free A site plan, as well as Pro MR gets taken down. Now Noisy, with the Deddy popped ready to rock, but in the 1v3.
Yeah, and this is where he wins the big bucks. I mean, this is the S&D god. Can he stand tall? Can he bring things back? Unfortunately for him, is going to be spotted out by Ryan. The information will be fed. Omit Brooklyn. Going to shut it down before it even starts to happen, and there you go. What could very well go down as the dagger round coming through from Omit Brooklyn.
Yeah, up 4-1 now, 1 round away from map point and evening up this series at 1 apiece. Especially when we talked about that high-rise control that does allow for a little bit mixier play from the SMGs. Quinn, at least from what we're seeing here in the S&D, SMGs are frying on all cylinders for the side of Omit Brooklyn, and looks like they are definitely taking advantage of the better map for them.
You talk about the SMGs, you also have your main AR anchoring things down, still has not been killed. Might be running the Halo Invisibility Cloak is Ryan, just having so much value presented. Omit Brooklyn, though, is going to get the setup over towards this A side, where the action is actually going to be thrust over towards the B side, and a couple of key kills are going to open things up for day by day.
And it's much needed kills here midway through this S&D, but still a lot of work to be done, and already a 2v4 lost in the first round of this. You know that day by day going to continue to be on their toes here, but already information on one of these players tags on as well. Sparks position only just moments away from being discovered. Now Mercules last alive in the 1v4, and now is able to find the first kill here, Quinn, but time not on his side.
Yeah, with 30 seconds left on the board, I mean, he would have to pull off a Herculean effort. It's in the name, though, potentially. Still, very tough scenes developing here. Day by day should be able to secure this round. They will find their additional attacker side rounds. Still no defensive rounds to be found, though, and defense does win championships when all is said and done. Omit Brooklyn still in the driver's seat.
And that's an important round for day by day as well. Not only do they kind of stop the bleeding and get themselves on the board, but right there, you're also able to take Mercules off of his streaks. Was able to get on the 5 with that last kill, but Pro Omar able to shut him down, so you don't allow any more streaks to come in for the side of Omid Brooklyn, but Ryan still with the cruise missile, the pocket rocket to play with. But it's like you said, this is something for day by day to at least hang their hat on, start to get back on that bike, start to put a few rounds together. And obviously, we've seen day by day being able to creep back into SNDs before.
Here we go. Has to be this round, it feels like, as well. On the defensive side, haven't yet to find a defensive-sided round day by day. Now I'm at Brooklyn. Has the opportunity to once again just send the dagger on in, but Noisy with the opener. On to Abe is going to shut that pressure on. Down, back and forth they go. Those Mercules will be able to find the refrag to go. Frees up a little bit of side for Omid Brooklyn as they continue to press the issue. Exotic finding himself in the 1v3 here. They know exactly where he is, tracing him down with the stuns, the guns soon to come as well.
Yeah, and with 38 seconds left, I mean, he's going to have to get a move on to get over to this B site, and still 3 Omid Brooklyn players to deal with. Not going to be able to deal with the first. And it's those defensive woes that continue here on Karachi S&D for day by day. Just really can't get one to go right. And when Ryan's going 10-1, you know, things can be a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, Omid Brooklyn looking to bring us to that map 4. Just need this final round. They also have the pocket rocket still. Ryan on the 10K. So very good out of him. And it's just a full connection with the side of Omid Brooklyn, as every single player has had those pop-off moments for day by day. Now, looking for some of their own.
Yeah, and I mean, taking huge advantage right now of the S&D, that slowdown that we love to talk about. For the side of day by day, though, I mean, they've been getting a lot of these first bloods, had a lot of man advantages in some of these rounds, but now we're going to have to see if they can make do on them. But the offensive side hasn't necessarily been the problem here.
And this is the opening that day by day needs on this attacker side. They need to make their push onto this B side. Omid Brooklyn is going to read it, make the rotation on in, and they have these power positions. Mercules going to fire death from above. Finds that first kill on the board. Ryan trying to duck dive and dodge from the action as well as day by day. Now, a little bit of a pause.
Duck, dive, dodge, and crawl as he's trying to crawl away. Now, Ryan's stuck between a rock and a hard place here, but day by day, they haven't really forced the issue yet. Now with Diamond finally finding that extra kill, it allows the A site to be completely opened up. But look at top AC, and Omid Brooklyn seemingly has a read on this, and all of a sudden, Mercules quick chow on over. He's got the information onto him as well. I'm not sure if they even know he's here. Now with the chow out with the Renetti, able to find the kill as well. Now all on to Diamond.
Diamond in the 1v2 has to solidify this here and now, has to work around the bomb as that additional player has the high ground to work with, but coming up from behind, Ryan has the opportunity to turn this thing on its head. Time ticking away as well, has to buy his team the opportunity, but unfortunately is going to fall short. Defuse will come through, and Omid Brooklyn come through with a first map of their own. Karachi S&D 1-1.
Yeah, and I mean, dominant fashion in the S&D, and it's the story that we've been talking about since we started this. It's day by day and the S&D woes that seemingly continue throughout these series, but I think now, I mean, kind of what we expected, right? I mean, day by day has been dominant on the respawns. We knew the S&Ds were going to be a question mark coming into this one, and Omid Brooklyn making good on the mistakes. And for me, Quinn, just so many rounds where day by day was able to find that first blood, able to find that initial pick, but just not really able to play off of it, a little bit too passive in some of those pushes.
Yeah, and again, when you talk about the pendulum here, this is really the opportunity for Omid to take things into the driver's seat and go. We talk about the hard point as well, going back to that very briefly. Only a 25-point differential, so not necessarily dominance out the side of day by day. For Omid Brooklyn on the Karachi S&D, though, it is I mean, indisputable dominance, 6-2. It all started in that round number 1 where you did have that comeback out of them, down 2-4 in the early round. They're able to swing it right back. Ryan on an absolute heater as well, complemented by the rest of his team. It's a well-rounded approach in the S&D that parlays very well in this upcoming high-rise control.
No, absolutely. And I love that you touched on it as well. That map 1 was a map that Omid led for quite a majority up until I'd about say the 75% way through it. And then you start to see it's just day by day getting on top of their rotations, playing the rotational kills a little bit better, and just some overextending from the young guns of Omid. But once it hits the slowdown of the S&D, they play so well together. And it's like you said, I mean, a Herculean effort from Ryan, as I believe he only dies one time. You talk about the momentum heading into a high-rise control, which I think is another map that plays a little bit into Omid's wheelhouse.
Yeah, it again is the smallest control map that we have on the docket in MW3. It's less play than the invasion control, but again, it does kind of play into that faster approach. Obviously, attacker side rounds, very, very hard to come through, but you can just completely take over a map like this on the gunny alone, and very much as you can put a team in the blender if you're on the defensive side, sending them back to the office. If you can some way, somehow put a crafty play together, push the defense into the office, it's going to be a long day of work for them. High-rise control coming up, and again, as you said, potentially the opportunity for Omit to really stamp themselves in here within this series. But for the side of Day by Day, again, we talked about it, not necessarily dominance on the sub-base hardpoint, but enough to get it done. The S&D not necessarily going their way, but the respawn has been the name of the game for them. So they still stack things up on the hardpoint. Doing enough is still doing enough. Can they do enough on a high-rise control, though, is the question.
Yeah, and I mean, I think if you let Omit take this map and really get all of the momentum winning, beating them on a real hardpoint is going to be near impossible, right? You talked about it from the map one. 4AR start. Now with those SMGs being able to create a little bit more pressure, force you back a little bit further and allow your ARs to get easily into those power positions, you could tell how much Ryan was just benefiting from his subs being able to go and get a little bit mixier on that Karachi. I think heading into a high rise, those subs are going to be ever more important for the side of Omit Brooklyn. It's going to be up to Day by Day to negate the sub presence here from Omit Brooklyn. And like you said, try to shut down the gunny coming out of the young guns.
Here we go. Day by Day starting off on the defensive side, the favorable side, but we talked about it with Omit having the opportunity to really put things on its head. What a way to do it it would be in this first round. Back and forth kills we go. Day by Day really starting to apply the pressure over towards that A side. B side pressure, though, is going to be vanquished early, and this might be the opening for Omit early.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to be out here. It's now trying to get onto the B site. I was about to say the pressure for them is mounting here quite badly. 3 kills, but Pro MR from the backside able to get 1, but it's all the pressure towards the B site. And now you have Abe as well sneaking through your spot.
Omit Brooklyn want to take this B side quickly and swift, get that extra minute of bonus on the time. In terms of the kills as well, things really starting to go their way until they don't. Day by Day, quick to get out of those spawns. Sparks, the last player standing, is in no man's land, and he will eventually be vanquished as well. Now the spawn pressure starts to amount, and Diamond Con with the cutoff for 2 is going to cement Day by Day's positioning, but Abe will find himself out of the office, so hold on, Omit's still in.
Abe absolutely just breaks out of the spawn trap by himself. You still have Pro MR and Top Heli to deal with, but this has allowed Omit Brooklyn to get out of the spawn trap rather quickly and start at least putting pressure on Day by Day, forcing some kills, forcing some respawns out of them. It's only 1 tick so far, but Mercules and Abe gonna combine for 3. Oh, it's the Pro Bane tank that we love to talk about, taking out Abe there, but it's the information overload trap, but Noisy still kicking, still around for the backside.
Noisy's going to shut down the B approach. Now just one player, one-man band over towards that A side is going to be Sparks, but he's still alive some way, somehow. Getting the kills to go, unfortunately, does eventually get taken down. Now you see Day by Day start to aggress into those spawn sides once again, just trying to put Omit Brooklyn into the blender.
Day by Day, now from around the side as Pro MR just tries to sneak his way around, and Exotic as well from Top Heli. Continuous pink in the kill feed as Omit Brooklyn definitely struggling to make it out of their spawn. Now only 14 seconds left, Quinn.
Sparks is going to be the first player in, and he's immediately going to be taken out over towards that B side. Now swinging over towards the A side, and Exotic swinging in like Batman. Absolutely sends him to the Shadow Realm. Ryan will get on for the time in the nick of time. Omit Brooklyn still trying to fight into this B side.
On the slide chow, good for it, and now Mercules taken out, Sparks the last one, up the last one to meet the grave. Contestant for a moment, but Abe will hit the deck as well, and Day by Day will hold strong here on the first round of Control, and it's a defensive round that we did expect them to win, but a little bit shaky there as Omit Brooklyn did cause a little bit of pressure-filled situations.
Yeah, 1 tick of progress being gained for the side of Omit, and realistically speaking, I mean, it does come down to the ticks, especially on a high-rise control, as those attacker side rounds are so unbelievably rare to come by. But now for the side of Day by Day, I mean, this is an opportunity to cement themselves, maybe catch Omit Brooklyn with their pants down ever so slightly, get an attacker side round.
Yeah, and it would be a really good round to maybe potentially steal this map away. We talk about it being the respawns for Day by Day that have been clean all throughout this league and this season. Can they make good on it here, though, Quinn? Day by Day now forced with the attacking side.
Flying a couple of players over towards that B side. The initial pressure over towards A is very quickly dealt with from the side of Omid Brooklyn. They'll continue to apply the pressure on in. A will get the wraparound as well to continue to just cement the presence, and now trying to break into the office does get taken down, so that pressure is going to be alleviated ever so slightly for the side of Day by Day.
It's gonna be 2 kills system that opens up this B Street lane. Mercury's not gonna be able to find one, rather. So now for Day by Day, you start to get yourself onto this B site. You start to get a little bit of map control here. Now for Omid Brooklyn, it's gotta be the re-hit on in. Abe good for 2. Maybe the cleanup kills to follow. Only 1 tick for Day by Day there at that B site.
Such a swift regain from the side of Omid Brooklyn, and now this is the opportunity to, again, put them in those spawn traps, put them in the blender, get a couple of key kills to swing your way, and really start to take that life advantage. Still, though, for Omid Brooklyn, a lot of good in the feed, and for Day by Day, I mean, they can't get past the mid-map.
I mean, it's just the story we've been accustomed with. Can you get out of your spawn once that spawn trap seemingly gets ensued? Now Ryan lights it up for 2. Can't quite get the 3rd, but the damage is done. Quinn, 21 seconds left on this clock, and Day by Day, they have got to start to get to Narnia. But look over towards the A site here.
Ooh, 20 playing 17, Day by Day. Able to attack onto this A side, able to spawn in and get in. Now, time paused at 19, accruing that time on the board, but all of the reinforcements are being vanquished until they are not. Hold on, Exotic with 2 on the board. Noisy will eventually be taken down off of the hill, but you still have the pressure over towards the B side until Mercules is able to deal with it. Day by Day is again going to be sent to the respawn.
And you don't quite get that tick off of the A site either if you're Day by Day. Now 2-for-1 trades as Abe's going to collect 2 himself. Mercules follows up onto the 3rd, and now DiamondCon, last one left alive, not going to be able to make it to the hill. And now for Day by Day, you thought you had an absolute dominant defensive round, but it turns out the 2 ticks good enough to win it. That tick on the A site doesn't quite come through.
Yeah, no, unfortunately doesn't, and now all tied up in terms of the ticks between the 2 teams here, and it's just the even blows. It's just those heavyweight fighters showing up in the ring. And the question becomes, hey, who's going to be a little bit more dominant on that attacker side and likely to secure the defensive round?
Yeah, and I mean, for the moment, as you said, dead even between both of these teams. Omid Brooklyn now tasked with the side of the offensive themselves. And I mean, really, Quinn, I think it's just about not getting put in the spawn trap. Never go for dead. Make sure we're continuously getting off trades, making sure we're continuously playing off of each other. And a first blood from Ryan, not going to hurt your chances.
Early information overload starting to develop as Sparks is able to gain that top pressure. Can really start to put some work in for his team and give up a little bit of space over towards that B side. Hercules trying to fly on in, but not enough presence to be dedicated over towards that side. Instead has to duck dive and dodge, get out of the fray. Still will maintain his life, and a couple of key kills will open the door for Omid Brooklyn to get in for the time.
Yeah, and as Pro MR, he's the only one really here to deal with this until the reinforcements come through for the side of Day by Day. He's looking to go up and over, though, on the pipe. Finds one. Now might be having a few more fish in a barrel. Not going to be able to quite catch anything, though, as Abe and Merc going to combine for 2. And now for Day by Day, you've got to find a way to get into this B site. This has been the best offensive round we have seen between either of these teams. And now information overload, at least for a second, but it's going to be the B site that is secure.
2 minutes on the clock now for Omid Brooklyn, and trying to press the issue, trying to extend into the spawns. 1 kill will go, but the nade is going to save the spawn trap. Is now going to force Day by Day over towards that A side, and the opportunity here still does present itself for them to make a good hold. Abe will take Noisy out of the equation, and Matt, we talk about the propane tanks. They have made their choice. Omid Brooklyn is in.
And now Abe on a 5 spree as well, 1 off the cruise missile, but it's the A site that's on the minds of Day by Day as leads for the moment. Now Brian trying to play the cutoff kills, trying to find a few on in, able to find 2. And now for the moment, Day by Day, you are surely on the back foot. Abe gets another with a nade. Merc will get taken out by Mercules, but still, you have players on this hill looking to do damage. And now for Day by Day, you have got to start to go, and you have got to start to go now.
They will just barely be able to escape that. They're going to be able to get on for the time now. Sends Omid back and packing, but still 17 playing 12. Omid still has enough time, realistically speaking, to win on the lives, and that starts to become a factor in the back of the mind of Day by Day as they continue to press the issue over towards A.
Yeah, and it's just 1-for-1 trades, and Day by Day, in the long run, cannot afford to play that game, and now, all of a sudden, second tick starts to be work on here. You only have DiamondCon really from the outside, at least getting 1 with the nade, but Ryan with the trade, and now Ryan taking his own teammate out, but it is that second tick that comes through.
Still 1 minute left on the clock, and now if you are Omid Brooklyn, you start to really just play for these frags, play for the lives. You're going to back Day by Day up ever so slightly here. They're not playing as aggressive as you would expect them to play on this defensive side. That's going to free up a lot of room for Omid Brooklyn to once again attack on in.
Yeah, and now gonna force the issue here, force these Day by Day players out into channels. Guns remaining for the side of Day by Day as Omid Brooklyn lights up the kill feed and lights up the A site. Omid Brooklyn perfection on the offensive side. And now, you talked about it, Quinn. It could be that first team that was able to steal an offensive round away, now going back under the favorable side, which they have showed no weaknesses in, at least here in this map. Things for Day by Day looking a little bit doom and gloom. And now with the respawns not going in their favor either, things start to get a little shaky potentially in the mentals.
Yeah, you gotta reverse the course here if you are Day by Day, but it just feels so insurmountable. The way that Omit Brooklyn is playing, typically speaking, I mean, you would take a defensive-sided round if you can just get it going. Still, Omit Brooklyn in the driver's seat.
In the driver's seat, and looking to put the nail in the coffin, but it's 2 big kills from Day by Day. Well, they'll open this thing up. Exotic, though, from the top side, not going to be able to find anything. There's Sparks! Claps right back with 2, and Merc cleans up the 3rd. One more player on that top heli side is Pro MR, but for the moment, everyone from Day by Day sent packing back to the office.
Yeah, still enough to stay away from those spawn traps, so not necessarily working overtime to get out of that quite yet. Omit Brooklyn still maintains their positioning on this map, though, but hold on, Exotic making his ways over towards that B side immediately will get shut down as Sparks will shut down Pro MR on the opposite side of the coin. Now, Day by Day, you just start thinking about those spawn traps that are starting to loom in the back of your mind.
Yeah, but they're still getting a couple of key kills out towards the outside here, Quinn, so not quite in the trap just yet, but very on the verge of getting there. And there it is, Abe, Ryan, and Abe. Now with Ryan getting another one as well. The Abe-Ryan duo now sends everyone from Day by Day packing, and now 26 seconds left. This might be the last hit in.
This is the opportunity that Day by Day desperately needs to make good on. Omit Brooklyn is going to continue to press the issue, going to continue to press into these spawns and gets the kills to justify another clean 4 dead in the feed. And now they are occupying the office space and they are evicting Day by Day on high rise.
Yeah, and that is just going to about clean it up. 4 seconds, Quinn. Everyone's spawning out in Egypt. And for Omit Brooklyn, you knock off Day by Day in the respawn. It's 2 straight map wins. All of the momentum in your sails. And now could potentially be the closeout map on Rio Hardpoint.
I mean, this is just set up for Omit to win. It is their game to lose at this point as well. Day by Day, just all the wind in their sails has been vanquished, and this sea is just completely taking their boat under. Now the Rio Hardpoint coming up, and as you said, again, it is that map mode combo that does favor the fast guns out the side of Omit Brooklyn that we just got a little peeksy at with the high-rise control.
A little peeksy shout out to the coach of Omit Brooklyn as well. And I think for this Omit squad, this is the Omit Brooklyn that we're accustomed to seeing, right? Dominant inside of control, dominant inside of the SNDs. And we even go back to that first map, Quinn, leading for a majority of that map up until really kind of the late second half when Day by Day starts to hit their momentum. But talk about momentum, Quinn, where do you find it here for Day by Day?
I mean, it just has to be outplaying and outgunning Omit Brooklyn, but that is a task that is so much easier said than done. It's almost hard to say as well. Day by Day just completely looking off their own head. And again, we go back to that sub-base hardpoint where it's only a margin of 25 points. So when you're looking at it, I mean, Day by Day hasn't necessarily looked dominant at any point within this series. It really has been Omit Brooklyn losing a map and then just swinging right back with dominance from their end of things. And again, we talk about the fast flow of a Rio hardpoint plays very well into players like Abe, who just, again, hope to put on that Halo invisibility cloak and cook. And again, for Day by Day, it's just about finding that player that can match the gunny, or players in this case to match the gunny.
Yeah, and I think the thing for Day by Day, too, that I'm looking at least for them in the rest of the series, is not only does this Rio hardpoint play a little bit more into the skill set of Omit Brooklyn with those fast subs and with the aggressive young gun style that they like to play with, but even if Day by Day is able to walk away with this, we head right back into an S&D, which they have been struggling. Quinn, it is not a question mark whether this team was just on a few bad games or really was having a problem. It is a big problem for this team right now in the S&D game mode. It's such a question mark for them. It's just never consistent. And now you're seeing a team like Omit Brooklyn who is going to capitalize on every mistake that you make, now heading into what could potentially be a closeout map. And Quinn, they get 2 shots at it.
Yeah, and again, it's just a cakewalk opportunity for Omit Brooklyn. You somehow lose the Rio hardpoint. You're on Invasion S&D, which just spells disaster for Day by Day. And again, You're just looking at this map by map, and it's not looking very favorable for them. Going to have to make magic happen, make lightning strike in a bottle, but unfortunately, you don't have sparks on your team, so who's to say that you'll even be able to do that in the first place? Real Hardpoint now coming up next, and talk to me. Hey, what does Day by Day potentially do to get out ahead? And maybe is it an early rotation? Maybe is it, what is it?
I think you hit the nail on the head. It is those early rotations, and it's something that we saw from them in the first map of Subbase that did them very well. They were on top of their rotations a lot of the time. The problem for them in this map being is so close, tight quarters areas, it allows for rebreaks to come in at every time. So you don't want to sell your soul necessarily for the rotate. If you've got a lot of pressure up towards those hills and you can hit the rebreak early, then get the spawns back in your favor, might be a little bit more favorable position. But Quinn, I think the number one thing for them is a fast start. They cannot allow Omit Brooklyn to get ahead early on the scorecards and have to kind of dig their way back into a game like they did on map 1. I don't think that this map is going to allow the opportunities to do that. Need to get off on the right foot, need to get started hot. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to toss it to a quick break, so make sure you don't go anywhere, maybe to get a little bit of water. We're going to have map 4 potential closeout action coming up for you right after this.
Into this hill, Derek will find one, comes down to Pop with the long range.
Yeah, but Pop's nowhere near sight. Conwell lost it 1v1 on Bob. Oh my goodness, huge shots from Pop. And he's gonna go right for the reach out. That's Aura. It's going hard.
Yeah, SCP just continues to add insult to injury. And for Crown Crusaders, I mean, they can't even buy time on a hill. They can't even buy a kill. Hyde is going to send the shots into the body. And I mean, just...
They're trying to get in quick. They're trying to get in this A side and not leave it up to chance. Speedy one man with the first engagement. Vilu continuing to fly out. He finds 2 by 3. Finding the fourth almost. My goodness, what has just happened? Mowed down 1 by 1. Single-handedly Vilu cutting down every player. They tried to go for a blitz. It didn't happen. Conwell actually getting that last kill, but Vilu, he has been a man who's been everything for this squad every single time where it matters. My goodness.
We call that a man-possessed Remy, and why wouldn't we?
Yeah, and they're kind of split right now as well.
Well, folks,
Conwell
it
on
could
the other side
very
now.
well come down to this. Rio Hardpoint, and on the minds of Omit Brooklyn, it is punching their tickets into the grand finals as Day by Day on the other side of the coin is trying to keep their hopes and dreams alive. The date with SGP. P1 is online. Let's not stall. Let's get going.
Omit Brooklyn, not the favorable sides that they'd like to start out on, but we know the name of the game here. Both teams going to kind of be jockeying over that positioning for P2, and it's already early gunfights coming in from both of these teams, as it is Day by Day that is flying into the hill, but flying into guns.
Yeah, no, I mean, they are just getting chopped down every single step of the way from Omit Brooklyn, and we talked about how fast the game flow on a map like this is. Look no further, it's Abe, already on a 3-piece.
The short king standing tall right now. Abe putting them in the blender. Contested hill early here, but stars from Day by Day starting to make their way into this hill. Now the Brave in the 3v1, not going to be able to make that happen. Omit Brooklyn kind of spawning out big towards that street side, but look at everyone from Omit Brooklyn. They're looking to push the issue quickly now towards the P2 side of the map.
Yeah, Day by Day, they can't afford to keep players in this hill. They gotta go now to maintain these spawns, maintain this opportunity to get some time on the board in P2, and that's exactly what they're gonna do. The wrap down the middle is going to shut down Omit Brooklyn for the time and send them for the respawns.
Sending them for the respawns, and now, I mean, you're sending them into Narnia, right? I mean, this is a long rotation back into this P2, but when you got Sparks lighting up the kill feed like that, it could be a little bit easier, but close spawns for Day by Day, gonna let the reinforcements come back in almost immediately. Still a tough break here for Omit.
For Day by Day, they just gotta get a couple of key kills to swing their way. Very quick to ignite into the hill, but very quick to be sent right on out. Omit Brooklyn is again on the respawn screen. Still gonna have those P3 spawns, but with 33 seconds left on the clock, you think that they want to make another hit on in.
Yeah, I mean, 28 seconds left. Omit Brooklyn, though, you gotta look at where they're spawning here, Quinn. You either cut your losses or you make a really big risk. Here's the risk, though. Diamondcon from around the backside. One, not gonna find any more than that. Had the lineup there, but just not able to find the quick shots. Rheinemerk will be able to take out 2, but it's still no scrap time here for Omit, as they just gotta kind of play these cutoff kills and force Day by Day deeper back towards that P2 side.
This is exactly what you want to be doing if you're Omit. You have those respawns over towards P3, so you can send 2 players down over towards Old, get a couple of kills to back them up, reset and stagger Day by Day. They're doing it to pure perfection. But only 1 player in the hill to contest right now.
It's exactly the kind of point that you like to bring up as Mercury's able to find 2 there. And now for day by day, you really don't have any entry towards this hill. It was something that we talked about, Quinn, from the sub base. That map allows you to be a little bit more kind of lackadaisious, right? Playing those rotational gunfights. But Omid Brooklyn is forcing the issue. They are getting up in your face and they are getting there early.
Yeah, again, for day by day, there's just not a whole lot that you can do when you're met with the firing squad that is Omid Brooklyn. You see this positioning out of Omid Brooklyn. It is absolutely aggressive and justifiably so, pressing so far into the spawns of day by day and chopping them down every step of the way. Mercules cannot be stopped on a heater. 9 spree for him, as the cruise missile has surely been pocketed.
And we'll keep it right here as Mercules gonna continue to go on it.
Going for the Harrier.
The double-digit kill streak right now is Omid Brooklyn. They are here now. Murray continuing to fry 11 in a row, and we might as well keep it finally dropping, but the damage surely done. Omid Brooklyn, you can just have so much open free map space when you have a player just dominating, but you have to watch out as day by day here. They have reaggressed quite nicely and got themselves into this hill.
Now for these spawns with Omid, you really have to make this hit count. You don't want to lose out on these key spawns. You have the wraparound as well developing from DiamondCon that is going to completely shut things down, and that is what day by day ordered on the menu. Looking so good. But Hercules!
Missile! Hellfire from above is good for 3. It will completely clean house, and that is a huge investment from the side of Omid Brooklyn. You're able to get these scrap, and now you know exactly where all of the players from day by day are. You can hit that early rotation, get the early map control over towards the P5 side of the map. 10 seconds to go in the back pocket for day by day. You extend the lead ever so slightly, but for Omid Brooklyn, a huge position to be in.
Such a mixy hill on P4, but Omid Brooklyn will get that Rodo to go. For day by day, once again, going to be tasked with a break-in for Omid Brooklyn. I mean, these spawns so far spread out, but it's going to pay dividends as they're just able to set up the pincer. Noisy, the only player that can aggress in, will find 2, will find a 3rd. The one-man band eventually gets shut down by the beat of the drum from Abe.
Yeah, and Abe, though, now looking to reaggress and force the issue a little bit now. Abe, can he find the kills, though? Jumping around, finds the first, and it's going to be the 2-for-1 trade. That's good for Omid, at least for the time now, as Ryan continues to fry around outside of the map. And now, for Omid Brooklyn here, this is a big position for them. If they're able to grab the scrap here on this hill, parlay it into that quick hop, jump and a skip right over to P1 that you know you and I love to talk about, could be a huge moment for them here in this map 4.
It's a big money hill opportunity, and for day by day, these spawns not very favorable. You do have Mercules trying to press on into them. Eventually does get down, but that is perfectly fine. When you have 3 alive in the hill, but no longer Noisy will be able to reaggress on in, just reduces it down to Abe. The quick spawns are in for Omid Brooklyn, so they will maintain these powerful positions. It will just eventually be able to parlay into P1.
And not only that, Abe was able to secure a cruise missile in that P5 as well, so you've got another pocket rocket to play with later in this game if you so choose. And another 3 dead in the feed. Make it the 4th and a clean wipe, as Omid Brooklyn not only continues to show up in the kill feed, but is showing up in the hill time.
Now this is the opportunity that they are looking for to put them in the blender, but still day by day continues to try and aggress on in. Sparks has the opportunity to play cross or cut off, but unfortunately he's not going to be able to, and met with the gunny from DiamondCon. That's a break on in, but still contested time as Mercules standing tall.
Yeah, Mercules and the rest of Omid Brooklyn, the close spawns to P1, it's like we talked about, can almost become a money hill around the second set of rotations, and absolutely has done that. Down of almost 10 points, about 100 to 90 heading into that last hill. It's been perfect from Omid Brooklyn so far. They don't have the favorable sides over towards P2, so it's going to be a long trek towards the next hill, and that's where Day by Day was able to make that hit last time, but now look at the cruise.
Abe is going to try and go for it here, and now sending it in. Had a little bit of hesitation, but he's going to go ahead and press it down. Now what can he find from the death from above? Nothing. It will be all nullified from the trophies, but it does give the opportunity for Omid to press on in.
Yeah, not really going to be able to find anything there. And it's like you said, it does allow for a little bit of push on in, but if you can't find the kills, you're not going to be able to find the hill. It's a 2-for-1 trade. Make it 2-for-2. Pinstripes in the kill feed. Back and forth we go. And Mercules the only one left here alone as day by day. Close respawn is going to do dividends for them, but not necessarily the clean hill that they were hoping for. Still a lot of time to garner.
Still 20 seconds left on the board for day by day to continue to accrue some time. Not necessarily going to give them the lead, especially if Ryan starts to fry. It's a mixy mosh pit. Now white time on the hill, and Omid's going to have the regrind over towards that P3.
Yeah, and you're gonna see Abe here as well, playing these cutoff kills, shutting down any scrap that you could imagine. Noisy gets shut down towards the new hill as well, and you look at your minimap, everyone from day by day out across the world, and now gonna have to make the long hike back towards this P3, but it is just so hard to do when you are getting cut down at every single vestige. Omit Brooklyn is starting to put their stamp on this map, and Quinn, another point where so many players are spawning out. How do they find the re-break?
Yeah, they're gonna have to do it here and now. It has to be a player like Noisy standing tall, but Abe is even taller despite what it might say on that height sheet. Omit Brooklyn looking real good, but day by day has found those back spawns, has found the opportunity on in, but for nothing. It doesn't matter when the gunny just continues to fry from the side of Omit.
And Abe now on a 5 spree as well, could get himself another cruise missile, not going to be able to win. It is Diamond Con, good for 2 around through the back. Day by day, much needed scrap time off of this as well. They need to get this rotation quickly onto this P4. Omit Brooklyn looming around the ramp side. It's going to be the push on in, a couple of kills, 1-for-1 trades as day by day will come out on top for now, but Mercules sneaking around in the back line, able to find 2 and lock down this initial time for Omit Brooklyn.
Single-handedly winning the head-on collision, and now Omit Brooklyn can just go 200 down the highway. Mercules just continues to line him up and bring him down. 29 and 18. This man cannot be stopped.
Not only 200 down the highway, Quinn, it's looking like 200 in the scoreboard as well, knocking on the door of that 200-point threshold, but still, day-by-day players looming around, but just cannot win a gunfight. Shut down at every turn, every corner, every single second. Omit Brooklyn starting to garner. Can't win it quite off this hill, but some nice time for you to put in the back pocket. Day-by-day, they have got to get something going.
Yeah, they're going to turn into day-by-day if they don't get things going here and now. Day-by-day will be able to maintain these P4 holds, and hold on, wait a minute. Start to turn your attention over towards the top side of the map as well, and day by day have 3 players over towards that side. If they can win a couple of key gunfights, Matt, this might be the opening that they need to find themselves back in.
6 seconds left on the old hill until this P5 pots. Pro MR, he's going to be able to find the cutoff kills as well there on to Spark. So for the side of Omit Brooklyn, it's the long haul. It's the long vestige now over towards this P5 side. But you do have Mercules here, kind of laying away for his teammates, waiting to see if he can get a chow on out. It's only hit markers for now. Hit's going to have to come in, but it's just shut down as soon as it starts. And everyone from Omit Brooklyn once again spawning out.
They have to make the left foot, right foot express on in. It's time ticking away in favor of day by day, and they might find themselves back into the mix of this before Omit Brooklyn can even make the approach on in. Sparks with the first kill on the board, though, is going to swing things right on back. Pro MR, you still have to deal with him in this top side, getting so much value from his positioning, but eventually he's just going to get shut down by Mercules. Last player standing that can really contest into the hill is going to be Exotic, but no, he's going to start his attention over towards P1. It's going to be immediately met with the resistance of Abe. And Omit Brooklyn, they're going to have the map control.
And it was such an important break on in to really stop this day-by-day push, but they're still garnering a little bit of scrap time here, but this is where Omit Brooklyn turned the game on its head. It was that quick parlay from P5 right onto P1 and held almost perfectly, and Quinn, they only need 30 seconds to win.
Yeah, they can win it here and now, but day by day is going to have the at least early roto over towards this side of the map as the last couple of kills swing their way on P5. They're able to make the hop and skip on into P1. Omit Brooklyn still trying to press the action on in. Mercules the first man to dive in, but he's going to be lit very, very low. The stuns are out, the guns are out, back and forth we go. Sparks really the only player that can make anything happen in this hill. Gets 2 to go. Ryan coming in from behind. The back shots are good, and Omit Brooklyn is in.
Yeah, and there's just enough time for them to win this. The math working out perfectly for Omit Brooklyn here on the break. And now, day by day, you have to find your way in, and it has to be now. Nades, stuns, guns, everything here. Kitchen sink out. Noisy, able to find Ryan, but it's a 1-for-1 trade. 2 for 2, 3 for 2. Now back and forth we go. Abe, the last one up, maybe the last one to fall, but able to find one. Could have the reinforcements on in.
Some way, somehow, Abe still stays alive, but we talk about that P2 rotation, and day by day, once again, is going to have it. For Omit Brooklyn, it's about getting them off of these spawns. They're going to get that little last bit of scrap, but you got to make the rotation on in.
And Abe, a huge influential kill over towards. He's going to be able to put some pressure towards that info side of the map, as well as you do have teammates starting to accrue here. 1-for-1 trades, though, as he'll get shut down, so his position dealt with nicely. Omit Brooklyn now into the hill, only needing about 10 more seconds, but day by day, the close spawns could do dividends for them as they continue to just throw bodies at this hill.
Exotic is doing God's work here, but Omit Brooklyn still some way, somehow still alive, but dead. After those couple of seconds, couple of key kills will swing the way of Omit Brooklyn. Now they have to make the hit on in once again. Day by day, still holding on. They can win it here and now.
Day by day, just enough time to win this. It's almost a dead even tie, but Omit Brooklyn, they are looming around every corner, but Noisy, big Semtex to go, but Mercury's able to take out Exotic, and now Noisy drops as well. Could be the break on in for Omit Brooklyn. They just have to play it smart here, not allow the time for Day by Day. Now just not enough time to win it, and now we'll go over towards the P3 side of the map.
That's exactly where Omit Brooklyn is going to be making the rotation on over. They are wise to this moment. A couple of clean dead kills in the feed, but it's not going to matter as the hill is going to remain white. Omit Brooklyn is going to have the rotation on in. Day by Day still trying to fight for the time. It's a one-man band, though. It's going to have to be Exotic to stand tall for the rotation on in, but Omit is in for the time.
He stands tall just for the moment, though. The reinforcements start to come through for Day by Day. It has to be Ryan. Good for one, good for two. Not the third one quite yet. Is Omit Brooklyn able to farm the kills that they need, and everyone from Day by Day spawning deep out.
But Day by Day, they're going to have one last hit if they can get past the bullets being sent in from Omit Brooklyn. A couple of swing kills will go the way, but it's going to go pink in the feed, and that might just be enough for Day by Day. Omit Brooklyn spawning in no man's land. They gotta go now. They have to make it in, but they're not going to be able to. Day by Day, round by round, map by map, they bring us to a map 5.
Day by Day, by the skin of their teeth, bringing us to that inevitable map 5 and Diamond Con 35 and 33, never afraid to chow out everyone from the side of Day by Day, seemingly when it was needed most. Popping off Noisy and Diamond Con 38 and 35 kills respectively, as Day by Day makes good on the hard points and sends us to that map 5. And Quinn, the big question mark of S&D, can it be answered by Day by Day?
Oh my goodness. I mean, this would be the moment to do it here and now. We talked about it, right? The S&D has been very rocky for them, but when they did need it in the early stretch of this bracket, they were able to find an S&D. Obviously not that series. That's what brought them into the lowers. But they have been on this lower bracket tear for a reason. Comes down to the Invasion S&D. Again, Matt, it's not been necessarily stacked towards them by any stretch of the imagination, but what an opportunity that presents itself to turn the tides.
It's just the same situation as that first hardpoint, and if Omit Brooklyn is not able to walk away with this series in the Invasion S&D, you know it's going to be looking back on that sub base and that Rio hardpoint. 25-second differential on the sub base, 3-second differential on the Rio. Day by Day, making it happen, like you said, map by map, and really hardpoint by hardpoint.
Yeah, no, I mean, hill by hill, you could make a lot of different alliterations based around their name. It's a lot of fun to work with. That being said, Invasion S&D coming up, again, a little bit slower than potentially a Karachi S&D, a little bit less dimension to it. You do have over towards that B side with the rubble where you can play with ever so slightly. But that being said, again, it's just one of those maps that we've become accustomed to. We are at the end of the MW3 season. All of these teams have the way that they like to play things. And it really does feel like the question is, what is going to work? Either will it be Omit Brooklyn, their fast attacks, their fast breaks, or will it be Day by Day, who like to slow things down a little bit and stay in that rear view mirror until you least expect them?
And it's just the question mark for S&D for me that I just keep coming back to, Quinn. Can these guys put together an S&D in a moment that they have never needed one more? They talk about it all the time. S&D wins you championships. Well, right here, it gets you to the championship. A date with SGP all comes down to one Invasion S&D. And Quinn, heading into it, obviously the Neslo opportunity here from Omit Brooklyn, putting together the Karachi Hardpoint or rather the Karachi S&D and the High Rise Control. Can they put it together and Neslo this squad? It's essentially, we talked about the win condition for them. I told you before the series that I thought this was going to come down to the S&Ds, and it's exactly what it comes down to. If Day by Day can just win one S&D, they are going to the grand finals. However, if you're not able to come up with it, if you're not able to solve that all-important question mark that has been S&D for you, you drop down out of the tournament top 3 finish.
I mean, for Omit Brooklyn, they looked so good on the Karachi S&D too, even when you didn't expect them to. We talk about it within that first round. When they go down 2v4, they're able to swing it back. It is just that gunny that seemingly does separate themselves ever so slightly from Day by Day, but you saw it towards the end of the Rio hardpoint. They started getting a little hotter. You look towards a player like Noisy, Exotic. Both of them were absolutely on a heater, looking for them to carry that over to the Invasion S&D. And hey, I mean, Day by Day, regardless of how you cut it, whether it's dominance, whether it's a grueler, they will absolutely take it if it means that they have that date with SGP at the end of the day. Now the question becomes, again, does precedence hold, or can Day by Day have the resilience of a tiger, but the memory of a pigeon?
Yeah, I mean, definitely going to have the memory of a Pigeon here, considering the past few S&D performances. We've talked about it, woes, troubles, whatever you want to talk about. It has not been good scenes for them on the S&D game mode. And I go back to that Karachi S&D and even really this whole series as a whole. And for me, there's never been a really point in time where Day by Day has just looked dominant. It has been Omit Brooklyn, particularly in the control and in the Karachi S&D, looking like a step above, or shoulders above rather. In the hard points though, it's just that a little bit of over-aggression, a little bit of over-challenging. Even in that last hill, Quinn, how many players do we see kind of just push the issue up towards the mid area? You can just sit back, play those headies, and just ride out the map. Instead, you try to get those cutoff kills, you get shut down, you end up losing the map. But I think still, we talked about Omit Brooklyn having 2 chances to close this series out. I still think they make good on it here in the S&D.
Yeah, and again, it's a team where you look at Omit and they are such a high roller strategy. You talk about the end of the Rio hardpoint. Why did they chow that? You never will know. But the Invasion S&D is their way to get back into that. Their opportunity still remains. The win condition still very much there. Day by Day, still going to be able to fight it to the S&D. Now the question becomes, can they swing it back? We're going to go ahead and send it to a very quick break as we get all these players loaded up, ready to go for what will be the last map in this series where we will send one of these teams to the grand finals. Into this hill, Derek will find one, comes down to Pop with the long range.
Yeah, but Pop's nowhere near sight. Conwell lost it 1v1 on Bob. Oh my goodness, huge shot from Pop. And he's gonna go right for the reach out. That's Aura. It's going hard.
Yeah, SGP just continues to add insult to injury. And for Crown Crusaders, I mean, they can't even buy time on a hill. They can't even buy a kill. Hyde is going to send the shots into the body. And I mean, just...
They're trying to get in quick. They're trying to get in this A side and not leave it up to chance. Speedy one man with the first engagements. Vilu continuing to fly out. He finds 2 by 3. Finding the 4th almost. My goodness, what has just happened? Mowed down 1 by 1. Single-handedly Vilu cutting down every player. They tried to go for a blitz. It didn't happen. Conwell actually getting that last kill, but Vilu, he has been a man who's been everything for this squad every single time where it matters. My goodness.
We call that a man-possessed, Remy, and why wouldn't we?
Yeah, and they're kind of split right now as well. Conwell on the other side of the map and Syndicate on the offense. They're going to get the bomb down and put themselves into a great post-plant scenario. But as I say that, Careful got a wall bang. What the heck was that? I mean, we're at the end of the game and
Something hard clear.
Do we know that he's in this corner? It's not particularly going to matter. 1v2 now. Bomb goes down. Noisy. Gonna have to pull off some heroics. The turn and burn. Noisy. Oh my goodness. Crown Crusaders notched the point on the board. The S&D man, the myth, the legend. Is gonna find the round. That is nasty.
4 bullets to the chest, damaging at any range. Speedy White Man just having to jump off. I mean, listen, the weapon and range and timing of that kill just simply was not going to be
on in kind. Conwell will fall. That's a big kill for the side of SGP. Careful trying to get a very aggressive approach going in, but it comes down to this. Invasion S&D map number 5. Day by Day versus Omit Brooklyn, where the winner of this map will punch their tickets into the grand finals, will be facing SGP for the opportunity to be crowned your premier circuit Crown Crusaders Showcase champions. When all is said and done, 8 teams entered. We will be sending 2 once this map concludes.
2 teams enter, 1 team leaves the tournament, 1 team heads to the grand finals. Day by Day, going to be tasked with the offensive side first, bomb in hand to Pro MR. Standard look to the B site here as we open up here. Omit Brooklyn, you got a couple of players over towards this, no one necessarily on the site, but the util usage from Sparks going to be good for the first blood.
Sparking the first opportunity on this map for Omit Brooklyn to gain a little bit of map control. You start to see them aggress ever so slightly to where Day by Day is trying to take this play, getting that information and walking away. Wisely so. Again, this is a very tactically aggressive team. Omit Brooklyn is. Another key kill is going to swing their way.
Yeah, another key kill going to go in the way of Omit Brooklyn, already starting this S&D off on the right foot. Kind of a continuation from the Karachi. Early scene here for Day by Day, still have yet to get that bomb planted. Pro MR able to find one back on the Mercules, but now with Sparks on the trade on an exotic. Pro MR, last one alive in 1v3.
Has the bomb in hand, but it will be dropped. Omit Brooklyn is going to come out with the first S&D round. If you're Day by Day, again, we outlined it before. The S&D woes have been overly documented. You're starting to think about it, even in this first round. It has to be in the back of your mind.
Yeah, and especially with Sparks getting started out on such a hot start, 3-0 off the first round. You're even thinking about streaks being implemented for this guy in the next 1 to 2 rounds if he's able to continue this kills. But I mean, for the side of Omid Brooklyn, it's been dominant in these S&D rounds. I mean, even going back to the Karachi S&D, Quinn, 6-2, really no entry for Day by Day to really kind of feel themselves into that map. Early aggression here from them towards the mids area.
The customary defensive round. Now Omid Brooklyn has the opportunity in this attacker side to press the issue. Continuing to press the issue over towards his B side, but Noisy is going to be wise to it. He's going to take that bomb carrier down. Abe, now tasked with the recovery, will find the upper ground advantage, cuts him down like he's Anakin Skywalker. With that bomb able to be picked back up, Omid Brooklyn's back on the attacker side.
Abe, like you said, it does have the bomb recollected as well, so that task at least dealt with for now for Omid Brooklyn, but now trying to find one of these sites to plant it at. Trophy and a player towards the B side as well as you have Exotic on the A.
Look at Hercules.
Oh, trying to wrap around the back. You might have had the play here, Quinn. I don't know if they're going to be expecting this whatsoever.
Oh!
Shuts him down, and a perfect read there from Mr. Quinn.
Completely turns the B Street on its head, and now Hercules can just fly and fry. Sends in all the utility. The utility is going to be good to throw Diamond Con into the blender. Last player standing once again is Pro MR, this time with the bomb down. A whole worlds of work to get back into this round, and Matt, it's going to be a tall task.
I really wish my MCW hip fires hit like that. You know,
that's what I'm saying, man.
I really wish they hit like that. Pro MR stuck in a hard place and a tough situation here. 23 seconds left. You're clearing out every corner you can, but you can't even find the first kill. Omid Brooklyn looking clean through 2 S&D rounds, leaving 3 men alive in each. And I mean, it's just what we've talked about. It's these S&D woes that Day by Day seemingly just cannot overcome right now, Quinn. And not only that, it's about how well the S&D is being played on the side of Omid Brooklyn.
Yeah, again, and when you are Day by Day, I mean, going down 2 rounds to start off in S&D just continues to have to weigh on your shoulders. You have to be mindful of the fact that you can't let these rounds continue to accrue for the side of Omid Brooklyn. You have to find your start. It has to be here, has to be now.
Yeah, and I mean, they cannot allow really 1 or 2 more rounds on the board right here from Omid Brooklyn. They have to stop the bleeding. They have to get back into this right now. I like the switch up and play to try to get this bomb potentially towards the A site, but Ryan laying in wait here in Cafe, and there's a lot of pressure towards this. It looks like it has been red for Noisy. Opening kill going to be good for 1. Sparks. Nade ends. Will be able to find the stun and maybe get out with his life. Sparks a little shifty there. A little bit of a loose goose to find.
Just barely able to get out of there with his life, though, so the loose goose is definitely going to be loose for wear. Nonetheless, Day by Day, still holding on, still trying to apply the pressure, but now from the other side of the coin, Hercules swings out, finds the kill to go. Diamond Con and Co. going to be stuck in a very, very tough spot. Exotic will swing for 1, but Hercules is going to take that bomb carrier out of the equation. For Exotic, they have that bomb down. He just has to duck, dive, dodge all the bullets, all the players swinging his way, and Omid Brooklyn off to a 3-0 start.
It's just dominant. It's just dominant. I mean, there's nothing right now that Day by Day can do. I mean, it was a good start for them. They have the little switch up and play. They try to get it over towards the A site, but it's an early kind of trade for trade first blood. And once Sparks is kind of able to just get out with his life there, like we said, the little goose on the loose, you lose him, it ends up into the 3v3. You're just not able to come on top of the trade battles. And Omid Brooklyn, dominant 3-0 start to this do-or-die map for both of these teams. And Omid Brooklyn's looking to get the reservation set in early for the SGP date night.
Say do-or-die map feels like a do-or-die round here for the side of Day by Day. They have to some way, somehow find some momentum. But Omid Brooklyn just seemingly has them in the blender, and now you're starting to overchow. Now you're starting to get over-aggressive, and it will come back to bite you. Abe with the opener kill. Diamond Con will be able to respond down mid, alleviates a little bit of that pressure, but still the issue still being pressed, and it's just continuous kills swinging the way of Omid Brooklyn as Pro MR once again finds himself in the 1vx.
And they're just doing such a good job at playing off of each other, putting each other in tradable positions. And you see it here, Pro MR, he's just going to get caught out sprinting Abe all the wiser to the play. And the do-or-die round, Quinn, doesn't go their way. It is 4 in a row from the side of Omid Brooklyn to open up this inevitable map 5 that we really expected to see between these two teams. But Quinn, it is the question mark of the S&D game mode that has just eluded this day-by-day squad time and time again. And seemingly now, with only 2 rounds left to go before Omid Brooklyn sets up the date with SGP, Day by Day, what do you have for us here in which really every round from now, a do or die.
Yeah, no, it's such a tough task once again. They have to play it straight. They can't look back. They can't hesitate. It's time to go big time if you are day by day. But Brooklyn has just done so much through these first 4 rounds. So much momentum being generated now day by day, trying to make an uncustomary hit over towards the A side. And Omit Brooklyn has the read. They have their number. They have the kills going their way as well. A 3v2 looming.
Yeah, now everyone from day by day just stuck inside of Cafe, and it is not going to be pretty. Omit Brooklyn pounces immediately, and now with 5 straight rounds in a row, Quinn, this has been one of the most dominant performances we've seen here in these playoffs. And Omit Brooklyn now 1 round away from not only a date with SGP, but an absolute flawless map 5.
In S&D, it's just where the boys become men. Omit Brooklyn proving once again that this is the map, this is the mode where champions are born. Still, tall task ahead of them with SGP waiting in the wings, but if Omit Brooklyn can close things here, they carry a lot of momentum heading into that next series.
It's early aggression from day by day, so they're going to be pushing the issue here. Already 1 up in the Cafe, but Exotic going to get cut down as soon as he gets started. Abe from around the back able to find 1. Now it's into the 2v2. Abe on the 5 spree as well. 1 off the cruise, but now it is just continuous. Omit Brooklyn, but now 1v1. Abe with the bomb in hand versus Diamond Gun.
Diamond Khan has to hold on for dear life here. Abe does have that bomb in hand. He's not going to go for the plant and might have the read here if Diamond Khan is not able to find some cover. He very luckily is. Flushing over towards that A side, trying to gain a little bit of information. Both of these players running around like chickens with their heads cut off. But the question will become, whose head gets cut off?
Who's hunting whom right now? Is Diamond Khan and Abe just sneaking around the map, just trying to check their corners? 34 seconds left. You mentioned that bomb needing to get planted. Time going to start to become the issue, and these players have just missed each other time and time again. But finally, Quinn, the battle could be ensued.
Abe is going to kind of try and find the wraparound here, but Diamond Khan is going to have the back shown towards his side. No! Bomb is going to go down over towards the safe side. Diamond Khan, he has to play it. He has to make the chow here, and now the time is going to be every second. Oh my god! I am losing it! Diamond Khan will eventually be able to take us out of our anxiety nightmare, and will keep day by day alive at least for 1 more round.
I mean, I can't tell who that was worse for, Abe and Diamond Khan just looking everywhere and not seeing each other, or for us and the fans watching of how many times they were a centimeter from spotting one another. Round and round we go, the elongated game of Ring Around the Rosie, but it will be won. So day by day, you put your first round on the board, but Mount Everest to climb, it would have to be a perfect Full Sail, and we're not talking about the university.
Yeah, we very much are not. Shout out Full Sail, the Armada, great school. That being said, day by day, now on the attacker side, once again, flushing themselves over towards that A side. Again, a little bit uncustomary. You typically see the hit over towards B. Bomb will float, though. Gonna have to get through Mercules, that first player, and that is not the first player that you want to have to chow out. Get very aggressive into the Cafe. He goes, and he's making some real nice coffee in here. First kill on the board. That's the bomb as well.
And Dre, the barista, mixing it up and mixing it up for another one. Diamond Khan will shut him down, but now has to get out of the way of being traded out. Still in the 2v3s. Things slow down ever so slightly, but bomb dropped. Omit Brooklyn players seemingly everywhere but nowhere. And for day by day, you have barely made it out of your spawn right now. Early tags from Abe. That's the information onto 1. Ooh. He likes to get the chase on, but Sparks gets one player out, and now all onto Pro MR 1v2.
We've seen this story time and time again. This time, can he make good on it? They know exactly where he is. Bomb is completely down in Narnia. 29 seconds left. You can just feel the boots. You can just feel him quivering in this very moment. Death from above. Ryan chops him down. Omit Brooklyn punch their tickets in to the grand finals.
It wasn't perfect, but it was as close as you can get in a map 5. 6-1 after what was a back-and-forth series, but the Neslo locked in for the side of Omit Brooklyn, and as you alluded to, now the date with SGP, the rematch of the grand finals that we saw in the Ohio land only a few weeks ago, now here in the Modern Warfare 3 farewell tournament. But Quinn, it's those S&D woes again for day by day that just get them time and time again, and in a series where they had so many chances to put it together and you just can't win one of those S&Ds. It's just something that you're going to have to look into to the offseason and try to change that up before heading into BO6.
Yeah, and it's just crazy to think about because, again, you do have a player like Noisy on that team that is just known for his S&D prowess. Definitely have to hit the film room. Definitely have to figure out how you are going to make the regains on that side of the coin when you are losing 6-2 and 6-1 in the S&D when it does matter most. Folks, S&D, it does win championships. But now, Omit Brooklyn has the task of actually winning the championship up ahead. Omit Brooklyn, SGP. We will see you in a matter of moments with a matchup that is sure to bring all the fireworks. Do not go anywhere. This is the Premier Circuit Crown Crusaders Showcase. Into this hill, Derek will find one. Comes down to Pop with the long range.
Yeah, but Pop's nowhere near sight. Conwell lost at 1v1 on Bob. Oh my goodness, huge shots from Pop. And he's gonna go right for the reach out. That's Aura. It's going hard.
Yeah, SGP just continues to add insult to injury. And for Crown Crusaders, I mean, they can't even buy time on a hill. They can't even buy a kill. Hyde is going to send the shots into the body. And I mean, just...
They're trying to get in quick. They're trying to get in this A side and not leave it up to chance. Speedy one man with the first engagement. Vilu continuing to fry out. He finds 2 by 3. Finding the 4th almost. My goodness, what has just happened? Mowed down 1 by 1. Single-handedly Vilu cutting down every play. They tried to go for a blitz. It didn't happen. Conwell actually getting that last kill, but Vilu, he has been a man who's been everything for this squad every single time where it matters. My goodness.
We call that a man-possessed, Remy, and why wouldn't we?
Yeah, and they're kind of split right now as well. Conwell on the other side of the map and Syndicate on the offense. They're going to get the bomb down and put themselves into a great post-plant scenario. But as I say that, Careful got a wall bang. What the heck was that? I mean, we're at the end of the game and
Spotting hard clear.
Do we know that he's in this corner? It's not particularly going to matter. 1v2 now. Bomb goes down. Noisy gonna have to pull off some heroics. The turn and burn. Noisy. Oh my goodness. Crown Crusaders notched the point on the board. The S&D man, the myth, the legend. Gonna find the round. That is nasty.
4 bullets to the chest, damaging at any range. Speedy White Man just having to jump off. I mean, listen, the weapon and range and timing of that kill just simply was not going to be
on in kind. Conwell will fall. That's a big kill for the side of SGP. Careful trying to get a very aggressive approach going in, but cannot get through Hyde, who's going to line all 3 up and bring him down. My goodness. Man, skeet shooting out here.
Careful missed the jump into top broken.
But we've come to an uncustomary stall here as everybody's just comfortable being
Black Ops
stalled.
6 is going to be out by the time someone makes a play, and I actually quite like this call. Just wait until somebody makes a move, and it's going to be Encourage who's going to be spotted out. And now immediately, Crown Crusaders are rolling on that after our standstill stalemate. Hyde is the last player remaining. He does find one. He's got to wait for support, and now it's going to be a cutoff at the half wall. Crown Crusaders are through, but hold on a second. Someone slipped the net. That's Derek. 27 HP. Can he stay alive? 6 respawns for Crown Crusaders, but they're still getting progress.
Still getting progress here. Careful is going to shut down Encourage, and just one after another, the Crown Crusaders are batting them out of the building. 5-4. Crown Crusaders, no respawns remaining, but they're getting all that time on the board. SGP spawning so far away, they can't get into the hill. They can't touch. Crown Crusaders are going to keep themselves alive.
Crown Crusaders Pop trying his best all down the gravitas finds one with the pistol. Can he stay alive? He's going to have some time to break win.
41 seconds left on the board. It comes down to S&D 1v2 clutch, spotting the first out, getting shifty behind that diner. He's gonna pop the dead silence as well, but the stun's gonna come through and he's gonna have to hit the deck. They know exactly where he is, but he's found the wraparound. First kill on the board. Comes down to the 1v1. Derek versus Gravitism. Gravitism with the wraparound. Big plays here being made, but where is he? That is the question.
He didn't see him. He doesn't know. He's checked everything else though, so surely he knows where it is. Is it going to be another showdown? No! Gravitism gets the 1v1! Keeps Crusaders alive! We are watching a masterclass / entertaining as fuck. Hit the beeper, Quinn. As fuck. What a freaking round. Not that beeper. What a round, man. This
Have enough to make the play over towards the new hill. But that being said, Mansions has found the first kill, and if he can get this win off onto Millie, who sends some shots in, this could be big.
I don't believe it. 6 seconds,
my God.
maybe less than that.
Speedy White Men back on for the time. They have maybe just about done it. Mansions will get the kill to go, and the Speedy White Men find it on map number 4, bringing bringing us to Invasion S&D.
Warfare, massive kill out of down Rahulio. Now it's Nico on this point, trying to stay alive, gets a two-piece, huge out of him, continuing to line up these players, 2 more in his sights. You cannot kill Nico! 4 out of Nico! Disgusting now as he sets up on this point.
Licking your fingers after that one, that's a...
Rep going for a very deep route. I don't know if Steve-O's quite going to be expecting it. They are trying to look for it. Rep might be caught on the timing. Never mind, he actually gets behind Yin. He's trying to play trigger discipline now. He has no idea where he's at. Beautiful kill out of that. Strap finding 2. Wow, huge. Crown Crusaders dropping. Massive 2-piece. And the route coming in from Rep. Some beautiful timing. The stun actually perfect.
But no! Crown Crusaders are able to get it. They're able to mitigate disaster, and they force the bracket reset.
And that right there is not just the first win in the series Crown Crusaders have had against Speedy White Men in the last 5 matchups, but it's also one of the most important series to win to finally level the playing field here in this best of 5 bracket reset. We're going on even terms now. Speedy White Men have one last shot, one last opportunity to see their way to a championship victory. But in the same token of gratitude, not only have Crusaders worked their arse off to get to this stage, but they now have 5 maps. 3 of those need to be wins, separating them from victory. It's almost imminent this round rather than the last.
Speedy White Men, they're so fast. They make Sonic look like he's standing still as they're trying to make the hit on in. Bomb does go down, though, off the miraculous Kobe from Noisy. That's just going to give a full assault for the side of the Crown Crusaders.
The starts, I hope this would improve now. In addition to Marco, will actually be a good thing for them.
Well, let's see how it all pans out. P1 is online. Map 1 is ready to go. The Destro Gaming Showcase Grand Finals are here and ready. Folks, it comes down to this. When we all started, 8 teams stood, but now just 3 remain. Welcome into the Premier Circuit Destro Showcase. My name is Quinn, better known as Colorblind, joined with Connie and Connie. It's coming down to this right here. We're kicking things off with the lower finals. Talk to me, man. A lot has come up to this.
Absolutely, and we had a feeder event already in the North Carolina Bearclaw Major 3, where a large portion of the 3 teams on display for you today have competed even as well. Speedy White Men being in the grand final sets up quite an impressive series for us ahead. More or less, though, with Destro and with Crusaders, that really is the first match lined up for you.
One into this hill. Derek will find one. Comes down to Pop with the long range.
Yeah, but Pop's nowhere near sight. Conwell lost it 1v1 on Bob. Oh my goodness, huge shot for Pop. And he's gonna go right for the reach out. That's Aura. It's going hard.
Yeah, SGP just continues to add insult to injury. And for Crown Crusaders, I mean, they can't even buy time on a hill. They can't even buy a kill. Hyde is going to send the shots into the body. And I mean, just...
They're trying to get in quick. They're trying to get in this A side and not leave it up to chance. Speedy White Men with the first engagements. Vilu continuing to fry out. He finds 2 by 3. Finding the 4th almost. My goodness, what has just happened? Mowed down 1 by 1. Single-handedly Vilu cutting down every player. They tried to go for a blitz. It didn't happen. Conwell actually getting that last kill, but Vilu, he has been a man who's been everything for this squad every single time where it matters. My goodness.
We call that a man-possessed, Remy, and why wouldn't we?
Yeah, and they're kind of split right now as well. Conwell on the other side of the map and Syndicate on the offense. They're going to get the bomb down and put themselves into a great post-plant scenario. But as I say that, Careful got a wall bang. What the heck was that? I mean, we're at the end of the game and
Spotting hard clear.
Do we know that he's in this corner? It's not particularly going to matter. 1v2 now. Bomb goes down. Noisy. Gonna have to pull off some heroics. The turn and burn. Noisy. Oh my goodness. Crown Crusaders notched the point on the board. The S&D man, the myth, the legend. Gonna find the round. That is nasty.
4 bullets to the chest, damaging at any range. Speedy White Men just having to jump off. I mean, listen, the weapon and range and timing of that kill just simply was not going to be
in kind. Conwell will fall. That's a big kill for the side of SGP. Careful trying to get a very aggressive approach going in, but cannot get through Hyde, who's going to line all 3 up and bring him down. My goodness. Man, skeet shooting out here.
Careful missed the jump into top broken.
But we've come to an uncustomary stall here as everybody's just comfortable being
Black Ops
Stall.
6 is going to be out by the time someone makes a play, and I actually quite like this call. Just wait until somebody makes a move, and it's going to be Encourage who's going to be spotted out. And now immediately, Crown Crusaders are rolling on that after our standstill stalemate. Hyde is the last player remaining. He does find one. He's got to wait for support, and now it's going to be a cutoff at the half wall. Crown Crusaders are through, but hold on a second. Someone slipped the net. That's Derek, 27 HP. Can he stay alive? 6 respawns for Crown Crusaders, but they're still getting progress.
Still getting progress here. Careful is going to shut down Encourage, and just one after another, the Crown Crusaders are batting them out of the building. 5-4. Crown Crusaders, no respawns remaining, but they're getting all that time on the board. SGP is spawning so far away, they can't get into the hill. They can't touch. Crown Crusaders are going to keep themselves alive.
Crown Crusaders pop, trying his best. All down the Gravitism, finds one with the pistol. Can he stay alive? He's going to have some time to break, Quinn.
41 seconds left on the board. It comes down to S&D 1v2 clutch, spotting the first out, getting shifty behind that diner. He's gonna pop the dead silence as well, but the stun's gonna come through and he's gonna have to hit the deck. They know exactly where he is, but he's found the wraparound. First kill on the board comes down to the 1v1. Derek versus Gravitism. Gravitism with the wraparound. Big plays here being made, but where is he? That is the question.
He didn't see him. He doesn't know. He's checked everything else though, so surely he knows where it is. Is it going to be another showdown? No! Gravitism gets the 1v1! Keeps Crusaders alive! We are watching a masterclass / entertaining as fuck. Hit the beeper, Quinn. As fuck. What a freaking round. Not that beeper. What a round, man. This
Have enough to make the play over towards the new hill. But that being said, Mansions has found the first kill, and if he can get this win off onto Millie, who sends some shots in, this could be big.
I don't believe it. 6 seconds,
my God.
maybe less than that.
Speedy White Men back on for the time. They have maybe just about done it. Mansions will get the kill to go, and the Speedy White Men find it on map number 4, bringing us to Invasion S&D.
Warfare, massive kill out of Dan Rahulio. Now it's Nico on this point, trying to stay alive, gets a 2-piece, huge out of him, continuing to line up these players, 2 more in his sights. You cannot kill Nico! 4 out of Nico! Disgusting now as he sets up on this point.
Licking your fingers after that one. That's a
Rep going for a very deep route. I don't know if Steve-O's quite going to be expecting it. They are trying to look for it. Rep might be caught on the timing. Never mind, he actually gets behind Yin. He's trying to play trigger discipline now. He has no idea where he's at. Beautiful kill out of that. Strap finding 2. Wow, huge. Crown Crusaders dropping. Massive 2-piece. And the route coming in from Rep. Some beautiful timing. The stun actually perfect.
But no! Crown Crusaders are able to get it. They're able to mitigate disaster, and they force the bracket reset.
And that right there is not just the first win in the series Crown Crusaders have had against Speedy White Men in the last 5 matchups, but it's also one of the most important series to win to finally level the playing field here in this best of 5 bracket reset. We're going on even terms now. Speedy White Men have one last shot, one last opportunity to see their way to a championship victory. But in the same token of gratitude, not only have Crusaders worked their arse off to get to this stage, but they now have 5 maps. 3 of those need to be wins, separating them from victory. It's almost imminent this round rather than the last.
Speedy White Men, they're so fast, they make Sonic look like he's standing still as they're trying to make the hit on in. Bomb does go down, though, off the miraculous Kobe from Noisy. That's just going to give full assault for the side of the Crown Crusaders.
For starts, I hope this would improve now. In addition to Marco, will actually be a good thing for them.
Well, let's see how it all pans out. P1 is online, Map 1 is ready to go. The Destro Gaming Showcase Grand Finals are here and ready. Folks, it comes down to this. When we all started, 8 teams stood, but now just 3 remain. Welcome into the Premier Circuit Destro Showcase. My name is Quinn, better known as Colorblind, joined with Connie and Connie. It's coming down to this right here. We're kicking things off with the lower finals. Talk to me, man. A lot has come up to this.
Absolutely, and we had a feeder event already in the North Carolina Bear Claw Major 3, where a large portion of the 3 teams on display for you today have competed even as well. Speedy White Men being in the grand final sets up quite an impressive series for us ahead. More or less, though, with Destro and with Crusaders, that really is the first match lined up for you.
One into this hill. Derek will find one. Comes down to Pop with the long range.
Yeah, but Pop's nowhere near sight. Conwell lost at 1v1 on Bob. Oh my goodness, huge shot from Pop. And he's gonna go right for the reach out. That's Aura. It's going hard.
Yeah, SGP just continues to add insult to injury. And for Crown Crusaders, I mean, they can't even buy time on a hill. They can't even buy a kill. Hyde is going to send the shots into the body. And I mean, just...
They're trying to get in quick. They're trying to get in this A side and not leave it up to chance. Speedy one man with the first engagements. Vilu continuing to fry out. He finds 2 by 3. Finding the 4th almost. My goodness, what has just happened? Mowed down 1 by 1. Single-handedly Vilu cutting down every play. They tried to go for a blitz. It didn't happen. Conway actually getting that last kill, but Vilu, he has been a man who's been everything for this squad every single time where it matters. My goodness.
We call that a man possessed, Remy, and why wouldn't we?
Yeah, and they're kind of split right now as well. Conway on the other side of the map and Syndicate on the offense. They're going to get the bomb down and put themselves into a great post-plant scenario. But as I say that, Careful got a wall bang. What the heck was that? I mean, we're at the end of the game and spotting
hard play.
Do we know that he's in this corner? It's not particularly going to matter. 1v2 now. Bomb goes down, Noisy. Gonna have to pull off some heroics. The turn and burn, Noisy! Oh my goodness! Crown Crusaders notched the point on the board. The S&D man, the myth, the legend. Gonna find the round. That is nasty.
4 bullets to the chest, damaging at any range. Speedy Whiteman just having to jump off. I mean, listen, the weapon and range and timing of that kill just simply was not going to be
on in kind. Conway will fall. That's a big kill for the side of SGP. Careful trying to get a very aggressive approach going in, but cannot get through Hyde, who's going to line all 3 up and bring him down. My goodness. Man, skeet shooting out here.
Careful missed the jump into top broken.
But we've come to an uncustomary stall here as everybody's just comfortable being
Black Ops
stalled.
6 is going to be out by the time someone makes a play, and I actually quite like this call. Just wait until somebody makes a move, and it's going to be Encourage who's going to be spotted out. And now immediately, Crown Crusaders are rolling on that after our standstill stalemate. Hyde is the last player remaining. He does find one. He's got to wait for support, and now it's going to be a cutoff at the half wall. Crown Crusaders are through, but hold on a second. Someone slipped the net. That's Derek, 27 HP. Can he stay alive? 6 respawns for Crown Crusaders, but they're still getting progress.
Still getting progress here. Careful is going to shut down Encourage, and just one after another, the Crown Crusaders are batting them out of the building. 5-4. Crown Crusaders, no respawns remaining, but they're getting all that time on the board. SGP spawning so far away, they can't get into the hill. They can't touch. Crown Crusaders are going to keep themselves alive.
Crown Crusaders pop, trying his best, all down the Gravitism, finds one with the pistol. Can he stay alive? He's going to have some time to break win.
41 seconds left on the board. It comes down to S&D 1v2 clutch, spotting the first out, getting shifty behind that diner. He's gonna pop the dead silence as well, but the stun's gonna come through and he's gonna have to hit the deck. They know exactly where he is, but he's found the wraparound. First kill on the board comes down to the 1v1. Derek versus Gravitism. Gravitism with the wraparound. Big plays here being made, but where is he? That is the question.
He didn't see him. He doesn't know. He's checked everything else though, so surely he knows where it is. Is it going to be another showdown? No! Gravitism gets the 1v1! Keeps Crusaders alive! We are watching a masterclass / entertaining as fuck. Hit the beeper, Quinn. As fuck. What a freaking round. Not that beeper. What a round, man. This
Have enough to make the play over towards the new hill. But that being said, Mansions has found the first kill, and if he can get this win off onto Millie, who sends some shots in, this could be big.
I don't believe it. 6 seconds,
my God.
maybe less than that.
Speedy White Men back on for the time. They have maybe just about done it. Mansions will get the kill to go, and the Speedy White Men find it on map number 4, bringing us to Invasion S&D.
Warfare, massive kill out of Dan Rahulio. Now it's Nico on this point, trying to stay alive, gets a 2-piece, huge out of him, continuing to line up these players. 2 more in his sights. You cannot kill Nico! 4 out of Nico. Disgusting now as he sets up on this point.
Licking your fingers after that one. That's a...
Rep going for a very deep route. I don't know if Steve-O's quite going to be expecting it. They are trying to look for it. Rep might be caught on the timing. Never mind, he actually gets behind Yin. He's trying to play trigger discipline now. He has no idea where he's at. Beautiful kill out of that. Strap finding 2. Wow, huge. Crown Crusaders dropping. Massive 2-piece. And the route coming in from Rep. Some beautiful timing. The stun actually perfect.
But no! Crown Crusaders are able to get it. They're able to mitigate disaster, and they force the bracket reset.
And that right there is not just the first win in the series Crown Crusaders have had against Speedy White Men in the last 5 matchups, but it's also one of the most important series to win to finally level the playing field here in this best of 5 bracket reset. We're going on even terms now. Speedy White Men have one last shot, one last opportunity to see their way to a championship victory. But in the same token of gratitude, not only have Crusaders worked their arse off to get to this stage, but they now have 5 maps. 3 of those need to be wins, separating them from victory. It's almost imminent this round rather than the last.
Speedy White Men, they're so fast. They make Sonic look like he's standing still as they're trying to make the hit on in. Bomb does go down, though, off the miraculous Kobe from Noisy. That's just going to give full assault for the side of the Crown Crusaders.
Starts, I hope this would improve now. In addition to Marco, will actually be a good thing for them.
Well, let's see how it all pans out. P1 is online. Map 1 is ready to go. The Destro Gaming Showcase Grand Finals are here and ready. Folks, it comes down to this. When we all started, 8 teams stood, but now just 3 remain. Welcome into the Premier Circuit Destro Showcase. My name is Quinn, better known as Colorblind, joined with Connie and Connie. It's coming down to this right here. We're kicking things off with the lower finals. Talk to me, man. A lot has come up to this.
Absolutely, and we had a feeder event already in the North Carolina Bear Claw Major 3, where a large portion of the 3 teams on display for you today have competed even as well. Speedy White Men being in the grand final sets up quite an impressive series for us ahead. More or less, though, with Destro and with Crusaders, that really is the first match lined up for you.
One into this hill. Derek will find one. Comes down to Pop with the long range.
Yeah, but Pop's nowhere near sight. Conwell lost it 1v1 on Bob. Oh my goodness, huge shots for Pop. And he's gonna go right for the reach out. That's Aura. It's going hard.
Yeah, SCP just continues to add insult to injury. And for Crown Crusaders, I mean, they can't even buy time on a hill. They can't even buy a kill. Hyde is going to send the shots into the body. And I mean, just...
They're trying to get in quick. They're trying to get in this A side and not leave it up to chance. Speedy White Man with the first engagements. Vilu continuing to fly out. He finds 2 by 3. Finding the 4th almost. My goodness, what has just happened? Mowed down 1 by 1. Single-handedly, Vilu cutting down every player. They tried to go for a blitz. It didn't happen. Conwell actually getting that last kill, but Vilu, he has been a man who's been everything for this squad every single time where it matters. My goodness.
We call that a man-possessed Remy, and why wouldn't we?
Yeah, and they're kind of split right now as well. Conwell on the other side of the map and Syndicate on the offense. They're going to get the bomb down and put themselves into a great post-plant scenario. But as I say that, Careful got a wall bang. What the heck was that? I mean, we're at the end of the game and
Something hard clear.
Do we know that he's in this corner? It's not particularly going to matter. 1v2 now. Bomb goes down. Noisy. Gonna have to pull off some heroics. The turn and burn. Noisy. Oh my goodness. Crown Crusaders notched the point on the board. Yes, indeed. Man, the myth, the legend. Gonna find the round. That is nasty.
4 bullets to the chest, damaging at any range. Speedy White Man just having to jump off. I mean, listen, the weapon and range and timing of that kill just simply was not going to be
on in kind. Conwell will fall. That's a big kill for the side of SGP. Careful trying to get a very aggressive approach going in, but cannot get through Hyde, who's going to line all 3 up and bring him down. My goodness. Man, skeet shooting out here.
Careful missed the jump into top broken.
But we've come to an uncustomary stall here as everybody's just comfortable being
Black Ops
stalled.
6 is going to be out by the time someone makes a play, and I actually quite like this call. Just wait until somebody makes a move, and it's going to be Encourage who's going to be spotted out. And now immediately, Crown Crusaders are rolling on that after our standstill stalemate. Hyde is the last player remaining. He does find one. He's got to wait for support, and now it's going to be a cutoff at the half wall. Crown Crusaders are through, but hold on a second. Someone slipped the net. That's Derek, 27 HP. Can he stay alive? 6 respawns for Crown Crusaders, but they're still getting progress.
Still getting progress here. Careful is going to shut down Encourage, and just one after another, the Crown Crusaders are batting them out of the building. 5-4. Crown Crusaders, no respawns remaining, but they're getting all that time on the board. SGP spawning so far away, they can't get into the hill. They can't touch. Crown Crusaders are going to keep themselves alive.
Crown Crusaders Pop trying his best all down the gravitas and finds one with the pistol. Can he stay alive? He's going to have some time to break, Quinn.
41 seconds left on the board. It comes down to S&D 1v2 clutch, spotting the first out, getting shifty behind that diner. He's gonna pop the dead silence as well, but the stun's gonna come through and he's gonna have to hit the deck. They know exactly where he is, but he's found the wraparound. First kill on the board. Comes down to the 1v1. Derek versus Gravitism. Gravitism with the wraparound. Big plays here being made, but where is he? That is the question.
He didn't see him. He doesn't know. He's checked everything else though, so surely he knows where it is. Is it going to be another showdown? No! Gravitism gets the 1v1! Keeps Crusaders alive! We are watching a masterclass / entertaining as fuck. Hit the beeper, Quinn. As fuck. What a freaking round. Not that beeper. What a round, man. This
Have enough to make the play over towards the new hill. But that being said, Mansions has found the first kill, and if he can get this win off onto Millie, who sends some shots in, this could be big.
I don't believe it. 6 seconds,
my God.
maybe less than that.
Speedy White Men back on for the time. They have maybe just about done it. Mansions will get the kill to go, and the Speedy White Men find it on map number 4, bringing us to Invasion S&D.
Warfare, massive kill out of Dan Rahulio. Now it's Nico on this point, trying to stay alive, gets a 2-piece, huge out of him, continuing to line up these players, 2 more in his sights. You cannot kill Nico! 4 out of Nico! Disgusting now as he sets up on this point.
Licking your fingers after that one. That's a...
Rep going for a very deep route. I don't know if Steve-O's quite going to be expecting it. They are trying to look for it. Rep might be caught on the timing. Never mind, he actually gets behind Yin. He's trying to play trigger discipline now. He has no idea where he's at. Beautiful kill out of that. Strap finding 2. Wow, huge. Crown Crusaders dropping. Massive 2-piece. And the route coming in from Rep. Some beautiful timing. The stun actually perfect.
But no! Crown Crusaders are able to get it. They're able to mitigate disaster, and they force the bracket reset.
And that right there is not just the first win in the series Crown Crusaders have had against Speedy White Men in the last 5 matchups, but it's also one of the most important series to win to finally level the playing field here in this best of 5 bracket reset. We're going on even terms now. Speedy White Men have one last shot, one last opportunity to see their way to a championship victory. But in the same token of gratitude, not only have Crusaders worked their arse off to get to this stage, but they now have 5 maps. 3 of those need to be wins, separating them from victory. It's almost imminent this round rather than the last.
Speedy White Men, they're so fast. They make Sonic look like he's standing still as they're trying to make the hit on in. Bomb does go down, though, off the miraculous Kobe from Noisy. That's just going to give a full assault for the side of the Crown Crusaders.
The starts, I hope this would improve now. In addition to Marco, will actually be a good thing for them.
Well, let's see how it all pans out. P1 is online. Map 1 is ready to go. The Destro Gaming Showcase Grand Finals are here and ready. Folks, it comes down to this. When we all started, 8 teams stood, but now just 3 remain. Welcome into the Premier Circuit Destro Showcase. My name is Quinn, better known as Colorblind, joined with Connie and Connie. It's coming down to this right here. We're kicking things off with the lower finals. Talk to me, man. A lot has come up to this.
Absolutely, and we had a feeder event already in the North Carolina Bear Claw Major 3, where a large portion of the 3 teams on display for you today have competed even as well. Speedy White Men being in the grand final sets up quite an impressive series for us ahead. More or less, though, with Destro and with Crusaders, that really is the first match lined up for you.
One into this hill. Derek will find one. Comes down to Pop with the long range.
Yeah, but Pop's nowhere near sight. Conwell lost it 1v1 on Bob. Oh my goodness, huge shots for Pop. And he's gonna go right for the reach out. That's Aura. It's going hard.
Yeah, SCP just continues to add insult to injury. And for Crown Crusaders, I mean, they can't even buy time on a hill. They can't even buy a kill. Hyde is going to send the shots into the body. And I mean, just...
They're trying to get in quick. They're trying to get in this A side and not leave it up to chance. Speedy White Men with the first engagements. Vilu continuing to fly out. He finds 2 by 3. Finding the 4th almost. My goodness, what has just happened? Mowed down 1 by 1. Single-handedly, Vilu cutting down every player. They tried to go for a blitz. It didn't happen. Conwell actually getting that last kill, but Vilu, he has been a man who's been everything for this squad every single time where it matters. My goodness.
We call that a man-possessed Remy, and why wouldn't we?
Yeah, and they're kind of split right now as well. Conwell on the other side of the map and Syndicate on the offense. They're going to get the bomb down and put themselves into a great post-plant scenario. But as I say that, Careful got a wall bang. What the heck was that? I mean, we're at the end of the game and
Something hard clear.
Do we know that he's in this corner? It's not particularly gonna matter. 1v2 now. Bomb goes down, Noisy. Gonna have to pull off some heroics. The turn and burn, Noisy! Oh my goodness! Crown Crusaders notched the point on the board. The S&D man, the myth, the legend. Is gonna find the round. That is nasty.
4 bullets to the chest, damaging at any range. Speedy White Man just having to jump off. Listen, the weapon and range and timing of that kill just simply was not going to be
In kind. Conwa will fall. That's a big kill for the side of SGP. Careful trying to get a very aggressive approach going in, but cannot get through Hyde, who's going to line all 3 up and bring him down. My goodness. Man, skeet shooting out here.
careful missed the jump into top broken.
But we've come to an uncustomary stall here as everybody's just comfortable being
Black Ops
stalled.
6 is going to be out by the time someone makes a play, and I actually quite like this call. Just wait until somebody makes a move, and it's going to be Encourage who's going to be spotted out. And now immediately, Crown Crusaders are rolling on that after our standstill stalemate. Hyde is the last player remaining. He does find one. He's got to wait for support, and now it's going to be a cutoff at the half wall. Crown Crusaders are through, but hold on a second. Someone slipped the net. That's Derek, 27 HP. Can he stay alive? 6 respawns for Crown Crusaders, but they're still getting progress.
Still getting progress here. Careful is going to shut down Encourage, and just one after another, the Crown Crusaders are batting them out of the building. 5-4. Crown Crusaders, no respawns remaining, but they're getting all that time on the board. SGP spawning so far away, they can't get into the hill. They can't touch. Crown Crusaders are going to keep themselves alive.
Crown Crusaders pop, trying his best, all down the gravitas, and finds one with the pistol. Can he stay alive? He's gonna have some time to break, Quinn.
41 seconds left on the board. It comes down to S&D 1v2 clutch, spotting the first out, getting shifty behind that diner. He's gonna pop the dead silence as well, but the stun's gonna come through and he's gonna have to hit the deck. They know exactly where he is, but he's found the wraparound. First kill on the board comes down to the 1v1. Derek versus Gravitism. Gravitism with the wraparound. Big plays here being made, but where is he? That is the question.
He didn't see him. He doesn't know. He's checked everything else though, so surely he knows where it is. Is it gonna be another showdown? No! Gravitism gets the 1v1! Keeps Crusaders alive! We are watching a masterclass / entertaining as fuck. Hit the beeper, Quinn. As fuck. What a freaking round. Not that beeper. What a round, man. This
Have enough to make the play over towards the new hill. But that being said, Mansions has found the first kill, and if he can get this win off onto Millie, who sends some shots in, this could be big.
I don't believe it. 6 seconds,
my God.
maybe less than that.
Speedy White Men back on for the time. They have maybe just about done it. Mansions will get the kill to go, and the Speedy White Men find it on map number 4, bringing us to Invasion S&D.
Warfare, massive kill out of Dan Rahulio. Now it's Nico on this point, trying to stay alive, gets a 2-piece, huge out of him, continuing to line up these players. 2 more in his sights. You cannot kill Nico! 4 out of Nico. Disgusting now as he sets up on this point.
Licking your fingers after that one. That's a
Rep going for a very deep route. I don't know if Steve-O's quite going to be expecting it. They are trying to look for it. Rep might be caught on the timing. Never mind, he actually gets behind Yin. He's trying to play trigger discipline now. He has no idea where he's at. Beautiful kill out of that. Strap finding 2. Wow, huge. Crown Crusaders dropping. Massive 2-piece. And the route coming in from Rep. Some beautiful timing. The stun, actually perfect.
But no! Crown Crusaders are able to get it. They're able to mitigate disaster, and they force the bracket reset.
And that right there is not just the first win in the series Crown Crusaders have had against Speedy White Men in the last 5 matchups, but it's also one of the most important series to win to finally level the playing field here in this best of 5 bracket reset. We're going on even terms now. Speedy White Men have one last shot, one last opportunity to see their way to a championship victory. But in the same token of gratitude, not only have Crusaders worked their arse off to get to this stage, but they now have 5 maps. 3 of those need to be wins, separating them from victory. It's almost imminent this round rather than the last.
Speedy White Men, they're so fast. They make Sonic look like he's standing still as they're trying to make the hit on in. Bomb does go down, though, off the miraculous Kobe from Noisy. That's just going to give a full assault for the side of the Crown Crusaders.
Starts, hope this would improve now. In addition to Marco, will actually be a good thing for them.
Well, let's see how it all pans out. P1 is online, Map 1 is ready to go. The Destro Gaming Showcase Grand Finals are here and ready. Folks, it comes down to this. When we all started, 8 teams stood, but now just 3 remain. Welcome into the Premier Circuit Destro Showcase. My name is Quinn, better known as Colorblind, joined with Connie and Connie. It's coming down to this right here. We're kicking things off with the lower finals. Talk to me, man. A lot has come up to this.
Absolutely, and we had a feeder event already in the North Carolina Bear Claw Major 3, where a large portion of the 3 teams on display for you today have competed even as well. Speedy White Men being in the grand final sets up quite an impressive series for us ahead. More or less, though, with Destro and with Crusaders, that really is the first match lined up for you.
One into this hill. Derek will find one. Comes down to Pop with the long range.
Yeah, but Pop's nowhere near sight. Conwell lost at 1v1 on Bob. Oh my goodness, huge shots for Pop. And he's gonna go right for the reach out. That's Aura. It's going hard.
Yeah, SCP just continues to add insult to injury. And for Crown Crusaders, I mean, they can't even buy time on a hill. They can't even buy a kill. Hyde is going to send the shots into the body. And I mean, just...
They're trying to get in quick. They're trying to get in this A side and not leave it up to chance. Speedy One Man with the first engagements. Vilu continuing to fly out. He finds 2 by 3. Finding the 4th almost. My goodness, what has just happened? Mowed down 1 by 1. Single-handedly, Vilu cutting down every player. They tried to go for a blitz. It didn't happen. Conwell actually getting that last kill, but Vilu, he has been a man who's been everything for this squad every single time where it matters. My goodness.
We call that a man possessed, Remy, and why wouldn't we?
Yeah, and they're kind of split right now as well. Conwell on the other side of the map and Syndicate on the offense. They're going to get the bomb down and put themselves into a great post-plant scenario. But as I say that, Careful got a wall bang. What the heck was that? I mean, we're at the end of the game and
Spotting hard clear.
Do we know that he's in this corner? It's not particularly going to matter. 1v2 now. Bomb goes down, Noisy. Gonna have to pull off some heroics. The turn and burn, Noisy! Oh my goodness! Crown Crusaders notched the point on the board. The S&D man, the myth, the legend. He's gonna find the round. That is nasty.
4 bullets to the chest, damaging at any range. Speedy White Man just having to jump off. I mean, listen, the weapon and range and timing of that kill just simply was not going to be
on in kind. Conwell will fall. That's a big kill for the side of SGP. Careful trying to get a very aggressive approach going in, but cannot get through Hyde, who's going to line all 3 up and bring him down. My goodness. Man, skeet shooting out here.
Careful missed the jump into top broken.
But we've come to an uncustomary stall here as everybody's just comfortable being
Black Ops
stalled.
6 is going to be out by the time someone makes a play, and I actually quite like this call. Just wait until somebody makes a move, and it's going to be Encourage who's going to be spotted out. And now immediately, Crown Crusaders are rolling on that after our standstill stalemate. Hyde is the last player remaining. He does find one. He's got to wait for support. And now it's going to be a cutoff at the half wall. Crown Crusaders are through, but hold on a second. Someone slipped the net. That's Derek. 27 HP. Can he stay alive? 6 respawns for Crown Crusaders, but they're still getting progress.
Still getting progress here. Careful is going to shut down Encourage, and just one after another, the Crown Crusaders are batting them out of the building. 5-4. Crown Crusaders, no respawns remaining, but they're getting all that time on the board. SGP is spawning so far away, they can't get into the hill. They can't touch. Crown Crusaders are going to keep themselves alive.
Crown Crusaders Pop trying his best all down the gravitas and finds one with the pistol. Can he stay alive? He's going to have some time to break, Quinn.
41 seconds left on the board. It comes down to S&D 1v2 clutch, spotting the first out, getting shifty behind that diner. He's gonna pop the dead silence as well, but the stun's gonna come through and he's gonna have to hit the deck. They know exactly where he is, but he's found the wraparound. First kill on the board comes down to the 1v1. Derek versus Gravitism. Gravitism with the wraparound. Big plays here being made, but where is he? That is the question.
He didn't see him. He doesn't know. He's checked everything else though, so surely he knows where it is. Is it going to be another showdown? No! Gravitism gets the 1v1! Keeps Crusaders alive! We are watching a masterclass / entertaining as fuck. Hit the beeper, Quinn. As fuck. What a freaking round. Not that beeper. What a round, man. This is
have enough to make the play over towards the new hill. But that being said, Mansions has found the first kill, and if he can get this win off onto Millie, who sends some shots in, this could be big.
I don't believe it. 6 seconds.
Oh my God.
Maybe less than that.
Speedy White Men back on for the time. They have maybe just about done it. Manches will get the kill to go, and the Speedy White Men find it on map number 4, bringing us to Invasion S&D.
Warfare, massive kill out of Dan Rahulio. Now it's Nico on this point, trying to stay alive, gets a 2-piece, huge out of him, continuing to line up these players, 2 more in his sights. You cannot kill Nico! 4 out of Nico! Disgusting now as he sets up on this point.
Licking your fingers after that one. That's a...
Rep going for a very deep route. I don't know if Steve-O's quite going to be expecting it. They are trying to look for it. Rep might be caught on the timing. Never mind, he actually gets behind Yin. He's trying to play trigger discipline now. He has no idea where he's at. Beautiful kill out of that. Strap finding 2. Wow, huge. Crown Crusaders dropping. Massive 2-piece. And the route coming in from Rep. Some beautiful timing. The stun, actually perfect.
But no! Crown Crusaders are able to get it. They're able to mitigate disaster, and they force the bracket reset.
And that right there is not just the first win in the series Crown Crusaders have had against Speedy White Men in the last 5 matchups, but it's also one of the most important series to win to finally level the playing field here in this best of 5 bracket reset. We're going on even terms now. Speedy White Men have one last shot, one last opportunity to see their way to a championship victory. But in the same token of gratitude, not only have Crusaders worked their arse off to get to this stage, but they now have 5 maps. 3 of those need to be wins, separating them from victory. It's almost imminent this round rather than the last.
Speedy White Men, they're so fast. They make Sonic look like he's standing still as they're trying to make the hit on in. Bomb does go down, though, off the miraculous Kobe from Noisy. That's just going to give full assault for the side of the Crown Crusaders.
The starts, I hope this would improve now. In addition to Marco, will actually be a good thing for them.
Well, let's see how it all pans out. P1 is online. Map 1 is ready to go. The Destro Gaming Showcase Grand Finals are here and ready. Folks, it comes down to this. When we all started, 8 teams stood, but now just 3 remain. Welcome into the Premier Circuit Destro Showcase. My name is Quinn, better known as Colorblind, joined with Connie and Connie. It's coming down to this right here. We're kicking things off with the lower finals. Talk to me, man. A lot has come up to this.
Absolutely, and we had a feeder event already in the North Carolina Bear Claw Major 3, where a large portion of the 3 teams on display for you today have competed even as well. Speedy White Men being in the grand final sets up quite an impressive series for us ahead. More or less, though, with Destro and with Crusaders, that really is the first match lined up for you.
On into this hill, Derek will find 1. Comes down to Pop with the long range.
Yeah, but Pop's nowhere near sight. Conwell lost 1v1 on Bob. Oh my goodness, huge shots from Pop. And he's gonna go right for the reach out. That's Aura. It's going hard.
Yeah, SCP just continues to add insult to injury. And for Crown Crusaders, I mean, they can't even buy time on a hill. They can't even buy a kill. Hyde is going to send the shots into the body. And I mean, just...
They're trying to get in quick. They're trying to get in this A side and not leave it up to chance. Speedy White Men with the first engagement. Vilu continuing to fly out. He finds 2 by 3. Finding the 4th almost. My goodness, what has just happened? Mowed down 1 by 1. Single-handedly, Vilu cutting down every player. They tried to go for a blitz. It didn't happen. Conwell actually getting that last kill, but Vilu, he has been a man who's been everything for this squad every single time where it matters. My goodness.
We call that a man-possessed Remy, and why wouldn't we?
Yeah, and they're kind of split right now as well. Conwell on the other side of the map and Syndicate on the offense. They're going to get the bomb down and put themselves into a great post-plant scenario. But as I say that, Careful got a wall bang. What the heck was that? I mean, we're at the end of the game and spotting
hard clear.
Do we know that he's in this corner? It's not particularly gonna matter. 1v2 now. Bomb goes down, Noisy. Gonna have to pull off some heroics. The turn and burn, Noisy! Oh my goodness! Crown Crusaders notch the point on the board. The S&D man, the myth, the legend. He's gonna find the round. That is nasty.
4 bullets to the chest, damaging at any range. Speedy White Men just having to jump off. I mean, listen, the weapon and range and timing of that kill just simply was not going to be
on in kind. Conwell will fall. That's a big kill for the side of SGP. Careful trying to get a very aggressive approach going in, but cannot get through Hyde, who's going to line all 3 up and bring him down. My goodness. Man, skeet shooting out here.
Careful missed the jump into top broken.
But we've come to a uncustomary stall here as everybody's just comfortable being
Black Ops
stalled.
6 is going to be out by the time someone makes a play, and I actually quite like this call. Just wait until somebody makes a move, and it's going to be Encourage who's going to be spotted out. And now immediately, Crown Crusaders are rolling on that after our standstill stalemate. Hyde is the last player remaining. He does find one. He's got to wait for support, and now it's going to be a cutoff at the half wall. Crown Crusaders are through, but hold on a second. Someone slipped the net. That's Derek, 27 HP. Can he stay alive? 6 respawns for Crown Crusaders, but they're still getting progress.
Still getting progress here. Careful is going to shut down Encourage, and just one after another, the Crown Crusaders are batting them out of the building. 5-4. Crown Crusaders, no respawns remaining, but they're getting all that time on the board. SGP spawning so far away, they can't get into the hill. They can't touch. Crown Crusaders are going to keep themselves alive.
Crown Crusaders pop, trying his best. All down the Gravitism, finds one with the pistol. Can he stay alive? He's going to have some time to break, Quinn.
41 seconds left on the board. It comes down to S&D 1v2 clutch, spotting the first out, getting shifty behind that diner. He's gonna pop the dead silence as well, but the stun's gonna come through and he's gonna have to hit the deck. They know exactly where he is, but he's found the wraparound. First kill on the board. Comes down to the 1v1. Derek versus Gravitism. Gravitism with the wraparound. Big plays here being made, but where is he? That is the question.
He didn't see him. He doesn't know. He's checked everything else, though, so surely he knows where it is. Is it going to be another showdown? No! Gravitism gets the 1v1! Keeps Crusaders alive! We are watching a masterclass / entertaining as fuck. Hit the beeper, Quinn. As fuck. What a freaking round. Not that beeper. What a round, man. This is
Have enough to make the play over towards the new hill. But that being said, Mansions has found the first kill, and if he can get this win off onto Millie... Oh. Well, folks, it comes down to this. As Premier Circuit's Crown Crusaders showcase its championship Saturday, and Matt is here. Matt is ready to send off MW3 once and for all. 8 teams entered bracket play, just 2 remain. 1 will stand and 2 stand in the booth. Now, this SGP Syndicate taking on Omit Brooklyn in our first best of 5 of a potential 2.
Yeah, it could be the bracket reset on the horizon. Both of these teams of Crusaders have made it all the way here, and only one can claim the crown here at the Farewell Modern Warfare 3 tournament. And looking at our map set here, we're getting kicked off a more accustomed to map of a Rio hardpoint. Karachi S&D to follow, high-rise control, and if we needed a 6-star hardpoint and invasion S&D, Quinn, you talk about getting it started off hot, you talk about the headbutts ensuing. Both of these teams looking to head up, chow up, and ready to go here, judging from this map set.
Yeah, and again, it's a rematch of the Ohio LAN as well. Omit Brooklyn won that 3-0, but it's the same thing in a different font when we talk about the paths to get to this point. This time, SGP Syndicate went on that winner's bracket run. They took down the Speedy White Men 3-2, consistently 3-0 outside of that. They did win by a forfeit against LO6 in the winners finals, but don't let that fool you into thinking that they don't deserve this placement. Encourage, Hyde, Bink, and Derek have more than proven themselves. A little bit of context. Encourage and Hyde, those are the 2 players from the Ohio LAN. Bink and Derek switching in for Arcides and Paul X. And talk to me a little bit, Matt, about Omit's different approach to getting to this point.
Yeah, it's a little bit more, different than what they're accustomed to, you'd like to say. Almost flawless there on LAN. It's been a few hiccups for them coming out through this loser's bracket, but looking dominant in the S&Ds, even getting a Neslo this late into the year over day by day, and it sets them up with this matchup. And as you know, you talk about the 2 players joining this team. This is a very young and gun squad coming from both sides here. Got a lot of rivalries, got bad blood between both of these teams, and only one can stand tall here as we finish up Modern Warfare 3, Quinn. It's been such a long season, such a long grueler of a tournament even to get to this point. And it all comes down to potentially 2 more best of 5s.
Folks, it all comes down to this, what could potentially be one of, if not the last, MW3 events that you watch. Do keep an eye on Twitter, though. Omit Brooklyn versus SGP Syndicate. Winner becomes your winner of the Crown Crusaders Showcase live from the Premier Circuit. You talked a little bit about the teams as well. When we talk about Omit Brooklyn, despite the fact that this is a loser's bracket run from them, it is Ryan, it is Sparks, it is Mercules, it is Abe. all of these players were there when they won on LAN. Now the question becomes, hey, is the online a little bit different? Does that give the opening for SGP Syndicate with this slightly new roster, the new 2 players coming in? Or does Omit Brooklyn prove, hey, you know what? We're the same as we were online as we are on LAN? That's the question. Would have to force a bracket reset, though, of course, to win.
Yeah, I mean, Mount Everest kind of set up in front of them as this 4-stack from the side of SGP has looked pretty much flawless. You alluded to it a little bit, a map 5 victory over the Speedy White Men, but outside of that, it has been flawless performance after flawless performance. But we talked about it. It's bad blood between these teams. These teams do not like each other, but they love to play against each other, wanting to prove themselves. We had some elongated, from the Monty cams going from both sides. There's been, claims of onliners from the side of Omit going to SGP. It's bad blood, and it's exactly the kind of grand finals matchup that you love to see, especially here at the Premier Circuit. Both these teams raring to go, and I know we are too as well. Just a few more moments before we head into this battle. I mean, Quinn, any kind of predictions you can give me here leading into this one?
I mean, again, it's 2 teams, 2 young gun teams. There's no better way to close out an MW3 season. Of course, on paper, again, with it being a rematch of the Ohio LAN, Omit did take that 3-0 last time we saw these teams. But again, SGP looking a little bit different this time. The old dogs have been traded out. The new dogs are in. Bink and Derek have been showing out and showing up for this roster. I mean, you talk about it. They have all the momentum going into this. Have definitely been in the wings waiting for a little while, though. Maybe a little cold to get to the controller, which might play a little bit nicely into Omit Brooklyn. That's their early win condition. We talk about Omit Brooklyn, though, again, coming in from the losers bracket. There's a reason why they went down there in the first place. SGP Syndicate has been dominant to this point. No real holes in their game to be seen, unless Omit Brooklyn can find them.
Yeah, and that has been their type of kryptonite, right? Even going back to the Ohio LAN, it was flawless performance after flawless performance outside of when they played Omit Brooklyn 2 series against them, one in the bracket play, and of course one in grand finals, but both in 3-0 fashion. So this SGP squad has not garnered a map win over Omit Brooklyn in quite some time, even dating back to that LAN. It's going to be something that's kind of in the back door of your mental, right? Something that's always going to be looming around is this team has had your number time and time again. Do they have the mental edge here, though, online, which again has been a big dispute from both of these teams. Omit with the success online, kind of calling the teams of SGP onliners. We've had a couple of Monty cams going back and forth between each teams. I mean, this has all the buildings of what could be an incredible series, and I think, something to touch on as well is both of these teams sporting a lot of very young talent, right? We saw a lot of these guys growing up in the U18 scene through that last year of Modern Warfare 2, and now here in Modern Warfare 3, you can tell they are aged out. They are ready to go, ready to get into that challengers action and dominating some of the best competition.
Oh, absolutely. Folks, the narratives are set. We are about ready to jump on into the action, but we're still getting a few things set up on the back end. We're going to go ahead, cut it to a very quick break, but I emphasize a very quick break. Do not go anywhere. You're not going to want to miss a second of the grand finals for the Premier Circuit Crown Crusaders Showcase. Into this hill, Derek will find one, comes down to Pop with the long range.
Yeah, but Pop's nowhere near sight. Conwell lost at 1v1 on Bob. Oh my goodness, huge shots from Pop. And he's gonna go right for the reach out. That's Aura. It's going hard.
Yeah, SGP just continues to add insult to injury. And for Crown Crusaders, I mean, they can't even buy time on a hill. They can't even buy a kill. Hyde is going to send the shots into the body. And I mean, just...
They're trying to get in quick. They're trying to get in this A side and not leave it up to chance. Speedy One Man with the first engagement. Vilu continuing to fly out. He finds 2 by 3. Finding the 4th almost. My goodness, what has just happened? Mowed down 1 by 1. Single-handedly Vilu cutting down every player. They tried to go for a blitz. It didn't happen. Conwell actually getting that last kill.
All right, folks, here we go. We are here. We are ready to go. We did say it's going to be quick. Rio Hardpoint coming up on the docket as we kick off our grand finals between SGP Syndicate and Omit Brooklyn and P1 already online.
Seemingly so long for us to get here, but the moment is now, and here we go. Omit Brooklyn into the hill early, getting that early time off of it, but P2, the name of the game is it's a couple of trades that go back and forth for either which team, and now the hit on in from SGP.
SGP gonna make the early hit. They're going to get that early time on the board. On top of that, they're also going to have those spawns over towards P2. They can maintain their control in P1.
And now it's early shots in from the side of SGP. You get those couple of dead in the feed, and you can start garnering some of this time as well. As you mentioned it, Omit Brooklyn definitely stuck on the back foot now in terms of the spawns and rotations, and still 20 seconds left to garner here. Sparks will be able to find an entry frag on in, but not quite able to get anything as semblance on the hill. And now SGP gonna force Omit Brooklyn to start thinking about the rotation as they head over themselves to that P2 side.
SGP trying to get in that early driver seat, a couple of key kills in. The hill is going to completely shut them down, but they've got to start the rotation on in. Derek's the only player that's going to stand over towards P2. SGP will be very quick to ignite themselves into the hill, but that kill is going to force them to spawn back ever so slightly as Omit starting to hit in it.
Yeah, it's going to be the hit from the front here that has to be good, but it's hide from around the backside. Good for one, good for two. Almost lining up the third, but it's the two cleanup kills from Encourage and Bink that will light up the kill feed pink, and it's going to be SGP that has locked down this P2, and what a start to this map 1.
What a start on this map 1 for Hyde, especially 7-0. Again, we talk about the Halo invisibility cloak. This man is wearing it, and then some now on the truck heady, just completely beaming players.
Yeah, I mean, now almost up to 8. No, now gonna drop, but it's still SGP that has made this perfect 60 so far here off of P2, off of a dominant really start off of that P1, and you can already tell, starting to hit those early rotations on. 1 player left of the scrap, 3 players, starting to force the issue towards new.
SGP is going to have to fight their way on into this because Omit's going to have those early spawns. They're going to have that early setup. But the question is, how strong can this setup remain? Now, New Hill online.
New Hill online, and Bink immediately taking down Ryan Abe from around the side, but not going to be able to find more than one, and it will be Omit Brooklyn. Like you said, they are here around the time, but not quite in it yet, just trying to kind of bait out some of these chows from SGP. Sparks will get the first entry frag on in, but traded right back out onto Mercules, and it is just trade for trade. We go! Pinstripes in the kill feed, the slide on in, but not going to quite happen as Omit Brooklyn will hold it down for now, but big 1v1s towards the back.
Both teams trying to cement themselves in the hill, but so far neither are going to be able to, as it's just white hill time. Eventually, Omit Brooklyn is going to have enough personnel to hop on for the time, but again, SGP just swarming this hill like ants as they're right back in for the hit.
Right back in for the hit, right back in for the time. Sparks and Ryan able to combine for 2, try to get themselves back in here, and it's a good start for Omit Brooklyn to start to garner a little bit of time, but you gotta get Encourage out of there, and for the moment have done so. But still, SGP finding ways to get onto this hill and finding ways to just not allow Omit Brooklyn any time whatsoever. Now heading over toward the P4 side of the map, Omit Brooklyn locked, cocked, and ready to rock.
They're going to have these rotations ready to go, but it just feels like SGP, it's a matter of moments until they're able to make the break on in. First player does go down main. That's going to be Abe locking things down in mid, but now SGP trying to hit from the bottom side. A couple of key kills are going to swing their way in the early set. Now Mercules, the last player who can stand, is going to fall, and SGP are in.
And SGP are in an emphatic fashion. You still have 1 player here from Omit Brooklyn to be able to do something, but immediately the 3 dead in the feed as SGP Syndicate seemingly breaking at will right now. Omit Brooklyn, they're fast though on the re-aggress, and can they find the re-break in?
Gonna have to do it here and now. They're already starting to fall into that driver's side window. SGP getting all the key kills that they could possibly ask for. Abe trying to do his best impression of Hyde before he has to dive onto the hill. Will lose his life in the afterlife. God. He goes. Derek just continuing to pick up the pieces. Mercules, the last player standing, will eventually be able to alleviate the pressure. Gives Omit a little bit of scrap time, but SGP, they do not care. They're already rotating over towards P5.
I was about to say the quick flip out for Omit Brooklyn actually ends up hurting them. You only really have Ryan over here towards this P5 side until the reinforcements are able to come through. This is all SGP. You can tell early time on the hill, cutoff crosses set up in every direction. And I mean, Quinn, right now for Omit Brooklyn, you have not even found your first step, let alone a semblance of success so far here in this map. We are almost through the first set of rotations. You have garnered not even 40 points.
We talk about this first set of rotations, this P5 to P1 parlay. It's so very big. That's exactly why Omit is going to send all of the hijinks on in, send the kitchen sink, and it will work. It will take SGP off of this hill, and it's really the first opportunity for footing Omit has had to this point.
And now a couple of key kills as well in the kill feed. Gonna help out Omit Brooklyn, especially in the terms of this scrap time. You have Abe kind of lurking over towards this P1 as well. A couple of dead on the hit for SGP. And now the hit starts to come through for SGP on to new. Omit Brooklyn still holding the spawns down and still holding the time down on old.
SGP still trying to flirt over towards this new hill. Got a little bit of an establishment going. A couple of kills are going to swing their way as well. Brooklyn will have those P2 spawns, but that's not necessarily where they want to be placed at this point in the map. They're going to have to chow on it.
Yeah, they're going to have to sell their soul for this P1. They need the time. They need it desperately, but it's all SGP in the kill feed and all SGP in the hill, as well as you start to have some of these rotos starting over towards that P2 side of the map. If you're SGP, you're covering all of your bases, you're covering all the time, and right now seemingly working so well as a 4-stack.
This is really the opportunity if SGP wants to put them in the blender to do so, but a couple of kills in from the backside we go. Brooklyn getting what they need in this moment to solidify some time on the hill. SGP still spawning over towards the wrong side of the map for those P2 rotations. Omit has a little bit of breathing room.
Yeah, a lot of breathing room here if they're able to lock down the rest of the scrap, but as well, they have to make do on the P2 where they got broken into so easily as 1-for-1 trades start to ensue, and that's a big 15 seconds of scrap that's going to go the way of SGP. Derek the GOAT not going to allow any more chows on in. Omit Brooklyn cuts their losses, backs on up. And for this P2, Quinn almost down 90 points right now.
Yeah, this is not the start that Omid Brooklyn wants by any stretch of the imagination. They have to go and they have to lock this thing down. Still playing so aggressive, so far up, and SGP are just going to pick them apart every step of the way. And those respawns not looking very favorable. Spawning out in Narnia, it's just going to give SGP the opportunity to make the hit on in, get these kills on the board, and shut things down. Ryan still trying to reignite, though.
Yeah, Ryan's still kicking, still screaming, but it's the spawns for SGP that are going to allow those reinforcements right back in. Got to get some trophies down on the hill to negate the nade pressure, but for the moment, SGP Syndicate seemingly doing whatever they want. Bink now for the first entry, now Derek for the follow-up. We've got a couple more players over towards this ramp side just trying to cut their losses and get out of dodge. For the moment, SGP controlling every facet of the game.
You know, Brooklyn still trying to make the hits in for this scrap. They desperately do need it, but they also need to make these rotations. Luckily, those spawns going to be favorable over towards the new hill. SGP, once again, going to be tasked with the break, but Matt, it just feels like every time that they are in this spot, they are able to execute it to effortless perfection.
Yeah, and I mean, when you have this big of a lead, now up 110 points, you can afford to play the 30-30 hills, right? You can afford to take your time on the break, methodically find your way into some of these hills, and really just kind of force the white hill time out of Omit Brooklyn. It's such a perfect start to this hard point. Now just having to look for the finishing touches, but still, a lot of time we'll have to work with here on this P3.
SGP slow and steady as they make their way over towards this P3 side, but it might end up biting them. So Omit Brooklyn able to wipe them off the map, at least for this time. Now you start to turn your attention over towards this P4, again, potentially for SGP, who have a lot of time to work with in their back pocket, still trying to regress, though, into this P3 side, still trying to put Omid in the blender.
Yeah, you want that box of control for the P4 side of the map as well, as you mentioned, and now the hit trying to come on in. It's a couple of trades that go back and forth either which way. 14 seconds of scrap to go the way of Omit Brooklyn, and it's still, right now, still a mixy battle. Omit Brooklyn just hanging around, trying to make it a little bit more mixy than SGP would like, and now it's only a 50-point margin, but still starting to come through, and Derek 27 and 16 start and continuing to cook it up in the frying pan.
When you get that full 60 on the board, if you're Omit, how much does it really matter when SGP is just going to have this full clean setup over towards P4? They're going to get the kills to justify as well. Mercules, the only player that can really make a hit on into this hill anymore, is going to be hit up against the wall. SGP are in, looking to pocket a full 60.
Yeah, looking to pocket a full 60 right here, and still just enough time for them to be able to win it as well. A couple of trades start to ensue. Ryan going to pick up a huge two-piece to try to get the opening break. The cruise missile invested. Extra kills coming through, and SGP wipe you off the map as soon as you get started. Not enough time. A little bit of contention does come through there for Omit Brooklyn, so we'll at least go to a P5. But Quinn, still an 80-point margin that you'd have to find the comeback. It has to be perfect from here on out.
Omit Brooklyn was a little bit slow to rotate, but they're going to get the key kills that will set them up over towards this P5. They're also going to have those spawns as well. So this is very much not over by any stretch of the imagination, but still 9 points needed for SGP. They have a clear win condition here and now, just need a break.
Yeah, trophy systems in the hill, though, will negate the raid pressure for now, but how long until SGP finds that inevitable raid? Now starting to push the issue. Encourage on in. Shots for one. It's going to be the trophy that takes one out. There's a couple of trades that go either which way, but it's going to be Derek the GOAT that comes out on top.
Oh my god, Derek putting the GOAT in his name is going to lock this thing down. A one-man band, but a one-man symphony. Omit, they have to go, they have to touch, but won't be able to. SGP are going to come out frying on map 1.
And it may be an elongated break, but SGP, they seemingly shake all of the ring rust off almost immediately. Derek the GOAT, 32 and 17. We talked about it. Putting the GOAT in his name and putting his mark on this map. It is SGP Syndicate, 250 to 155, almost a 100-point margin of victory there in map number 1. You talk about setting the tone for the rest of this series, as well as Omit Brooklyn forced with the task of the bracket reset. It's a great start for SGP coming out into Grand Finals.
I mean, we talk about that break, obviously. Chat was lamenting it. It was a long one, but it might have actually played into SGP's ultimate plan, as they have a little bit of the mental reset to go. Omit coming off of that hot victory over the side of their previous foes. SGP forcing them to wait ever so slightly and put them on a more even keel, take away some of that momentum that was generated. That being said, Karachi SND coming up next, and SGP with a lot of early momentum.
Yeah, and I will say this, though, for the side of Omit Brooklyn, you come into this Karachi S&D, you didn't play very well in map 1, but this is where you kind of got your reset in the last series, right? It was Karachi S&D that seemed to be the main turnaround for them in that Neslo victory, which is something I think we also touched very little on. The Neslo against Day by Day in that last series. Hardpoint wasn't very favorable to them, especially coming down to the stretch, but that was a little bit different of a win, right? 25-second margin of victory, 3-second margin of victory in the last couple of hard points, 95-second margin of victory, 250 to 155. It was dominating from SGP. And again, I go back to that tone-setting map 1 win that you could carry into a Karachi, all in favor for SGP.
Oh yeah, very much so, but you do not want to overlook Omit and their S&D prowess. I mean, we talk about the last series that they were in, equally so. The S&D was really where they made their bread and butter. We also have the high-rise control. It's a very similar map set, actually, when you look at it, especially in the middle here. It's really just those back two maps that are changing things up ever so slightly. Karachi S&D coming up next, and you saw players like Abe just completely lose themselves on that map. And on the side of SGP, they're going to have to figure out a way to stop a player like Abe from putting on the Halo Invisibility Cloak.
Yeah, and we saw a couple of successful hits from the side of Abe and players in that first map, but I mean, it was the SGP players and their gunny ability that absolutely was on takeover mode. I mean, Hyde, it's like you talked about, starting off 8-0, just into the P2, just so influential so early on. And you talk about it on a map like Rio, building that early lead off the first couple of hills and having something to bank off of. Once they've got that 50, 60, 70-point lead, that you can play those 30 for 30 hills, you can play the white time when you need to. It just allows the map to open up so much for you and take so much pressure off your shoulders. And heading into the S&D, either the slowdown that Omit needs, or it may be that S&D prowess from SGP that we don't necessarily talk about enough just because of how successful it's been for Omit Brooklyn, considering the past couple of series.
Yeah, we talk about having fast starts. Obviously, it is one of those things that you want to see on a respawn, but it also does parlay ever so slightly into an S&D, especially on a map like Karachi, where you can get crafty, you can take some really interesting angles, and especially where it does kind of have that customary mid-hit off the top of the map, where you're really just going to get that first head-to-head engagement, no trophy systems in the equation, as both teams kind of just try and settle their balances early. Again, SGP showing that they have that quick go-getter attitude. Omit Brooklyn, a little bit slower on the hard point, might potentially, unfortunately, parlay into that S&D.
Yeah, and I think a big successful part of them coming from their last S&D performances was that early aggression, particularly on Karachi. As you said, taking the mid area, taking the space given, and really getting those early bomb plants. I mean, how many situations did we see, especially over towards that favorably B site for Omit, where they're getting the bomb down 20, 15 seconds into the round, immediately flipping the pressure, immediately flipping the script. And it forces you on the defensive side to almost play offense, right? We've got to break back into the site now. We've got to figure out how to get the defuse going. We've got to figure out how to break into this setup. It's something that Omit was able to do very, very well against Day by Day. And I know for Day by Day fans, you're tired of us mentioning it. The S&D woes a little bit in that one. You go from the two S&Ds that they just played, outscoring Day by Day by a total of 12 to 3 rounds throughout 2 maps.
First map is in the book now. Second map loading on in. Karachi S&D. Really, again, does Omit come in? Does Omit even up this series and continue to show that S&D prowess? Or does SGP come in and really put this series in a good 2-0 standing? That is our question as we enter the dimensions of Karachi.
Omit Brooklyn, tasked with getting that bomb down first on the attacking side. SGP looking to take some early aggression out towards this mid, and it's a little bit more of a standard hit from the side of Omit. A couple of players towards Coop's side, top third, and now the bomb trying to make its way early onto that side, which we know is what Omit loves to do.
SGP applying a lot of pressure over towards that B side. Shots are going to connect onto Abe, and that is the Halo Invisibility Cloak taken out of the equation. It just gives the full ride for SGP to push on forward, press the issue, and now completely left scrambling in the chicken coop like a bunch of chickens. Eventually their heads will be cut.
And we've seen Omit Brooklyn, though, hit those 2v4s before, but this one feels just a little bit different, a little bit of a taller task. The bomb still needing to get planted. Bink has this heady, has this bomb site control. Omit Brooklyn really stuck in this coop area. Not a lot of room to rotate over towards the A site either with these players on top positions. And now with 34 seconds left in the round, you have got to start to make a move.
Yeah, it has to happen here. It has to happen now. And it feels like they have to take these players off of the Overwatch, but that is easier said than done. Ryan will be able to find the first, but it might come at his own life as well, as that completely reignites SGP to continue to press the action. Now, once again, trying to gain this high ground is the bomb carrier. Behind is going to completely take him down with the bomb in no man's land. For Ryan, it's a tall task ahead. SGP will take the first round.
Yeah, I mean, just completely keeping the foot on the gas pedal, right? And something I love from SGP right there that I think day by day maybe fell into the bad form of doing is it's a 2v4 there. You have all the advantages in the world. You have to make them force the bomb plant. You have a 2-man advantage, and they had a beautiful horizontal line kind of set up across the map covering all their bases. And you just see those 4 pink arrows not moving a muscle, maybe checking a couple angles here and there, but not pushing when they don't need to. And that's that calculated aggression from SGP. It's proven time and time again so helpful for them in the S&D game mode.
Talk about the calculated aggression. That's exactly what you want to see on S&D, and it should parlay them into this attacker side round. Now the question becomes, what does Omit have in their arsenal to hold off the assault of SGP?
And right now, you can see it. Very passive setup, looking to maybe get the overextension out of Omit Brooklyn. We know it's been a problem for them in the past, and this is just a slow burn towards this A site, looking like that's where the bomb wants to make its way. Derek the Goat kind of checking angles here, trying to get the information onto him. And you can see these Omit Brooklyn players starting to kind of scramble, starting to wonder, where is SGP? Where in the world is Carmen Sandiego? Right now, over towards the A site.
Yeah, SGP, they took Abe out of the equation, and they took his Halo Invisibility Cloak with him. And Omit Brooklyn is just left completely scrambling until SGP decides to strike Abe once again, taken out of the early round. Mercules will get the information, though, from that death. Has that high ground to work with here, is trying to use the utility, but the trophy systems are down, and that's going to be absolutely God-given truth from the side of SGP.
And now they have to find this plant, though, and now as Ryan starts to ensue, Sparks as well. You light up the kill feed, and now only Derek the Goat left by himself. Not a lot he can do. He can find a couple, though, now. Interesting 1v1 situation. Now he's got to be on the chase. Sparks trying to get away with his life and not... Oh, he just... The hezzy going towards the bomb site will get the better of him. Not going to be able to find the defuse, and not going to be able to find the round.
That was so unbelievably close, Derek. You could just feel Sparks was sweating bullets. But he plays that perfectly down the stretch and continues to secure the round for Omit Brooklyn. Gives us those back-to-back swings from either which team. Now, once again, on the attacker side is Omit Brooklyn. Coming off of that defensive side, now has the opportunity to start to take some momentum.
And I like the passive play out of SGP there, but I think it just bites them in the butt a little bit there. Too long on the hold. You've got to force the issue a little bit longer, especially after that first blood. But now, already, early nades and early pressure towards the B site.
It's going to be very tagged up, but Hyde is going to be able to provide the pressure and provide the alleviation that is so desperately needed to justify this positioning. And Bink, the moment that he strikes is going to be a big one. No, unless Ryan is able to frag him right back. Hyde will be able to still maintain the player personnel for the side of SGP, so it leaves Omit, once again, all cooped up in chicken coop. They really don't have a lot of justification for this positioning to press forward.
No, and Bomb just trapped on a precarious spot with that player. Even still, he pops his head up in the wrong moment and absolutely will get ripped off. Ryan's kind of the man to make this play. He's trying to work around, trying to isolate one of these kills.
Oh my God.
Ends up going down himself. And now, Sparks, last left alive, 1v3, would have to make an absolute Hail Mary-like play.
30 seconds left, and realistically speaking, does not have any clearance to get this bomb down. Hyde just continues to frag out, but it looks like he knows where Hyde is going to be. Does he really? The chase is on! Trying to chase him down the stairs. He goes, denies the ace. With 17 seconds left on the clock, he's going to have to hit the left foot, right foot express over towards the other side of the map, potentially. It's a mixy decision here out of Sparks.
Yeah, I mean, he's just not going to have enough time to get this bomb planted. Too many players in too good of positions. And I mean, right there, all Sparks is trying to do, or rather, in the other side is just, he's trying to find that last kill. He's trying to find it, and he just gets baited out a little bit too long on the chase. Not enough time left to do anything with it. But I do like what you mentioned there, Quinn. I mean, if he takes that beam right turn over towards the A site, it is open plains towards that site. But, you know, X-rays, you know, they give us a little bit more of an advantage, right?
It's the little things that you learn when you get to watch the game with hacks on. I mean, neither of these players, or neither of these teams, rather, are going to have those, and it's indicative in that very moment. Still, though, all of these teams maintaining those defensive strongholds, and it now starts to become a question of, hey, who's going to strike first on the attack?
GP Syndicate looking like they want to show this early pressure over towards the B side. Early tags off the Bink. Going to be able to take out Mark, and a huge first blood for SGP. Already man advantage, might be able to find the second. A couple of trades go either which way. And now 1v3, no v3. SGP up 3-1.
Absolute pandemonium. SGP. We asked who is going to take that key swing round. It will be them, stacking 2, looking to stack much more down the stretch.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just been a dominating performance. I mean, we've seen semblances of success here and there for the side of Omit Brooklyn throughout these first couple of maps. But I mean, SGP Syndicate has just looked dominant at every single turn, and it just seemingly playing a little bit more togetherness, a little bit more looking over each other's shoulders, and almost, you know, a tale of two series where how Omit Brooklyn was looking like that in the last series, now having the flip script a little bit on them.
The bomb is in their court, and they have the opportunity to make a response, and it feels like that response has to come. It has to be here. It has to be now. But Bink with the opener just continues to press SGP's positioning on this map forward. Hercules trying to create some space towards that top side of the map. It's not going to be granted as Derek continues to express why he is the GOAT, why you can't deal with him. Ryan will find the tags off onto one, will find the kill off onto the other. Ryan is single-handedly swinging this back the way of Omit.
And Spark's able to find Hyde, so that even gives you now a man advantage in the round. 2v4. Omit Brooklyn makes it happen. You talk about needing a couple of hero plays, and you absolutely get one right there out of your main AR in Ryan. Huge scenes. You talk about pandemonium. Talk about swing rounds. Huge one for you there. The difference between a 4-1 dominance showing for the side of SGP. And now for Omit Brooklyn, you're only down 1 round instead. Now looking like you might have a little bit of the momentum.
And SGP now on this attacker side. The defensive side has definitely been the favorable side between these two teams, if you bar out those last 2 rounds. So now, tall task up ahead for them. Omit Brooklyn has the opportunity to once again put some wind in their sails. Ryan trying to take a little bit of the middle control, and you can start to feel the gusto that he is taking himself with these maps.
And now, but finally a first blood here for the side of Omit Brooklyn. Now with the follow-up, Abe and Ryan start to put a couple of kills together. And now for SGP, you start to get ran up in your spawn. Derek the GOAT, last one alive, but I don't think the GOAT's going to be able to make this 1v4.
Have to be Tom Brady, equivalent to winning 7 Super Bowls here and now. 52 seconds on the board. This time, it's not going to be the Falcons he's facing. SGP Syndicate not going to be able to find the round. Omit Brooklyn will be able to, and 3-3 now, very different. And again, that last round being that swing round is starting to show up, is starting to show out.
And 2 straight rounds for the side of Omit Brooklyn after a very lackluster start, right? I mean, this was once a 3-1 lead, almost evaporated now. All the wind in the sails of Omit Brooklyn. You've got 2 rounds in a row. Back on the offensive side, bomb is back in your hands. It's going to be interesting to see what Omit Brooklyn elects to do. It's been a lot of B hits off the start, and it looks like they will continue to do what has been working. Early nades over the top as they look to force the issue now over towards this familiar site.
But it feels like every single time that they've hit this site, SGP has just had their number to this point, just completely trapping them with those early kills. For Omit Brooklyn, it's all about getting that opener. It's all about getting that first on the board. They're going to be overwatching, and Ryan, some way, somehow, with the long beams, will open things up for Omit.
And it's another first blood now here for the side of Omit Brooklyn. It's a complete turnaround from the first couple of rounds. Quick chow out, Hyde only going to find hit markers, and he knows that there's going to be another player ready for the chow. Ryan from over the top side already 10-4 through 6 rounds, and he's been the guy that time and time again in the S&Ds has proved to be a nuisance.
He has the opportunity to press the issue. He has the opportunity to gain so much map control for the side of Omit Brooklyn. By holding this back angle, they are going to have all hell loose to try and chow that out. It's going to give the opportunity for that plant to go down, but now for SGP, it's all about hitting the rotation. It's all about hitting go here and now. The Overwatch taken down by Hyde. That's the first step.
Emma Mercules is gonna find one. Ryan finds the second, and it turns the round completely on its head. Omit Brooklyn, 3 rounds in a row, and now has taken the lead here in map number 2.
Again, this is exactly where you want to be. This is exactly the opportunity presenting itself, and they are bombing it down. Omit Brooklyn, again, we talked about it, the S&D prowess. It has been the name of their game to this point within these brackets. They are showing why on Karachi S&D.
I mean, it's just simply their game mode, right? It's the Neslo against Day by Day, and it's already starting to try to look that way. But SGP, a really hard start to this map, 3-1, and now almost evaporated into thin air as Omit Brooklyn has now found 3 straight rounds in a row already. Early stuns and nades on to encourage the information gained. And now for SGP, a little bit halted in these offensive rounds, which they did look very aggressive on towards the start.
And it feels like SGP just doesn't have a next step in front of them. So much map control that Omit Brooklyn is preventing them from soaking up. You do have Encourage trying to gain a little bit of it back towards that B side. He's going to completely miss out on Sparks, though. He's going to slip his way into mid. Those comms are not going to be there. Sparks can completely turn this on his head from the backside.
Now the bomb not gonna get planted. The nade from the heavens. Mercules able to find it. Now Sparks with the follow-up kill, and now for SGP, Doom and Gloom once again have absolutely thrown this S&D in the trash can.
They have lost it. It is so tough to see a 2-1 lead, let alone a 3-1 lead, I do believe, evaporate in front of you. Omit Brooklyn is on the doorstep of taking our second map in this series, on the doorstep of tying us up. And hey, we talk about momentum shifters potentially on the doorstep of gaining that momentum.
Yeah, and I mean, all the momentum surely with Omit Brooklyn now. I mean, this is a complete turnaround. I mean, you're up 3-1, and you absolutely just throw everything away. And I mean, they're really just kind of straying from everything they were doing right in the beginning, that early aggression, getting those first bloods. Everything has been turned on its head. Omit Brooklyn, 4 straight rounds in a row. How does SGP stop the bleeding here?
It has to be quick. It has to be here. It has to be a dagger down mid. But Ryan is going to be the first player to strike blood. Bink is going to fall, and that is such a key piece taken out of the equation. Sparks will continue to add insult to injury. Encourage and Derek, last 2 players standing. Encourage no longer. It's just Derek trying to hold out hope for the team, for SGP on this S&D. But Matt, with 58 seconds left, with the bomb in hand, Omit Brooklyn has him right where he wants them. There's so much information given away from the utility as well. Death from above is just going to completely give away the location, and Omit Brooklyn is going to come back down 3-1, close 6-3.
Wow. 5 straight rounds in a row in a map that looked like SGP at one point was just going to run away with it. But Ryan, you talk about the S&D legend time and time again for this Omit squad. He continuously shows out, even with the scoreboard a little bit messed up. 12 kills at least there in the S&D. And now a 1-1 series tie with high-rise control on the horizon. This is looking to be an interesting series.
Yeah, it very much is. And here's the thing. When we talk about this series and we kind of parlay it back to the last one, it's starting to feel a lot like our Omit versus Day by Day. And I know Day by Day fans are having to be rolling in their graves right now, just absolutely pissed that we keep on bringing this up. But take a look at that first hard point. Of course, Day by Day did win it, but Omit was able to swing back on the Karachi S&D. What came after the Karachi S&D? High-rise control, where they won it 3-1. So that being said, again, this is once again another opportunity for Omit to do the same thing. It would be a funny thing to do if they did do it.
I mean, a double Neslo coming from losers finals into grand finals. I mean, I would be absolutely shocked. But high-rise control, it does allow for SGP to kind of get back on that high horse, get the speed going a little bit, which was definitely a problem for Omit Brooklyn there in the first map. Will it rear its head in the high-rise control? Only time will tell. We'll toss it to a quick break, and when we come back, we will get right into the action of high-rise control.
Into this hill, Derek will find one. Comes down to Pop with the long range.
Yeah, but Pop's nowhere near sight. Conwell lost it 1v1 on Bob. Oh my goodness, huge shot for Pop. And he's gonna go right for the reach out. That's Aura. Just going hard.
Yeah, SGP just continues to add insult to injury. And for Crown Crusaders, I mean, they can't even buy time on a hill. They can't even buy a kill. Hyde is going to send the shots into the body. And I mean, just...
They're trying to get in quick. They're trying to get in this A side and not leave it up to chance. Speedy one man with the first engagements. Vilu continuing to fly out. He finds 2 by 3. Finding the 4th almost. My goodness, what has just happened? Mowed down 1 by 1. Single-handedly, Vilu cutting down every player. They tried to go for a blitz. It didn't happen. Conwar actually getting that last kill, but Vilu, he has been a man who's been everything for this squad every single time where it matters. My goodness.
We call that a man possessed, Remy, and why wouldn't we?
Yeah, and they're kind of split right now as well. Conway on the other side of the map and Syndicate on the offense. They're going to get the bomb down and put themselves into a great post-plant scenario. But as I say that, Careful got a wall bang. What the heck was that? I mean, we're at the end of the game and
Something hard clear.
Do we know that he's in this corner? It's not particularly going to matter. 1v2 now. Bomb goes down, Noisy. Gonna have to pull off some heroics. The turn and burn, Noisy! Oh my goodness! Crown Crusaders notched the point on the board. The S&D man, the myth, the legend. Is gonna find the round. That is nasty.
4 bullets to the chest, damaging at any range. Speedy Whiteman just having to jump off. I mean, listen, the weapon and range and timing of that kill just simply was not going to be
on in kind. Conway will fall. That's a big kill for the side of SGP. Careful trying to get a very aggressive approach going in, but cannot get through Hyde, who's going to line all 3 up and bring him down. My goodness. Man, skeet shooting out here.
Careful missed the jump into top broken.
But we've come to an uncustomary stall here as everybody's just comfortable being
Black Ops
stalled.
6 is going to be out by the time someone makes a play, and I actually quite like this call. Just wait until somebody makes a move, and it's going to be Encourage who's going to be spotted out. And now immediately, Crown Crusaders are rolling on that after our standstill stalemate. Hyde is the last player remaining. He does find one. He's got to wait for support, and now it's going to be a cutoff at the half wall. Crown Crusaders are through, but hold on a second. Someone slipped the net. That's Derek, 27 HP. Can he stay alive? 6 respawns for Crown Crusaders, but they're still getting progress.
All right, everybody, map number 3 online, ready to go. High-rise control up on the docket. We have definitely hit a fork within this series. SGP Syndicate versus Omit Brooklyn, currently tied 1-1. SGP on this attacker side to kick things off on high-rise, and it's a little uncustomary as they try and make the hit over towards this A side. Things looking good in the early stretch. A couple of kills swinging the way of Omit Brooklyn, though, is going to completely shut that thing down, and the propane tanks are going to make a decision to kick us off here and now. Now, once again, for SGP, just trying to find the opening, trying to find their opportunity. Will it be that A side or will it be the B side? A little bit of information overload starting to develop towards that side of the map. And hey, it's going to present itself as an opportunity for SGP to take some range. Still, though, Omit Brooklyn is going to be holding the line, holding strong B. Now the target strategy here for SGP, but unfortunately a team nade is just going to completely throw everything into flux. Omit Brooklyn is holding things strong to this point. In terms of lives, still very much leading in that department as well. Now, once again, just sending SGP Syndicate back to their own respawns, back into the gulag. Derek the Goat, though, has the opportunity to turn things on its head. Unfortunately, is not going to be able to. Omit Brooklyn is still holding for this time, still maintaining a really good defense. We talk about the high-rise control being one of those maps where, hey, it is very, very hard to get an attacker side round to swing your way. But when you're not even getting a single tick to swing your way, that's when things start to get a little bit dire. Still, SGP going to be pressing the action, going to be pressing the issue over towards this A side. Now those respawns coming in the nick of time. Just have to touch for the time. Now paused at 9.2, but Omit Brooklyn just continues to press the action, continues to lock this thing down. That might just about do it. Time ticking away, and Omit Brooklyn is going to walk out of the first round completely flawless.
And now, seemingly looking with all the momentum in their favor, the quick and hot start out of Omit Brooklyn. I mean, that couldn't have been more than a 2 or 3 minute round. No success for the side of SGP. And for the moment, it is all Omit Brooklyn's game to lose.
Yeah, I mean, this is right where they want to be. On this attacker side now, though, Matt, we talk about it. The attacker side, very, very difficult to get your footing out under you. Really, in terms of the tick percentage, I mean, SGP not wanting to walk away without a tick, but that's kind of a customary thing we're starting to see happen.
Yeah, especially between very, very good teams. Omit Brooklyn seemingly doing the same to day by day, time and time again, but it was their offensive pressure that made things a little bit more different. But SGP starting out on the defensive side, already in a good position, couple of kills going their way. Is encouraged from the top Propane, able to take down one more. It's Omit Brooklyn right now, definitely on the back foot, at least here in the round already. 57 seconds left.
Just feels like a little bit of deja vu in the early set of this round with the same thing in a different font. SGP on the defensive side now locking this thing down, getting all the kills accrued their way that they could possibly ask for the map control. You do have Ryan developing towards your spawn, though. You're going to have to be very careful, but otherwise, locked in, loaded.
Cocked, ready to rock as it's 3 dead in the feed for Omit Brooklyn. But Hyde still here, still kicking, still looking to do a little bit of damage. But now onto the A site and starting to tick away very quickly. You've already beaten SGB's score from round 1.
This is exactly where you want to be if you are Omit Brooklyn. Again, it's a game of ticks. It's not necessarily a game of round wins. When all is said and done, it's a heavyweight bout, but Omit Brooklyn has, at least in this first attacker side round, done enough. Looking to pocket some more time over towards that B side. It does get chopped down by Hyde, though.
Chopped down by Hyde in the middle of its prime, but encouraged as well. And Hyde just continuously dealing with these Omit Brooklyn players at seemingly every single turn. But you do talk about the one tick, as well as the pressure now over towards the A site. One maybe last hit to come through. Couple of kills for Omit Brooklyn, and they might be able to get onto this site.
But SGP is going to be completely set up. They're going to have the opportunity to cut this down as it stands here. And now Derek, first line of defense, heading back on in as time is stopped in this B hill, trying to find where the player lies. But no longer. Ryan gets gunned out of his shoes, gunned 6 feet under. For Omit Brooklyn, the only player that can touch here is Sparks. He's going to try and head on over towards this A side, will get chopped down. But now that buys just enough time with the time stopped for them to make it over towards this B side. Last vestige on the hill, and Bink will deal with time. SGP. Another round on the board.
Yeah, looking dominant in the defense as well. You do let one tick slip away from you, so for those of you keeping count at home, Omit Brooklyn able to get up 1-0 on the tick department, dominating defensive rounds, seemingly very accustomed to now here on High Rise late into the season.
Yeah, and again, it's just what you expect to see on a map like this. We're not talking about the heroic nature of invasion control, which, folks, if you have ever seen Matt Man and I call an invasion control, you know that there are sparks flying, quite literally, when Omit Brooklyn does play. That being said, we go with high-rise control. This is customary to this point. SGP now. Gotta make some ticks, though.
Gotta make some ticks happen. Really, just gotta make any process happen, right? SGP Syndicate, they've got to start to find success on the offensive side. You don't want to fall into the same game as day by day. Mercs and Sparks already starting to fire off for Omit Brooklyn. You send a couple of players back to the office, and now starting to lock in.
It's starting to become a very, very lengthy work session here. Definitely working some overtime in that office. You still do have Derek, lone player who's made his way out, trying to gain that top angle control, but over on the other side of the coin, it is Sparks on top of the propane tank. Gotta be a little careful there, but this man got the balls to play that angle, and it's going to work in perfection for the side of Omit.
Yeah, I mean, SGP has just literally not gotten out of their spawn, I think, since the first round. I mean, this has been so dominating for Omit Brooklyn. And you gotta wonder why teams continuously play them on this map.
My goodness, it's not good scenes when you put Omit Brooklyn on a map like high-rise control. SGP Syndicate, though, fighting their way out of their spawns finally. And this is the opportunity they have been looking for. They're going to have to get this cut-off crosser, though, from Sparks. Courage will do enough to shut that down. Hyde on for the time as well. Still trying to develop over towards the B side. The information overload strategy, once again, is not going to work.
You just don't get a single kill. You have 3 players over towards the B side, and not one of them picks up a kill. Omit Brooklyn shuts everything down. Maybe one last-ditch effort, but Binky, you've got to go. You can't just stand still. Finally onto the hill, but not enough time. Doesn't force the issue and gives Omit Brooklyn the round.
And again, it's just the lackadaisical side on the attacker side here for SGP. They can't continue to let this thing slip the way that it has thus far, because it's just allowing Omit to do so very little and secure so much success on this high-rise control.
just so dominant from the defensive perspectives. And I mean, SGP in turn has looked very, very good on the defensive side, but you talk about it, Omit Brooklyn, they're just seemingly have a little bit more of an edge on the offensive side, being able to slip into these points, get the information overload strat actually working in their favor. It's just about being able to shut these few down, and I think we're getting a little bit of lag here, but interesting scenes here on the high rise.
Is this BO6? The packet bursts are absolutely crazy. Nonetheless, Omit, though, is still going to press the action over towards this B side, still trying to create some sort of momentum here that they want to continue to instill their will with. Realistically speaking, though, they are winning in terms of the tick department, so there's not a whole lot that they need to do, especially when it comes to securing that defensive side around, which is surely in their pressure right now.
And it's still a little bit worse for wear getting out of your spawn right now, but you do have one player starting to slip into the back lines. Might be dealt with by Encourage. So you get the spawn flanker out, but you still got pressure for Omit Brooklyn starting to hit down this B lane, but just being cut down at every single facet. Encourage starting to run amok in your spawn. You have got to figure out a way to get out of this spawn trap, but at the same time, Quinn, something that you mentioned, Omit Brooklyn with that one tick advantage has already secured defense for the last round.
Yeah, 24 playing 19 now for the side of SGP. They are doing enough on this defensive side, but it might be too little too late because, again, those attacker side rounds just completely were for naught. 15 seconds left on the clock as Omit is going to touch over towards that A side, trying to add insult to injury once again with an additional tick on the board. Derek will do enough for the time being, but Mercules will run amok until Hyde has to deal with him. Now on the cleanup crew, Omit Brooklyn looking like they are going to be swept out of this grocery store.
And I mean, only 4 seconds left to get onto one of these hills. You do get a couple of kills here, and all of a sudden, it's a 3-for-1 trade. Everybody from SGP Syndicate sent packing back to their spawn. Now Omit starts to hit on in its double progress at B, and all of a sudden, all of the cards starting to fall here for SGP. Not getting an influential kill, and it's still the B site being worked on.
3.9 seconds left on the cards here for Omit. It's going to be the last vestige into this site, but again, they have done more than enough. This is just an additional cementation out of them. Derek will rip one, will rip two, one more stands in the hill, but Abe is just eternal in this hill. Eventually will be dealt his deck. Omit Brooklyn are going to lose the round, but the battle and war still linger on. They will have that defense.
Yeah, it was just a couple of kills either which way, but I mean, Omit Brooklyn had done the damage even before the round had begun, just a couple of extra ticks for the score, but it's as you said, last round defense and seemingly nowhere, no way for any offensive success between either of these two teams. Dominating defenses being shown here 4 rounds in a row. Can SGP break the cycle? Can they break the curse that has seemingly been offense on high rise?
Trying to think of the last time that I saw an offense on high rise swing either way. It's such a tall task up ahead. It has to be a heroic effort, and in a lot of cases, it has to come down to those lives. It's exactly what SGP is going to try and fight for here. There's still the split approach, though, in the early set, trying to apply the information overload early.
Yeah, I mean, SGP Syndicate, they have to figure out a way to break into this Omit Brooklyn wall that has just been set up. A couple of 1-for-1 trades, and it's like you said, though, Hyde has made his way around into the backside, so for the moment, he may be able to be causing a little bit of a nuisance towards the side of Omit Brooklyn. Still able to find a couple of kills, but will be dealt with, and it should allow SGP to perhaps push up a little bit, but Ryan has continuously cut you down at every single angle.
Omit is just an immovable object here, and for the side of SGP, they have to accrue these kills. They have to get them cooking now. The A side a little bit open here, but SGP slow to make the attack on in, especially given how much of an opening that side is. And hold on, a key kill swings the way of SGP once again over towards this B side. Still have to deal with the Overwatch, but Hyde will do the job. Now on for the time over towards B, but with that time on the board, all of SGP still in the respawns.
Yeah, I mean, SGP just not really singled out on one of these hills, finally starting to get some reinforcements over towards this B side. Bait's going to be able to find a huge 2-piece here, but watch out for Mercules from around the backside. He might have the flank, not going to be able to find anything, and all of a sudden, SGP, a little bit of light in a very dark tunnel.
This is exactly what SGP needs in this very moment, right here, right now. An additional minute added to the clock, 22 playing 16, and hold on, wait a minute, Matt. They can pick up the pace in terms of these kills. They very well could win it out on that. Still have to press the action over towards this A side, though. Still have to pause the time in this mix.
Yeah, this time is going to tick away very, very quickly. And with Derek the GOAT being shut down, you are almost as in the same position as you have been in the entire game. SGP, they've pushed out of their spawn a little bit, so not the complete spawn trap that they have been accustomed to for a couple rounds. But Oma Brooklyn still lurking, still holding down this A site. Now, just under a minute to go here in round 5.
Courage trying to perform the wraparound, trying to give his team a little bit more breathing room to work with here, set up in the spawns and get things going. Now onto the A side we go. Couple of clean kills and the feed is a full team wipe. SGP are on for the time.
On for the time, but Mercury still lurking and still looking to do damage. Sparks and Merc combine for 2, and all of a sudden, all of the dominoes start to fall for SGP. The push comes in, and Omit Brooklyn deals with the pressure absolutely flawlessly. And still, for SGP, you cannot find a way to get out of this spawn.
15 playing 10 though, so SGP still have the opportunity to win this on rounds, but Omit is starting to pick up the pace, starting to pick up some key kills. Courage, the only player standing now for SGP, as they're once again sent it back to that respawn screen. 34 seconds left on the board, so it's going to have to be successive kills, and likely they're going to have to stop the time over towards the safe side, but still, Omit just continues to press the action.
10 playing 15, and all of a sudden 9 playing 7, and Courage finally ends the team streak out. But at this point, all worse for wear. You do get a couple of kills though, so all of a sudden, hold on now, 3 dead in the feed. Merc though still here to shut things down. They do shut him down. All of a sudden, Quinn onto the hill with 9 seconds left.
You gotta stay alive, you gotta get those trophy systems down. Derek is gonna do exactly that, but now this is the last hit for Omit to try and make their way on in, and Courage has set things up over towards his B side immaculately, has the opportunity to play the cutoff crossers, but they're going to deal with that now. No respawns remaining for either side of the equation. Hyde trying to do the death from above, but unfortunately he's not going to be able to. Derek's still alive in the hill, will get chopped down by Sparks, and this might just be enough with the times ticking away. You have to touch if you're encouraged here, and now he's not going to play for Sparks. Bink is not on for the time, and Omit Brooklyn is able to close in the nick of time.
I mean, able to close, and I mean, SGP Syndicate left the door absolutely wide open. You had everything in front of you. No respawns remaining for the side of Sparks and Omit, and all of a sudden, the key kills come in. Omit Brooklyn clutching up in the final seconds. And once again, it is the SNDs and the controls that seemingly Omit Brooklyn refuse to relinquish the control of. And now, potentially on their way to resetting this bracket, or even potentially another Neslo.
Yeah, again, this is such the same thing in a different font from what we saw in our last series, even down to the same maps that Omit Brooklyn is picking up. Now up 2-1, and again, how the tables have turned. 6-star hardpoint coming up next. Now, when it comes to the hardpoints, we did see SGP come out with the firecrackers on that side. That is really one of the big instances of dominance, winning by nearly 100 points on the board. But 6-star hardpoint coming up next, Matt.
6-star hardpoint, the name of the game, and it's been the hardpoints that have been good for SGP, but heading into this one with all the momentum in the sales of Omit time and time again, where SGP has been able to close this out, and it just hasn't gone in their favor. But Quinn, you talk about going back to more of the favorable game mode. This does feel like a moment for SGP to get some of their get back.
Yeah, again, it has to be here. It has to be now. Otherwise, we go into the bracket reset. And once we get to the bracket reset there, if that does end up happening, it just feels like we're seeing the same thing all over again. Again, this is the full Omit Brooklyn roster from that Ohio land that they did win 3-0. Completely dealt with SGP Syndicate. Whereas with SGP Syndicates, it's some new players coming in who have reignited a little bit of a new dog mentality. But to that point, it's a little bit slippery as well. 6-star hardpoint has to be their vestige. It has to be their land stake. For the side of Omit, you have just one more map to force a bracket reset.
You have one more map for another best of 5, so they'll have to redo it all over again. And for the side of SGP, you now have everything set out in front of you. You have to win the next 2 maps. If this goes to a bracket reset and everything goes back to zeros, all of the momentum, all of the wind and the sails will be for Omit Brooklyn. And right now, with the way that they're playing, I mean, I just don't see a way that SGP is going to be able to make it back into the series. I mean, time and time again, when you have these ability to close it out and you just let it slip away from your fingers, Time and time again. I mean, going back to the S&D up 3-1, you let Omit Brooklyn put 5 straight rounds on you, losing rounds where you get first bloods, and then heading into this one, you have no respawns remaining. You just need to stand still, hold a couple headies. Instead, we chow out of top heli. We're jumping off of buildings. I mean, you're just playing right into Omit Brooklyn's favor. And when you're going up against a team that already has to force that bracket reset, you can't give them those free wins. It's just more motivation and more momentum heading into the potential second best of 5.
Yeah, I mean, you said it best there for Omit Brooklyn. I mean, they have so much momentum being generated off these last 2 maps to where you look at the real hardpoint and you say, hey, how much does that really matter in the grand scale of this equation? We're about to find out. 6-star hardpoint P1 online.
Online, ready to go. Omit Brooklyn, SGP Syndicate, you mentioned it before. SGP Syndicate, they have to get some momentum. They have to get their get back. Not starting out on the favorable side of the map, but getting some of that favorable time off of this P1. It's a couple of 1-for-1 trades as now the hits start to ensue.
SGP Syndicate looking for the opportunity here to get things going, but we are going to have to reload, re-rock, and get ready to go. We're going to go ahead and send it to a very quick break as we get everything all resorted and ready to go. Do not go anywhere. 6-star hardpoint coming up in a matter of moments. Into this hill, Derek will find one. Comes down to Pop with the long range.
Yeah, but Pop's nowhere near sight. Conwell lost the 1v1 on Bob. Oh my goodness, huge shots from Pop. And he's gonna go right for the reach out. That's Aura. It's going hard.
Yeah, SGP just continues to add insult to injury. And for Crown Crusaders, I mean, they can't even buy time on a hill. They can't even buy a kill. Hyde is going to send the shots into the body. And I mean, just...
They're trying to get in quick. They're trying to get in this A side and not leave it up to chance. Speedy one man with the first engagement. Vilu continuing to fly out. He finds 2 by 3. Finding the 4th almost. My goodness, what has just happened? Mowed down 1 by 1. Single-handedly Vilu cutting down every player. They tried to go for a blitz. It didn't happen. Conwell actually getting that last kill, but Vilu, he has been a man who's been everything for this squad every single time where it matters. My goodness.
We call that a man possessed, Remy, and why wouldn't we?
Yeah, and they're kind of split right now as well. Conwell on the other side of the map and Syndicate on the offense. They're going to get the bomb down and put themselves into a great post-plant scenario, but as I say that...
All right, round number 2, Electric Boogaloo on the 6-star hardpoint. Hopefully everything holds. P1 now online once again.
Got a wham, bam, shangalang right back into it, SGP. We talked about it, not starting out on the favorable side, but again, they're the early ones in the time, they're the early ones getting the kills, and that's going to be a 4 wipe in the feed as SGP Syndicate looks to push the issue and push the action on over already, moving towards this P2 side of the map.
Omit Brooklyn is going to be a tall task ahead of them as they have those P2 spawns still maintained. They still have the opportunity to really look forward within this map and mode and combo. As we get things going, SGP is going to be taken off of the hill as Omit just continues to press the action on in.
I mean, and you just can't find a kill anywhere over the map. Finally, a trophy system for SGP seemingly getting it going. And there's Encourage getting himself into the feed and maybe lighten it up for one more before he gets taken down. But it's almost a split even hill for the first, as we know that P2 is really going to be the tone setter for the rest of this map.
Yeah, again, you have to start the rotation here. It has to be now, but Sparks is going to be that first cutoff line of defense. He will fall, but Abe will immediately get the refrags to go. And that's where Omit is so deadly. It's just their team cohesion that is so hard to break against. This is a different Omit team that we are seeing now with all the wind in their sails. So much momentum generated over towards this P2.
And Abe, the tiny tower that he is, starting to cause some noise here in this 6-star. Omit Brooklyn starting to take a little bit of control. Stuns and nades out through the front, and SGP Syndicate forced to back off, at least for the moment, but the regress on in, finding a couple of kills, but the slide chow's out. Abe finds another, but immediately gets sent to the grave, and that will be SGP Syndicate that gets themselves in, at least for the scrap time for the moment. Omit Brooklyn and the hordes of the SGP starting to make their way on over.
Yeah, and SGP, they're already making the rotation, the wraparound on over, but Encourage is going to try and set things up towards the bottom side of the map, try and set up the crosser cutoff. He does enough to do exactly that. Abe, the only man who's going to live to tell the tale, but now you have to deal with the players coming in from this main assault side.
horses, the carriages, the buggies, everything being drugged right now into this P3 as both of these teams try to fight their way on in. Abe and Spark's going to go for the opening 2, and that should lock down some of this early time for the side of Omit Brooklyn. But SGP quick really here on the reaggress.
SGP is going to be very quick to make their way back on into this hill if all things can stand to tell the tale. Abe is going to be that mid-crosser cutoff, and he's going to find 2 kills off Cam. That's huge! Completely shuts things down for SGP, continues to build the lead for Omit.
Yeah, and I mean, this is what Omit Brooklyn exactly wanted at the start of this, right? Controlling the rotations, controlling where their map positioning is, and you're already seeing it. Look at these players starting to work over in number 2 with Abe. He has been the route man this whole time, and I don't think SGP's even gonna know he's here.
He's gonna have so much control unless they read it through, and through that read, it was so essential. It's going to open things up for SGP. They will have the full roto to swing their way. Now they have players in mid. That's going to be Derek with the trigger discipline. It's gonna backfire. Mercules will create a little bit of space. Next up to bat is Encourage, who will do that job. Continues to maintain that middle control. But for SGP, they're spawning a little far away.
Abe, are you kidding? 1, 2, 3. You light it up for Omit Brooklyn, and you find your way right back into the hill. That was a 15-second hold before SGP got cut through like a hot knife in butter. 3 kills in the feed. Encourage will clean up a 1 for SGP, but it is Omit Brooklyn that has solidified themselves into this P4.
Now SGP, it feels like they desperately need the break. The narrative has completely turned on its head. Omit Brooklyn is setting themselves up for so much success here. Derek will find the ride Kobe, but it's the complete setup here from Omit that is not being expected. You have players above you. You have players below you. You have players all around, but Hyde will be able to bat them down like ants. Mercules will be able to find the refrags to go some mixy mosh pit for control. Mercules will hold. Omit will get the roto, and we go to a second set of rotations.
Hercules again, and he does it time and time again. Encourage there onto Abe. A couple of trades that go back and forth, but this is Omit Brooklyn at their absolute finest. Now taking a 100-point lead, not even really through the first set of rotations. We have just now popped online for the second, and Omit Brooklyn is doing everything.
I mean, it's just a complete reversal of what we saw on map number 1, and that just goes to show how much momentum can play a role in all of this. And for SGP, they are playing so scared. They're not even trying to chow on in until it's those last couple of seconds on the hill, and it's not even going to work when that's the case. All of those respawns for naught, as SGP are going to have the respawns over towards P2, but Omit Brooklyn is getting set up over there as well.
I mean, were we sure that the money cams were working during map 1? Are we sure? This has been an absolute turnaround of a game.
God.
And I mean, seemingly at will, Omit Brooklyn able to fry out these SGP players whenever they want to. You get a couple of king kills, but it's Ryan from around the back that'll be able to find 1, finds 2, and cleans this hill right back open for Omit to be able to solidify themselves once again. And I mean, Quinn, you are only 60 points off of the win right now. This has been ugly.
It's a slaughter, and oh my goodness, SGP are the lambs. Omit just completely putting everything in the back burner for SGP. Looking at a 100-point club if things can stand to this point, and looking at a bracket reset.
Oh, Hyde finds a good kill around the backside, but it's like you talked about. I mean, SGP, they just have such a tall mountain to climb. I mean, we are halfway through our second set of rotations. You're looking up at the scoreboard. You haven't even broke 70 yet as well. Rotations already in for Omit Brooklyn. They only need 40 more seconds to win it, and the trade battles just keep being won by Omit Brooklyn.
Somebody has to come alive for SGP. It's just nothing. Flatlines on their end of things. Omit Brooklyn, they can win it on this hill here and now. And for the side of SGP, it is such a split approach. You get Blender down mid. Encourage the first player trying to bat in straight through main. Will be able to take Ryan down. That's potentially the opening with Omit. Trying to press the action down towards the bottom side of the map. But it's only a matter of time until they reaggress back on in. Regain that control. And it's going to be Omit soaking up the time once again.
And Omid just continuously winning these trade battles now, only 25 seconds away and just enough time to do it here on this P3. A couple of kills come through for SGP. You get that white hill time, at least for the moment. You could try to contest enough to get this to one more point, and I think it at least will go one more.
They might have the tick here if they can hold this. If
they do.
SGP doesn't
They do.
contest, this is the opportunity for Omid to 100 point club them. The complete cutoff crossers. Omid, they can feel it. They can see it with SGP falling in the rear view mirror. Omid Brooklyn are looking to force the bracket reset.
Absolutely slaughtering SGP on that map, 250 to 78. It was not close, it was not pretty, and at no point did Omid Brooklyn look like they were going to relinquish their control of that map. Now for Omid Brooklyn, you have done the dirty work, you have done the hard part, you have forced the bracket reset in an emphatic turnaround fashion. You drop that first map by almost 100 points. You get a crazy turnaround there in the S&D after being down 3-1, and I think from that moment, the mentals had completely changed for the side of Omid.
Yeah, I mean, that was the turning point. And then from that point forward, they're able to win out a grueler on the high-rise control. And then, Matt, you saw what happened on the Rio hardpoint. Omid literally said, and I quote, "Nah, I'm better, Gojo Satoru." My goodness. What a way to come out. What a way to force the bracket reset. We are going to do it all over again. And folks, we are sending out the MW3 season with some pure fireworks. We're not going anywhere, though. We're going to send it to a very quick break. Do not go anywhere. This is the Premier Circuit Crown Crusaders Showcase. We're running it back. Into this hill, Derek will find one. Comes down to Pop with the long range.
Yeah, but Pop's nowhere near sight. Conwell lost it 1v1 on Bob. Oh my goodness, huge shots for Pop. And he's going to go right for the reach out. That's Aura. It's going hard.
Yeah, SGP just continues to add insult to injury. And for Crown Crusaders, I mean, they can't even buy time on a hill. They can't even buy a kill. Hyde is going to send the shots into the body. And I mean, just...
They're trying to get in quick. They're trying to get in this A side and not leave it up to chance. Speedy one man with the first engagements. Vilu continuing to fly out. He finds 2 by 3. Finding the fourth almost. My goodness, what has just happened? Mowed down 1 by 1. Single-handedly, Vilu cutting down every player. They tried to go for a blitz. It didn't happen. Conwell actually getting that last kill, but Vilu, he has been a man who's been everything for this squad every single time where it matters. My goodness.
We call that a man possessed, Remy, and why wouldn't we?
Yeah, and they're kind of split right now as well. Conwell on the other side of the map and Syndicate on the offense. They're going to get the bomb down and put themselves into a great post-plant scenario. But as I say that, Careful got a wall bang. What the heck was that? I mean, we're at the end of the game and
Something hard clear.
Do we know that he's in this corner? It's not particularly going to matter. 1v2 now. Bomb goes down, Noisy. Gonna have to pull off some heroics. The turn and burn, Noisy! Oh my goodness! Crown Crusaders notched the point on the board. Yes, indeed. Man, the myth, the legend. He's gonna find the round. That is nasty.
4 bullets to the chest, damaging at any range. Speedy White Man just having to jump off. I mean, listen, the weapon and range and timing of that kill just simply was not going to be
on in kind. Conwell will fall. That's a big kill for the side of SGP. Careful trying to get a very aggressive approach going in, but cannot get through Hyde, who's going to line all 3 up and bring him down. My goodness. Man, Skeet shooting out here.
Careful missed the jump into top broken.
But we've come to an uncustomary stall here as everybody's just comfortable being
Black Ops
stalled.
6 is going to be out by the time someone makes a play, and I actually quite like this call. Just wait until somebody makes a move, and it's going to be Encourage who's going to be spotted out. And now immediately, Crown Crusaders are rolling on that after our standstill stalemate. Hyde is the last player remaining. He does find one. He's got to wait for support, and now it's going to be a cutoff at the half wall. Crown Crusaders are through, but hold on a second. Someone slipped the net. That's Derek, 27 HP. Can he stay alive? 6 respawns for Crown Crusaders, but they're still getting progress.
Still getting progress here. Careful is going to shut down Encourage, and just one after another, the Crown Crusaders are batting them out of the building. 5-4. Crown Crusaders, no respawns remaining, but they're getting all that time on the board. SGP spawning so far away, they can't get into the hill. They can't touch. Crown Crusaders are going to keep themselves alive.
Crusaders. Pop trying his best all down the gravitas and finds one with the pistol. Can he stay alive? He's gonna have some time to break, Quinn.
41 seconds left on the board. It comes down to S&D 1v2 clutch, spotting the first out, getting shifty behind that diner. He's gonna pop the dead silence as well, but the stun's gonna come through and he's gonna have to hit the deck. They know exactly where he is, but he's found the wraparound. First kill on the board. Comes down to the 1v1. Derek versus Gravitism. Gravitism with the wraparound. Big plays here being made, but where is he? That is the question.
He didn't see him. He doesn't know. He's checked everything else though, so surely he knows where it is. Is it gonna be another showdown? No! Gravitism gets the 1v1! Keeps Crusaders alive! We are watching a masterclass / entertaining as fuck. Hit the beeper, Quinn. As fuck. What a freaking round. Not that beeper. What a round, man. This
Have enough to make the play over towards the new hill. But that being said, Mansions has found the first kill, and if he can get this win off onto Millie, who sends some shots in, this could be big.
I don't believe it. 6 seconds,
my God.
maybe less than that.
Speedy White Men back on for the time. They have maybe just about done it. Mansions will get the kill to go, and the Speedy White Men find it on map number 4, bringing us to Invasion S&D.
Warfare, massive kill out of down Rahulio. Now it's Nico on this point, trying to stay alive, gets a 2-piece, huge out of him, continuing to line up these players, 2 more in his sights. You cannot kill Nico! 4 out of Nico! Disgusting now as he sets up on this point.
Licking your fingers after that one. That's a
Rep going for a very deep route. I don't know if Steve-O's quite going to be expecting it. They are trying to look for it. Rep might be caught on the timing. Never mind, he actually gets behind Yin. He's trying to play trigger discipline now. He has no idea where he's at. Beautiful kill out of that. Strap finding 2. Wow, huge. Crown Crusaders dropping. Massive 2-piece. And the route coming in from Rep. Some beautiful timing. The stun actually perfect.
But no! Crown Crusaders are able to get it. They're able to mitigate disaster, and they force the bracket reset.
And that right there is not just the first win in the series Crown Crusaders have had against Speedy White Men in the last 5 matchups, but it's also one of the most important series to win to finally level the playing field here in this best of 5 bracket reset. We're going on even terms now. Speedy White Men have one last shot, one last opportunity to see their way to a championship victory. But in the same token of gratitude, not only have Crusaders worked their arse off to get to this stage, but they now have 5 maps. 3 of those need to be wins, separating them from victory. It's almost imminent this round rather than the last.
Speedy White Men, they're so fast. They make Sonic look like he's standing still as they're trying to make the hit on in. Bomb does go down, though, off the miraculous Kobe from Noisy. That's just going to give a full assault for the side of the Crown Crusaders.
Starts, hope this would improve now. In addition to Marco, will actually be a good thing for them.
Well, let's see how it all pans out. P1 is online. Map 1 is ready to go. The Destro Gaming Showcase Grand Finals are here and ready. Folks, it comes down to this. When we all started, 8 teams stood, but now just 3 remain. Welcome into the Premier Circuit Destro Showcase. My name is Quinn, better known as Colorblind, joined with Connie and Connie. It's coming down to this right here. We're kicking things off with the lower finals. Talk to me, man. A lot has come up to this.
Absolutely, and we had a feeder event already in the North Carolina Bear Claw Major 3, where a large portion of the 3 teams on display for you today have competed even as well. Speedy White Men being in the grand final sets up quite an impressive series for us ahead. More or less, though, with Destro and with Crusaders, that really is the first match lined up for you.
On into this hill, Derek will find one. Comes down to Pop with the long range.
Yeah, but Pop's nowhere near sight. Conwell lost at 1v1 on Bob. Oh my goodness, huge shots for Pop. And he's gonna go right for the reach out. That's Aura. It's going hard.
Yeah, SCP just continues to add insult to injury. And for Crown Crusaders, I mean, they can't even buy time on a hill. They can't even buy a kill. Hyde is going to send the shots into the body. And I mean, just...
They're trying to get in quick. They're trying to get in this A side and not leave it up to chance. Speedy White Men with the first engagements. Vailu continuing to fly out. He finds 2 by 3. Finding the 4th almost. My goodness, what has just happened? Mowed down 1 by 1. Single-handedly, Vailu cutting down every player. They tried to go for a blitz. It didn't happen. Conwell actually getting that last kill, but Vailu, he has been a man who's been everything for this squad every single time where it matters. My goodness.
We call that a man possessed, Remy, and why wouldn't we?
Yeah, and they're kind of split right now as well. Conway on the other side of the map and Syndicate on the offense. They're going to get the bomb down and put themselves into a great post-plant scenario. But as I say that, Careful got a wall bang. What the heck was that? I mean, we're at the end of the game and
Something hard clear.
Do we know that he's in this corner? It's not particularly going to matter. 1v2 now. Bomb goes down, Noisy. Gonna have to pull off some heroics. The turn and burn, Noisy! Oh my goodness! Crown Crusaders notched the point on the board. The S&D man, the myth, the legend. Is gonna find the round. That is nasty.
4 bullets to the chest, damaging at any range. Speedy White Man just having to jump off. Listen, the weapon and range and timing of that kill just simply was not going to be
on in kind. Conway will fall. That's a big kill for the side of SGP. Careful trying to get a very aggressive approach going in, but cannot get through Hyde, who's going to line all 3 up and bring him down. My goodness. Man, skeet shooting out here.
Careful missed the jump into top broken.
But we've come to an uncustomary stall here as everybody's just comfortable being
Black Ops
stalled.
6 is going to be out by the time someone...
All right, folks, here we go. Into the bracket reset we go. Vista, hardpoint to kick things off. 6-star S&D on the docket. High-rise control, Karachi hardpoint. Invasion S&D, that's the map set, but we are reared. We are ready to go as P1 is online. Omit Brooklyn already looking to pick up the pace. The SGP Syndicate's going to be firing back. They're going to find a couple of key kills to set the tone, set the opportunity. Into this hill we go. Again, Vista hardpoint is one of those maps where it is mixy. It is a absolute mosh pit, and it's all about those early rotations. Also, it's about getting those early times on the board, trying to set that early momentum in favor of your team. SGP Syndicate trying to fire back, locking this hill down and solidifying themselves. They also have those bottom spawn rotations, so they have the opportunity to really chain a couple of hills together here. If they can get things cooking, if they can get things frying early. Still, Brooklyn is going to continue to press the action, is going to continue to matriculate the kills their way equally. So they're going to have a player that's number 2, that's Ryan, that has the potential to set this thing on its head. Really catch SGP a little off guard. I don't think SGP was necessarily expecting this early roto, and it's going to completely throw things in the back rear view for them. Omit Brooklyn are going to maintain this hill, at least for the time being, but a couple of key kills starting to swing back the way of SGP. Omit Brooklyn, though, right back into the driver's seat. It's only a matter of time until they are able to collect this hill, collect the time on the board, and just continuing to really keep the momentum swinging their way. We talk about that next rotation as well. That's going to be, at least for the time being, in the hands of SGP, and learning off of this P2 hill, they have to make sure that they right their wrongs. They have to make sure that they are quick to make the rotation and quick to hold that rotation as well. Cannot let another P2 disaster class happen, as it just gave Omit so much time on the board. SGP, wise to that, are going to fly on in. They're going to lock this thing down. It's going to be Mercules, the first player on in, but immediately taken on out. And SGP is going to have the early fortification here. You do have Omit hitting from a lot of different angles. That's Ryan and Sparks having the complete opportunity to set the crossers up, but not expecting Hyde from the bottom ropes. It's going to completely take them out and mesh them into the blender. That being said, Mercules back on in for some time, has the opportunity to rechow this. Omit Brooklyn, very aggressive, continuing to try and press the issue here as the White Hill time is eventually going to go pink. SGP are going to have the time on the board here and now, but Omit Brooklyn still holding the pressure. That's exactly what they need at this point. Still very much in the lead, a double point lead, but Hyde just continues to press the action on in. Mercules is better though. Says, nah, I'm better, cuts them off, and is going to be the lone hill kitten on for the time. Ryan with the quick roto on in. You now turn your attention over towards the P4, and once again, a similar thing in a different font, SGP. They're going to have that roto. Now the question becomes, can they actually hold for some time on the board? Still very close between these two teams, as we're only into that 3rd and 4th hill. And now, with Omit Brooklyn, they have the opportunity to make the hit on in. They have another opportunity to make a break, but it's going to be shut down by SGP Syndicate in the bottom ropes. Once again, Now, for SGP, this is their opportunity to get back into the mix of this. For Omit Brooklyn, they have to start making these rotations. You can't win a hard point off of breaks alone. Otherwise, you are just completely going to put yourself in the blender, and that looks to be the case here. And now on P4, as the tide's completely turning, as everything is getting put on its head, SGP Syndicate now have the opportunity of a full 60 to take the lead here. And Omit Brooklyn is going to have those spawns over towards P5, not going to be trying to chow on in over towards P4, wisely so. It's going to allow SGP to accrue that lead once again. But now Omit Brooklyn, they are over towards this P5. They are going to have the opportunity here to lock this thing down. It's their first rotation to this point, which is crazy to say. We're on the last hill of our first set of rotations, but it is the right time to be doing it. It's now better than never. Mercury's now getting active over towards this bottom side, now trying to be the cutoff player here and trying to put SGP as far away from this hill as possible. The downstretch is good, but you do have players attacking in from this left side. First line of defense, that's Abe, that's going to get shut down. Now Sparks trying to hold things down on the hill. Unfortunately, he's not going to be able to, and that is the break needed for SGP to keep this very, very maintainable. And again, down by twice the points that Omit had occurred is just going to completely swing back, and now within 3 of tying this thing up. Back and forth we go for the controls. It's a contested hill, back and forth trades, but ultimately it is going to continue to go pink. We talk about this P5 to P1 rotation. It is that money hill transition between these two teams, and it really does come down to this. When you do start to talk about that second set of rotations, SGP Syndicate will have the opportunity off of holding that P5 to immediately reaggress over towards P1, and now you can really start to lock things down and really start to accrue some time on the board. Again, now have the lead, have maintained that to this point, but off of the last 2 hills, Omit Brooklyn seem to be a little bit lost at this point. It's not necessarily what they are expecting, and again, they are getting some really nice kills here, but it's not enough when you're getting shut down on the actual hill itself and not able to get past the absolute assault being set up by Bink on the 4 spree now. 21-7. This man is absolutely frying. There is nothing you can do when you are getting beamed like that. Buys so much time for his team when he's the one-man band. So now a symphony on this hill. P1 still online, still making some really good progress for the side of SGP. But now Omit Brooklyn is going to find their way on. 10 seconds on the board here for them to make some magic happen. Now you turn your attention over towards this P2 side where SGP Syndicate, they are going to have the opportunity to break on in here, and now they're going to have this roto to go their way. Omit Brooklyn on the other side of the coin going to be once again late to the party here. That's not what you want to see by any stretch of the imagination, as SGP have to find the opening. They have to maintain this, and they can continue to do just absolutely God's work at this point. Back and forth you go. You see a lot of blue ending up in the feed, though, and Omit Brooklyn is eventually going to break on in. That's typically what we are seeing between these two teams to this point, as SGP quick to make the rotos, but Omit Brooklyn is quick to make the breaks. Question now becomes, can they hold for a significant amount of time, or will SGP be able to re-aggress on in? Let's see how the action develops here. Now, once again, SGP just completely locked in. Unfortunately for the time, though, Omit Brooklyn will be able to grab that scrap. Turn our attention over towards the new hill, where once again, it just seems to be the trend to this point, where SGP is going to find that rotation. They are going to have this thing locked down, are going to have the opportunity to once again accrue that early time. And it just feels like it's a matter of whether they can actually hold this thing down past a certain point. Omit Brooklyn really trying to reaggress on in, but it is going to be Bink to once again lock this thing down. Mercury's on the other side of the coin is trying to apply the action of trying to get that time on the board for his squad and co, but SGP is going to be eternal. They are going to be able to hold, and they are going to be able to accrue that additional time on the board that we question. Can they get the rotation, but can they also maintain past that break? For Omit Brooklyn now, it's all about trying to find your way back onto this hill. It's a very tall task up ahead of you, starting to bellow as both of these teams exchanging blows, and ultimately Omit Brooklyn will be able to find some time for the scrap, but now you have to turn your attention over towards this new rotation, which once again, Omit is not going to be in tow with. It will once again be SGP. Omit Brooklyn fighting for the scrap, but SGP fighting for the war, and they are going to continue to aggress over towards this top side of the map as well, locking things down for the time being. But again, it's just a matter of whether Omit Brooklyn can get that break. They have been successful to this point most times than cannot with getting those breaks on the board. It all has to start here, has to start now with Abe, but he's going to get chopped down. Mercury's the next man up to try and get some kills to matriculate the way of Omit Brooklyn. Unfortunately, not going to be able to when he is meeting the barrel from Derek the GOAT. But unfortunately for Derek, he's not going to be able to stand to tell the tale. That is just enough time, though, for SGP to swing right back on in. So hold on, wait a minute. Both of these teams going blow for blow to this point. It's a mixy mosh pit on P4s. They're all fighting for the time, but SGP, they have accrued past that 200-point barrier. For the side of Omit Brooklyn, once again, trying to make it past that 200-point barrier themselves. You start to look at the rotation developing as well. Omit Brooklyn is going to have the scrap. They're also going to have those spawns over towards the top side of the map, and this is where things start to get very mixy. This is where things start to get very dicey. And Omit Brooklyn might have just done enough to get this first rotation on the board, and it feels like we haven't said that in so very long. All of these teams, all of these players, for Omit Brooklyn, it has to be here, it has to be now. This rotation is so very huge, but Bink is going to come up even bigger from above. It's going to completely open things up for the side of SGP, as they just have the lockdown to go once again. They can't win it here off of this hill unless Omit just completely dies at the controller. So now you have to turn your attention again over towards this P1. We will at the very least go to that. Omit Brooklyn is finding their way on into this hill once again, battling, holding on strong. They will break into that 200-point barrier, and with these positionings, you might be able to see them go into the lead as well, which down the stretch will be huge unless Derek comes in from the top rope, which he does exactly that. Derek is going to find that first couple set of kills, is going to find the time on the board. Now for Omit Brooklyn, you absolutely have to hit the left foot, right foot express. You have to make your mark into this hill. They're getting a couple of key kills on the last hill, and it's going to allow them to parlay their way on in. Now for the side of SGP, it's all about this re-engagement. It's all about this re-hit. You still do have players accruing over towards this top side of the map. From this P5, things looking so good. SGP are going to get a full clean wipe in the feed. Omit Brooklyn is going to hold this thing down once again. Have to get the hill, have to get in here and now. It just feels like everything's slipping away from their fingers right here, right now. SGP making their mark, but Omit Brooklyn is firing right back. Derek the GOAT comes through with 2. That might just be enough to do it. Derek the last man in, last man out. Very, very far away from this hill. Last set of kills are going to come through, and SGP are gonna win a contentious hardpoint to set us up. And that was very, very back and forth down the stretch there. All of these players, all of these teams really fighting for it. But we go now into this next set of maps. And once again, SGP is going to start things off in the lead with the first map on the board. But we've seen this happen before. The Karachi S&D high-rise control 6-star hardpoint all going the way of Omit Brooklyn in our last series. We're going to get the 6-star S&D set up and ready to go. Do not go anywhere, though. This is the Premier Circuit Crown Crusaders Showcase. Into this hill, Derek will find one, comes down to Pop with the long range.
Yeah, but Pop's nowhere near sight. Conwell lost it 1v1 on Bob. Oh my goodness, huge shots from Pop. And he's gonna go right for the reach out. That's Aura. It's going hard.
Yeah, SGP just continues to add insult to injury. And for Crown Crusaders, I mean, they can't even buy time on a hill. They can't even buy a kill. Hyde is going to send the shots into the body. And I mean, just...
They're trying to get in quick. They're trying to get in this A side and not leave it up to chance. Speedy one man with the first engagement. Vilu continuing to fry out. He finds 2 by 3. Finding the fourth almost. My goodness, what has just happened? Mowed down 1 by 1. Single-handedly, Vilu cutting down every player. They tried to go for a blitz. It didn't happen. Conwell actually getting that last kill, but Vilu, he has been a man who's been everything for this squad every single time where it matters. My goodness.
We call that a man-possessed, Remy, and why wouldn't we?
Yeah, and they're kind of split right now as well. Conwell on the other side of the map and Syndicate on the offense. They're going to get the bomb down and put themselves into a great post-plant scenario. But as I say that, Careful got a wall bang. What the heck was that? I mean, we're at the end of the game and spotting
hard play.
Do we know that he's in this corner? It's not particularly going to matter. 1v2 now. Bomb goes down, Noisy. Gonna have to pull off some heroics. The turn and burn, Noisy! Oh my goodness! Crown Crusaders notched the point on the board. The S&D man, the myth, the legend. Gonna find the round. That is nasty.
4 bullets to the chest, damaging at any range. Speedy Whiteman just having to jump off. I mean, listen, the weapon and range and timing of that kill just simply was not going to be
On in kind. Conwa will fall. That's a big kill for the side of SGP. Careful trying to get a very aggressive approach going in, but cannot get through Hyde, who's going to line all 3 up and bring him down. My goodness. Man, skeet shooting out here.
Careful, missed the jump into top broken.
But we've come to an uncustomary stall here as everybody's just comfortable being
Black Ops
stalled.
6 is going to be out by the time someone makes a play, and I actually quite like this call. Just wait until somebody makes a move, and it's going to be Encourage who's going to be spotted out. And now immediately, Crown Crusaders are rolling on that after our standstill stalemate. Hyde is the last player remaining. He does find one. He's got to wait for support.
Oh. All right, everybody, welcome back on in map number 2. This time, joined with Hyperactive for the S&D, and for the rest of the go, here we go. SGP on the attacker side to go.
Absolutely, and already Omit's coming alive. There's finally something from Omit to really fight back against SGP. That hardpoint wasn't what we were expecting. We know what these guys are capable of, and this is a rivalry. This is a rivalry that's set in stone as Bink will get the frag again, and this will bring things all even. 26 seconds left on the clock, and Omit!
Oh my
Where
God.
was that last round?
I mean, it's just been the Ryan masterclass. If you look past the first map of both of these series, it is where Omit has absolutely been frying. It's an ace out of Ryan. Call him Frying Ryan at this point. This is a good start for Omit, and we talk about the S&D, of course, where Omit did go 2-0 in terms of their maps against Day by Day, then won the S&D on the first series. So you look at this. This might be their get-in.
It really is. It could massively be a get-in, especially being a 3-lane map. It's very classic in terms of most search and destroys. And I've been very familiar and accounted with SGP and how they play. This is really their maps. They much prefer those wider maps. They prefer the Karachis. They prefer their invasion as Encourage. Okay, take it away. Get things going off the start. They prefer those long distance. They know how to play those. They know how to play the strat book. But at the moment, that bomb down in a horrible position. And Omit, you're stuck between a tree and a bush.
Yeah, no, and for Abe here, I mean, he does have a potential catch-off play here developing. They go and oppress the action here. On the other side of the coin, you do have Mercules trying to provide a little bit of support, but again, it's just the firing squad that SGP has set up over towards this top side of the map that you just cannot create any pressure over towards. And Omit, if they even want to wrap around, it's such a tough, tall task because you have Hyde down mid just waiting for it.
The thing is, you've got plenty of time as well. 35 seconds on the clock, so SGP are playing with their food. They're just putting the firepower down, making sure Omit aren't committing to the bomb plant, which has not worked to their advantage, but they've also applied the pressure. Bink, from above, he can't see anyone just yet, but it's one just below. There's someone below. As Mercules gets involved, gets one, and this is where Abe comes alive, and that lower position keeps it going. You have to check everywhere, because Abe is ready to fight.
I mean, he was just a shark waiting and lying there. He didn't move for a solid, I mean, look at your watch. It was like a minute. He just completely turned the round on its head, did everything that you needed Abe to do in that moment right there. Now for Omit, again, on the S&D, we have seen them be their get back. They are more than willing to get in that driver's seat.
I love the patience. I always talk about, when I talk about S&D, it's tempo is your most important thing, and Omit's playing it exactly how they want to play it. SGP, for a brief moment, had that momentum, had a little bit of control, but realistically, this is Omit's gauge. This is how they want to play it, and immediately, you could see how Omit is just being calm. They're not forcing a rotation just because they know where things are. They're going to use these 43 seconds to play.
But Hyde is going to find the kill off on Mercules, and that completely takes away the top assault from the side of Omit. Now they have to hit the left foot, right foot express, and they're going to have to make their way through Bink and Co. Bink going to be the first line of defense over towards this side of the map, and is going to give up. The COD timing is going to sing true here. Trying to refrag on the other side of the coin will do exactly that. Swings Abe out of the play. Last player standing is going to be Ryan in the 1v4. 18 seconds left on the board, and there's just nothing you can do. SGP gonna walk away with their first round on S&D.
They really are going to take it, and Ryan, he's just looking for whatever damage you can do just to add insult to injury. But let's be real, I said about tempo control, I tell you what, SGP found it. They smelled the pot of coffee, and they woke up. And this is more the SGP we should be seeing on Search and Destroy. And Derek, well, I've seen this man pull off 2 KDs within Search and Destroys, admittedly with some lower class teams, but you should be still seeing positive. It's early grounds, early rhythms starting to come into play, but SGP finding that momentum, that first round's just the start they needed.
Now the question becomes, can SGP keep the wind under their sails, or will Omid Brooklyn be able to respond once again on this attacker side? We go back to that last attacker side round. It was a slow and methodical play. It actually does really favor them. Still trying to press the action over towards this middle side of the map, gaining any control that they possibly can, flushing Mercules towards the top side of the map, as well as trying to be a distraction. Derek has the potential for the cutoff. Here we go.
Brilliant work. Derek getting 1. He's going to fight 2 as well. Thank you very much, he says. And that's the Derek we want to see. That's the man who comes alive. Bomb down in the open. It's horrible. But you look at Abe. He's trying to do work around elsewhere on the map. But 1v2, this is still doable. He has to pull the 1v1 engagements. Drag out Derek or Blink by themselves. So round in the corner. He's got free sight, free opportunity, but you can see SGP, they're playing the buddy system. They aren't risking the potential of the 5 and 2 KD Abe. They know there's danger around the corner.
Yeah, for Abe, I mean, he has to hope that they line up and he can emulate accuracy in Cold War. This is really what he has to rely on in this moment. He's going to play the wraparound play, but SGP is going to be wise to it. Going to clear out this middle assault. The B side is completely clear, and once this bomb goes down, Abe is going to have to duck, dive, dodge. Over towards this left side we go. SGP Syndicate making their way on in, but the question is, hey, where is Abe? He's already over towards this opposite side of the map, waiting for them to attack, but hold on. The defuse coming through, and Derek is going to stick it. Pros do not fake once again, folks. And Abe is not going to be able to have the ice. SGP, it's a customary round win out of them.
I tell you what, that was done to perfection. I was in my head going, diffuse, diffuse. You've got diffuser and cover. You can play that risk and it will pay off. If your cover goes, at that point you jump off the bomb. So I was not surprised to see SGP pull off the ninja diffuse-ish onto Omid. Abe, you went too far away. You've got to stay on the curve. You've got to at least be hiding behind the little tray that sits there. At that point, then you can spot the diffuse coming in. But nonetheless, SGP, we said they need momentum. This is how we're going to see it.
This is such an interesting early round play for the side of SGP, sending a lot of players over towards that B side, utility dumping, pulling Omid Brooklyn to the top side of the map, while they can attack towards the bottom side of the map, and Abe, the lone player who is going to meet his fate. Unless Omid Brooklyn can make the wraparound down mid, and Abe can hold for the time. One kill might just be enough to buy the time for his team to make the rotation on in, play the cutoff crossers to perfection.
Just need to throw a flash into you and you grant yourself a complete open sight. Bink will find 1 and they're still questioning because they know Sparks is all down in the curve and they just can't clear him. They know he's around, know he's somewhere. So 2v2, doable situation, but Mercules is coming in. He's got 1, picked 1, and that's brought into an even situation. And now you've got to fight into mid.
They're going to have the cross going, but Mercules is going to be taken down. So now the cross taken out of the equation, and Sparks, in between a rock and a hard place, has to go for the defuse at some point here. And for SGP, I mean, they can just play the time. They can just play the bully role.
Risky.
But Sparks is trying to play for the defuse, and he might just be able to do it. No! SGP chows at the perfect time. 1 extra second on the clock. He might have gotten away with it, but SGP going to find the lead on S&D.
Yeah, you're going against the 2 duos that are perfect for each other. Encourage and Derek, you know they're gonna check the bomb. Come on, guys. But credit where it's due. The attempt was there. It just didn't pull off. And I don't know if that was like a second less, not a 7.5 diffuse, but a 6.5. I think that would have been the round for Omid. But nonetheless, another round goes forward, and we've got to see what Omid can do to stop the train from SGP.
I mean, they are coming alive here, SGP are. They're going to have to send some pressure over towards this A side, though, because uncustomary out the side of Omid, they are going to make the early hit on into A. Usually these rounds have developed more than anything, but Omid is going to get that early plant down. It's going to be a 4v4 mosh pit ensuing on this site.
It really is. Normally we see a lot of the players go north, and this is what, go towards the A, which is surprising to see SGP going north all the time, but you can see Ryan, he's waiting. How many is he going to pick off here? He's going to be finding courage around the corner. Play patient, just wait your turn as he gets tagged. The lower position does not help him at all, and now that's a bit of information. 18 seconds left on the clock, you have to execute. Hyde, Big gets the first. Look at the feed! He's a 2v1 in favor of SGP. They have the advantage, but look at Sparks. Sparks could be the thorn in the rear end. They're not looking in his direction. They now spotted him. Sparks finds one. He can't do it. But no time on the fuse. It's done perfectly. Omit, take the round.
My goodness, Sparks did everything that he needed to do in that moment. It was a high collision car crash over towards that A side, and he's able to get out of it with his life, perform the wraparound, get that last second check. Again, that's all that you can ask for here, and now he tie things up 3-3.
I'd say if we're looking purely on the hard point we had before, I would have said Omit were lacking somewhere. I felt there was just something missing on their rotations, on the way they were playing. But you look at this search and destroy, this is a different Omit. That short break has changed them. They are fighting nail and tooth throughout, and I would honestly say this is a potential round 11 game if it continues, but it's a bit too early to call. It's still 3-3, but again, we're heading to the north, we're heading to that B site, have a little drink at the tiki bar, but you can see Mercury's ready, got the information. I think he might know something here, and he will.
Omit starting to flush over towards the top side of the map. Mercules flies on in, will find one, will deny the bomb plan, and that's going to buy so much time for Omit to have the opportunity to re-aggress on in. Derek now trying to go for the plant himself, but you have all of these players flushing in the right time for the side of Omit. Bomb plant once again, electric boogaloo, it gets shut down. Abe just continues to matriculate the kills their way, but now Bink, the 1v2 lingering for him, has to play the big Herculean play here and now, but Sparks will be able to find the play to go. Omit Brooklyn will once again take the lead.
I don't know what SGP were thinking. Well, why you plant once, you failed, you didn't clear the site, you didn't check around, and then you decide to go for the plant again. You've got to be sure. When you've had gunfire in your area, you have to be 100% confident. Because if you die like that happens again, nah, you screwed your entire round, and clearly Omit took advantage of a sloppy, and I will say, a sloppy mistake from SGP, and hopefully we don't see another round like that.
Now for the time, Omit has the opportunity to really get that dagger round here and now. The 5-3 curse would obviously come into play potentially, but still, it would be the dagger round. Match point online has the opportunity to force it here and now, playing over towards his B side.
Frags going in, nothing gonna go through except for information that there's potentially someone there. There's only trophies on the floor, but I'm curious on Encourage. Encourage got a great position here, but Ryan spots one. He's gonna get the shot through. He's gonna get the kid Bink. Now it's traded out 2v2 as they able to get the kills. Bomb still in an awkward situation here, but there is time, so no need to rush. But Omit, they're going for the quick plant. It's going to be successful, but Hyde's there already. Now it's going to be Mercury's going to find the trade out. Now it's Hyde jumping back again. Brilliant work. Reactive.
My goodness. I mean, that is exactly what you need to see from Hyde in that moment. He's going to get the defuse to go as well. Does all of the work and then some for the side of SGP. And again, it's just two heavyweight fighters in the grand finals going blow for blow. Now tied 4-4. The dagger round denied for SGP. They have the opportunity once again now in their court to get that dagger round.
Deep breath. On both sides, that is. Because you're throwing punches, but they're able to respond. Search and Destroy is a game of chess where you reset every round. So you've got to come out with another play, come out with something different. And one thing I'm not seeing is mid-control on the attackers. Ryan's going to get the first, takes down Encourage off the get-go. That's not the start that SGP wants. And that's going to force a pinch around. Look at the way Omit are. They're ready to trap this bomb in a horrible position.
Do have Bink trying to develop the pincer play here and give SGP some breathing room to work with, but it's going to have to be a Herculean effort out of him. SGP just no map control, it seems like. Omit have them right where they want them. It's all about the attack. It's all about what Bink can find here on the other side of the coin, though. First kill on the board. It's going to give the opportunity for SGP to try and press the action on in, but Bink is going to fall down below. Hyde trying to play the chaser is not going to be able to get the kill, at least for the time being. Sparks is able to get out of fray. Now for SGP, a little bit of pause. They have to find a route to make this on in, but it's not going to happen when Mercules has the cutoff crosser to go. So Omit Brooklyn will now go to match point.
Match point. I honestly thought Bing could come up with a big play for SGP. It just was, the timing was wrong. It just didn't work for SGP, and Omit still had all the angles covered. But credit where it's due, you wrapped around the entirety of B site, saw it was clear, you go down long, you went down curve, and you got that kill. You need another play. Another play like that, but on the defensive side, bring it to around 11, and SGP need it. They need to deny Omit for going back to another hard point in a map 4. Well, fingers are crossed.
Just does feel like it's the same thing in a different font once again from what we saw. If Omit can close this thing out, stuns out, guns out. A lot of stun checks coming through. SGP roughly knows that they are going to be here. They're going to try and bring the action on in. Hyde lines them up, brings them down. You blink, the round is over. SGP will bring us to around 11.
As my good friend Scav would say, that's a 1-2-3 in his books. Clean, fast, their pace, and they controlled how this map went. They controlled the tempo. SGP, you just brought it to round 11.
Now, this is the opportunity for either team. I mean, you talk about all the implications that this has. Either Omit is going to tie this series up, or SGP has the opportunity to fully assume that driver's seat off of a contentious S&D, and S&D is where championships are won, baby. High-rise control on the docket next. Feels like this round right here could be an indicative force for that round.
You do not want to give a win to Omit if you're SGP, because I know that high-rise control is SGP's bread and butter. Those guys love that map, so they want to win to get this done and dusted in control. But Omit, they're taking it slow. They know what they need to do, but look at the wraparound on the minimap. SGP have got so much free space, and they've got the information. Hyde is the anchor. Hyde can just sit there and make things 10 times worse. Bomb's going down, and all he has to do is pounce.
Abe is the first line of defense to go down, and Omit's attack is completely thwarting at the seams. Hyde, from the other side of the coin, though, is not going to be able to find the kill. Bomb will be planted for the side of Omit. SGP still trying to make their way with the wraparound, but don't have the other side of the coin with the pincer, so they're just going to have to attack straight on in. Now trying to set up Bink down mid to create a little bit of a pincer of his own. Will luckily catch one player out and hold on. Wait a minute, back and forth we go. The trades galore. Derek will find another kill, and it just comes down to Ryan in the 1v2. With that bomb down, has the opportunity to close it here. And now SGP, they have to get on the defuse, but Ryan might have just done enough. Would have to get on the bomb here and now, not 7 seconds on the board. So even with the kill, Bink won't be able to do it. Omit will find the S&D 6-5.
Wow. Wow, that was down to the wire, and timing is everything. When you have that bomb down, you just gotta peek at the 10-second mark, and that's exactly what Omit did. He peeked at 10, found the free kill, jobs in is a done, and I think they heard us say that control and going to high rise is SGP's map. It's their bread, their butter, the one that I've never seen them lose at, and they are ready. They're prepped for it.
I mean, this is really where it could come down. I mean, SGP with the first hard point, but Omit quick to respond. And from that point forward in our last series, Omit was picture perfect. We go to high-rise control up next. Going to send it to a very quick break, get these players collected and ready to go as we enter the high-rise of New York. Into this hill, Derek will find one. Comes down to Pop with the long range.
Yeah, but Pop's nowhere near sight. Conwell lost at 1v1 on Bob. Oh my goodness, huge shots from Pop. And he's gonna go right for the reach out. That's Aura. It's going hard.
Yeah, SGP just continues to add insult to injury. And for Crown Crusaders, I mean, they can't even buy time on a hill. They can't even buy a kill. Hyde is going to send the shots into the body. And I mean, just...
They're trying to get in quick. They're trying to get in this A side and not leave it up to chance. Speedy one man with the first engagement. Vilu continuing to fly out. He finds 2 by 3. Finding the fourth almost. My goodness, what has just happened? Mowed down 1 by 1. Single-handedly Vilu cutting down every player. They tried to go for a blitz. It didn't happen. Conwell actually getting that last kill, but Vilu, he has been a man who's been everything for this squad every single time where it matters. My goodness.
We call that a man possessed, Remy, and why wouldn't we?
Yeah, and they're kind of split right now as well. Conwell on the other side of the map and Syndicate on the offense. They're going to get the bomb down and put themselves into a great post-plant scenario. But as I say that, Careful got a wall bang. What the heck was that? I mean, we're at the end of the game and
Spotting hard clear.
Do we know that he's in this corner? It's not particularly going to matter. 1v2 now. Bomb goes down, Noisy. Gonna have to pull off some heroics. The turn and burn, Noisy! Oh my goodness! Crown Crusaders notched the point on the board. The S&D man, the myth, the legend. Is gonna find the round. That is nasty.
Oh, 4 bullets to the chest, damaging at any range. Speedy Whiteman just having to jump off. I mean, listen, the weapon and range and timing of that kill just simply was not going to be
on in kind. Conwell will fall. That's a big kill for the side of SGP. Careful trying to get a very aggressive approach going in, but cannot get through Hyde, who's going to line all 3 up and bring him down. My goodness. Man, skeet shooting out here.
Careful missed the jump into top broken.
But we've come to an uncustomary stall here as everybody's just comfortable being
Black Ops
stalled.
6 is going to be out by the time someone makes a play, and I actually quite like this call. Just wait until somebody makes a move, and it's going to be Encourage who's going to be spotted out. And now immediately, Crown Crusaders are rolling on that after our stalemate. Hyde is the last player remaining. He does find one. He's got to wait for support, and now it's going to be a cutoff at the half wall. Crown Crusaders are through, but hold on a second. Someone slipped the net. That's Derek. 27 HP. Can he stay alive? 6 respawns for Crown Crusaders, but they're still getting progress.
Still getting progress here. Careful is going to shut down Encourage, and just one after another, the Crown Crusaders are batting them out of the building. 5-4. Crown Crusaders, no respawns remaining, but they're getting all that time on the board. SGP spawning so far away, they can't get into the hill. They can't touch. Crown Crusaders are going to keep themselves alive.
Crown Crusaders pop, trying his best, all down the gravitas, finds one with the pistol. Can he stay alive? He's gonna have some time to break win.
41 seconds left on the board. It comes down to S&D 1v2 clutch, spotting the first out, getting shifty behind that diner. He's gonna pop the dead silence
Right,
as well.
here we
Go. High-rise control, and with the series currently knotted up at 1 apiece, really does feel like that this map could very well end up being the swing map when all is said and done. SGP starting off on the attacker side, and Hyperactive, you said it. This is their bread and butter. This is their opportunity to right the wrongs of the last high-rise, get things going on one of their best maps.
Oh, 100% this is the map they need to use to their advantage. When I see them play, they always have a movement, they always have a plan, they somehow make these breaks, which is immediately what they're doing. Create those openings, stacking up on B. They want this done and dusted. SBG, holy mama, they're coming alive off the get-go. 3 stacks still going, and they have already got the second progression done. They just need a little bit more, but now Omit coming into play. Sparks jumps in, able to get one, and they're able to clear as well. Brilliant timing if you're Brooklyn. If you're Omit, you needed that. You needed every second to push them off. Encourage straight back in, and this is looking to be done and dusted.
Yeah, I mean, Omit, Brooklyn, they're going to be sent right back to the respawns, and this might give the opportunity for the parlay over towards this A side as well. 24 playing 23, so we're still early goings. That's just even more emphatic to the fact that SGP coming out with all things swinging, throwing the kitchen sink in there as well. But Omit has the opportunity to refine their footing, regain themselves mentally.
Yeah, SGP just needs to make a reset. They've done a great start. They've done a great attack. Now you've got to reset yourself. It's a different site. It's a lot more open. So you've got to make sure you get the clearing. Spark's able to get one. Derek's able to get a trade back elsewhere as they go for their second push, but it's going to be unsuccessful. And you can start to see Omit. They're up on the helipad and advance forward. They're already in sight. They're thinking about the spawn trap coming in here.
But hold on, wait a minute, SGP, they've made it out of their own spawn, and they have the opportunity to make the hit on in for the first time over towards this A side. And with the way the B side went, I mean, you can expect them to get those trophy systems down pretty quick, get a couple of kills to justify as well, and now starting to spawn trap as well over towards the heli side. Hyde remains just getting all of these kills to swing the way. 17 playing 12, first tick of progress being made over towards this A side. Hyde will bat the first away. Now one more around the corner. Ryan will be able to take him down, but there's still reinforcements in for SGP.
They did not cover Paint. Paint was open too much, and that's why they've lost it all. Paint was the pathway for Omit to get back in this game. 13-10 in lives. There's still plenty of time. This could go down to kills, and realistically, SGP knows this. They could play the lives game here, throw a couple of bodies in, and force pressure over to the ticks, and this is exactly what I was gonna say. Put pressure onto the point, get double stack going, get it all done and dusted. SGP, I told you it's their bread and butter, and they did that fast.
And I mean, this is a complete reversal of the script from what we saw going back to the last series, where they didn't even get a tick of progress in the first attacker side round, let alone the second one. Coming out and absolutely beating Omit into submission, placing themselves so far, so good on the high-rise control, and now you look over at Omit Brooklyn and you say, what do you got?
I tell you what, you gotta chuck the kitchen sink at them off the get-go. You've gotta get that utility out. You've gotta deny them. And if I'm Omit, I would go risky here. I would say screw it, go for an A attack, see what we can get there, because A is a lot harder, but no, from the way they're spreading out, they're gonna play this a little bit safe. They're gonna go towards that B, look for time, and use that to their advantage.
Omit's trying to do their best SGP impression, but unfortunately not able to click things on all cylinders instead. There's going to be a couple dead in the feed. It's only going to be 2 on this hill for the time, and that's just not going to be enough to justify the positioning. As SGP lingering around, waiting to strike, has the opportunity to cut them off, and will do exactly that. But in that time, it gave Omit the opportunity to get all the players on in. Now they have that middle control, and now they're on for B, funneling the time.
Yeah, keep an eye on Abe as well. Abe's looking for spawn traps, and he's gonna start farming. I spoke way too soon. He was trying to farm, but I disappeared all too quickly. But still, Omit, even though they got 1 on point, they're just keeping the time at minute 3. That's gonna come 2 minutes 3. And already, SGP's given it up. They've gone, you know what? Take it. Take it away. We will focus over to that A side, and we're gonna lock this down, of which 3 of them around there. But that feed looking all too blue. Abe on point. You just need this 1v1, and that's the 1v1 he needs. Oh, get it, second, and now you've got the opening.
1 minute 54 on the clock, 17 playing 25. Omit just has to make their break on in, but it's just not going to happen. SGP continues to die on the hill. Omit has the lockdown play. Back to the spawns, SGP goes, and hyperactive pandemonium is striking as we have back-to-back attacker side rounds. Are you kidding me?
If there was a camera on me right now, I am bowing to Abe. Abe, my lord. That 7 spree was absolutely godly. Yes, 7 spree just off that one piece of play. That means a cruise missile in the back pocket of Omit Brooklyn, almost one-upping SGP. Holy mother. How are we having a series like this already?
I mean, this is what happens when you take it to the grand finals. You have the best of the best, and they are not going to go away without a fight. Both of these teams have fire lit under them, and they have to perform here and now. But now you talk about SGP. They have seen Omit do their thing and potentially even do it a little bit better. Now trying to replicate the success as they try and press the action over towards this B side. They're on for the early time, and Omit sent right back on those respawns. You have Hyde pushing up as well, trying to play the cutoff crossers.
Yeah, Hyde, gonna get that initial delay. A lot of progress already done. First tick completed. They're at 1.5. Contest gonna go in, but encourage get out of this server. But he will get finally taken out. But look at this. Everyone's starting to be drawn down south, and you can already see SGP, their positioning is slightly north, so they're thinking of trying to draw more of Omit down south so they can go for an A attack. Hello, Hyde. Oh, those shots are not looking pretty.
They're a little windy, but it's not enough to take him off of the hill until Mercules comes in with the Renetti. You still do have Derek putting in some work towards the bottom side of the map. Now the information overload, it can start to play a factor here. Abe will take the player off of the B side. That's just more than enough time for Bink to set up shop over towards A. Will eventually be taken off of the Henny, but that's the trophy system down, so no nades are going to play a factor here. You have enough personnel to maybe set this thing up. Omit Brooklyn is starting to spawn in, though, and they are trying to regress into A.
Yeah, and you got to keep an eye on Abe as well. Abe is doing God's work. He is spawn trapping, so a complete wipe off the point. Now, SGB has to restart. They have to do this from square one once again, and Abe is still being annoying. He finally gets taken out as SGP slowly makes those progressions. Hyde is frying right now. No streaks that's going to do huge amount of damage. 27 seconds left on the clock.
16 playing 16. We are all knotted up here. Abe trying to re-aggress, but unfortunately he's going to aggress the wrong way as SGP have found themselves onto A once again, and now the triple stack is in. 2 ticks of progress already being made. Looking to add that extra minute on the clock. Abe with the long wraparound, but it's not going to work in time. A will be gone. An extra minute added to the clock once again. 13 playing 13.
Blessing in disguise. A is considered harder to attack because of the wide spaces, but at the same time, you've got some great CQB players, Ryan and Sparks. We know what they can do when you have the rival 9 in your hand, so you've got to be careful. But it's gonna be SGP. They've got to make the breaks like they do at the start. Minute left on the clock, 10 lives to 11 lives. This is a margin, a small margin that can make and break. And Abe, oh, he's gonna do God's work again. He's pushing up. He's got the wrap around. He's got one, but he can't get a second. And Courage has spotted him.
7 playing 8, and now we start to turn this a little bit to the S&D side of things, especially if SGP can touch for the time. You have to start taking account of your lives and checking them once, checking them twice. Make sure that you don't lose track of where you're playing from. You're starting to see things slow down ever so slightly. Omit gladly waiting for SGP to make that first play. But unfortunately for them, Bink has made the first play. First kill on the board. Hyde is now in for the time, is now in for the contestation, and all of these kills matriculate the way of SGP. It forces Omit back into their own respawns. Abe, really the only player that can recontest on into this hill. He will be able to jump on for the time. Up from above he goes, able to drop one, but it's not going to be enough as SGP just continuing to matriculate the kills. Unfortunately, though, you see Omit starting to swing back the other way. 1 life remaining, and avoiding the disaster as Hyde is the last player standing in the 1v3.
10 seconds left. There is still possibility. No, it's just left too much in the open. If there was a different pathway that was open, SGP could have made that happen, but Omit, deep breath, and they just focused, hyper-focused onto the end, and you can see just how open mid-alley is. Mid-green, mid-alley, if you go down that pathway, you are gonna take that risk. Someone could be up at propane, someone could be up on heli. There is too many angles, and when you're left alone without your team, it's near impossible to make it happen.
Now, for the side of SGP, obviously on the defensive side here, but we've seen some crazy things happen when Omid is on the attacker side, evidently, so how the turns could potentially table here, and the propane tanks have chosen the side as well. It is going to be favoring Omit. Encourage taken out in the early stretch here, and that's just, again, going to allow Omit to fly forward. A couple of key kills. Once again, enter the feed the way of Omit. They're going to have the opportunity to contest for some time over towards B.
Get 2 on B, and that's going to start riling things up, but you can see Encourage. He's put himself in there. He's been taken out. Now Omit can start creating that pathway. However, they're spawned all the way back, so this is why you can see Ryan doing the work he needs to. He just needs to delay, just needs to bring his team in. Remember, Abe has a cruise missile in his back pocket. We haven't seen that just yet, but you've got to keep an eye on Ryan. He's on a full streak as well, but Encourage! What is you doing? Jump on point, be the hero! Hello, dear sir!
It's in one-man band, and he is a full symphony. Encourage is the man of the hour. Trophy systems are not going to be able to do a whole lot in this situation when Encourage is just beaming you halfway across the map, right, left, and center. Still not dead. Finally taken out of the equation here. So Omit Brooklyn, 17 playing 19, now have to reaggress.
This is the defense that SGP really wanted on the first round. They really didn't want Omit to get any progress, anything to happen. But when you have the likes of Sparks, who's able to jump around and try and save his life, he's red screened. He can't find where the player is. SGP, where has this come from? Where's this play become and found themselves? Derek the Goat tries to contest the B, still 20 seconds left on the clock, and Omit with Ryan. Ryan, who's anchoring that point, keeps the ticks going. Second progression, now done. And if you are SGP, you have 2 options. You commit to the B denial, or you start to set up on A. They're going for the commit. Ryan continues to slay, and he's got a 4 spree going. Extra minute, and Omit have a lifeline.
12 playing 11 here. Omit is going to be down a life, but they have the opportunity to close this out within this next minute. You start to expect them to play a little bit more for the kills here. Back and forth we go in the early stretch, but Ryan just continues to fry. Eventually is taken down off screen by Bink. For the side of SGP, not a whole lot of map control as they're sent back to the respawn. Hyde, really the only player that can cut this crossover. Now we go. Omit trying to make the ignition on in over towards that A side. Hyde does good enough for 2, and that is absolutely huge when the lives dwindling away. 44 seconds left on the board, and still Omit not able to make it on into A.
No, because Bink pushed up, Bink made the spawn trap happen, and that's it. Omit Brooklyn's done. They cannot win this round. There's not a goddamn in hell that they can do it, because SGP pushed up, pushed them into the corner. and you are not coming out. We're going to round 5, and we are 100% taking this down to the wire.
It is an Encourage masterclass down the stretch. Every kill that he gets is one of impact. And it is just absolutely beautiful to see SGP stand tall. But now, their tallest task up ahead is once again, in terms of the ticks, it does look like SGP will be on the non-favorable side, but the question becomes, hey, maybe it might be a little favorable when they have had an attacker side round swing their way. We do go ahead, switch sides, get things loaded in, and hold on, I'm absolutely checked. Omit is on the attacker side.
I tell you what, this is the type of map where I rank it as the second easiest to win on attack. Karachi being the easiest, High Rise being second, and Invasion being the hardest. So there is possibility. Omit have I wouldn't say out of this question. We've seen what they can do on the first round. They just need good breaks, but Derek the Goat's here. He's out to play. He's out to stop them going any further forward. And already the feed continues to go in the way of the pink side.
Yeah, and for Omit Brooklyn, I mean, there's just not a whole lot of map control that can be gained here. SGP continue to get the kills to swing their way. Derek putting the GOAT in his name and proving why that is the case. And Encourage just continues the masterclass. But unfortunately, it's not going to be enough. Sparks finding his way, slipping his way through. Propane Tank is not even going to be a factor here. SGP going to spawn in. Going to have the opportunity to re-aggress on in, shut that attack down. But things were starting to get a little dicey there. They're able to recover their footing for the time being.
Abe doing the God's work as he's done before. He's spawn trapping. He did a brief amount, but I tell you what, look at the positioning. It's actually forced SGP to go towards that A side, and Omit for a brief moment had an opening. It's been shut down instantaneously. They need another good attack north. They need to draw. Omit needs to draw SGP away. Abe dropped his cruise missile as well, so that's a big factor. Now SGP know that they don't have to hide. They can go more aggressive, and they already are taking another step forward. And Omit, you've got to find something. 10 seconds left on the clock.
And here we go. I mean, there's only 2 players over towards this B side. Now just one. Encourage. Where is his team? He has to go big. Not going to be able to this time. That's the 3 stack into B. 8 seconds left for them to play. They have the life differential as well, now favoring them with that clean wipe. For SGP, it's just about, hey, what do we want to do in this moment? Right here, right now. They're making the wise choice to send one player over towards B to create a disruption, but mainly setting up for that A side. Encourage, though, is the player that is going to create some disruption. And what a way to do it. 3 dead in the feed. And now Omit is not only going to have to get A, but they're going to have to do it off a reset.
Oh my god, Encourage. That was 4 in the space of a second. That was the complete team wipe. Make another 2! Oh! Encourage, you are an animal. I have watched you from the U18, and now you are still performing like this. How is this man not sitting in prime challenges? How is this man not in CDL? Encourage still continues. He's on an 8 streak. He has 9. He keeps on going. If you are not encouraged, I'm encouraged. That is encouraged.
My goodness, Omit, no respawns remaining. Encourage the masterclass. It continues. High Rise, control is his name. It is his domain. And it is going to be SGP's map to win. And again, reversing the tides. Tournament point online.
Oh my god. That's all you can say to that. Both sides, when we went to round 1, both sides just had that pace. They had the aggression. They wanted every ounce of that attack, and they made sure that they got it. But when it came to the second round, they had learned from their mistakes. The defense just ironed out. They locked themselves into position. But SGP, they were graced with the defense, and they had ironed everything out, and they made sure not to leave a crumb for Omit Brooklyn.
I mean, 39 kills. Encourage. Eat yourself to success. This man was unstoppable on the High Rise. But now we go to Karachi hardpoint here. And I mean, we talked about the Vista hardpoint. It was a close one. It was a grueler, 250 to 210. But SGP was able to take it. They are accustomed to those gruelers. So now the question becomes, hey, can SGP continue the respawn prowess and continue to punch their way to a championship?
They really could. Honestly, there is a lot of potential here because this is very much in line with the foundations that High Rise has. And it sounds crazy, but hear me out. High Rise is a mixture of CQB and long distance, and that's exactly how Karachi stands, except on a larger scale. You can do a lot more, you can play a lot more angles, and with the way that under a tight area, SGP can play those angles, they can play those breaks. That's where I see them taking this on around on the map 4. However, you never rule out Omit Brooklyn. The way they've been playing, particularly on that Search and Destroy, they've got confidence. They know what to do. And we saw it on Vista. Even though they were trailing, they had those moments that can come alive. They just need to take those moments and make it from small to larger moments and lock down the sites. They can lock down the points. Jobs are done. And I honestly see this going to a map 5.
I mean, when you talk about what Omit needs to do in this point to right the wrongs, obviously losing, it's getting late. Vista Hardpoint, losing that by just 40 points, everything could have been changed if they just prioritized the rotations. It's a rotational game mode at its core. That's exactly where SGP was able to win. It's a bend, don't break kind of strategy out of them. It's the way they played it down the stretch there that really was the separation for Karachi Hardpoint. 1, it's about the rotation. 2, it's just about letting your SMGs go out and kind of lose themselves on the map. You let Abe dom the Halo invisibility cloak. I keep on saying it because it keeps on happening, and they don't seem to have a response for it on a map like Karachi Hardpoint. And we even go back to Karachi S&D. He was completely piecing them apart. That is the win condition for Omit. It's about the rotations. It's about letting your SMGs fry and also having those setups up top. For the side of SGP, I mean, you talked about it, the high-rise control. It plays very similarly into Karachi Hardpoint up next. And what we saw out of SGP, I mean, the win condition is clear. They just have to keep on doing what they have been doing to this point. Folks, it could very well come down to this. SGP can win it here, or Omit can force us to another opportunity on Invasion S&D, one of these teams to claim a championship.
Well, off to the races these fine gentlemen go, and I'm going to back your point. This is the battle of lurkers. These are the battle of the SMGs, the people who come out and fry. So if you hide, if you're Abe, this is where the battle really comes out, and this is where the control. But at the first, Bloodbath's going to be in the mix, but everyone's attention is focused on Cafe and who can get left side control.
It's not going to have the left side control, at least for this early stretch here. SGP continuing to fight down mid, but you do see Omit floating over towards the top side of the map. They're not going to go ahead and just make the rotation quite yet, but they are going to try and maintain those top spawns. They are going to try and set themselves up for success down the stretch, which SGP is not necessarily focused on. Instead, they are trying to get as much time as possible. Finally, do start that rotation, though.
Yeah, you don't want to go too early, and you can see that's why Omit hesitated. They were like, we could take this. We could take spawns right away.
Oh, and it works!
Finds a double, says, thank you very much. I'm going to take control. But they play smart. Omit are playing to their marks, and they continue to play to the marks. You just need control of the side and the back of Cafe, and you have this site locked. But you need to get rid of Derek to go. Ooh. He's going to fry. He's going to come alive.
And here we go. Omit's not necessarily going to have the ideal spawns. They're spawning towards the right side of the map, so they have to make the left foot, right foot express on in to continue to hold this fortification. SGP is kind of starting to get a few swing kills to go their way, trying to hit this straight through main.
They really are finding those kills, but it's still contested on point. It's going to be Mercury. He's going to get in. He's going to find 2, and that's the opening they need. He turns blue. Goodbye, SGP. This cafe is ours, and they can start sipping from the coffee and enjoy the moment. But I'm focusing a bit on the wider out map. Look at 4-on-1. That's Ryan and Sparks. They are prime position for P3. They're looking comfortable, and already, I know it's early. This is second rotation, but it seems like Omit's been practicing this map. They are prepped. They are ready. They are comfortable, and it's all looking smooth.
Yeah, and I mean, we're talking about a different looking Omit because at this point, we hadn't seen a single rotation out of them in the first map. Now we're going over towards P3, and we've seen 2 happen. So this is, again, very quick to adapt and exactly what you want to see out of them. What you don't want to see, though, is these swing kills going in favor of SGP. You have a little bit of a mixy spawn out here from Omit, trying to lock this thing down. It's a one-man band once again. Sparks on the hill, though. He will find 2. Bink will swing around the corner, eventually deal with that, gets the additional frag to go. But the right trophy system is going to knock him off. And now it's just going to be a mixy bloodbath into the hill once again.
Yeah, and immediately SGP just had the better spawns, even though Omit would spawn down south. You want to be entering through Backlot. You want that safety net through that door. However, Omit's going to have the height advantage, so they'll be able to get some good sight lines, and immediately those sight lines are going to take advantage. They push in, they're able to get scraps. However, SGP, finally, they have spawns, they have the rotation advantage, but I'm not running this out just yet. Look at the way Ryan's pushing in, and look at the way Omit, just as the sight opens up, they say, thank you, we'll nick it straight off you, and this is why you don't rotate all too early.
This is such a hard hill to gain any time on, so the fact that Omid is already stacking some time, very admirable, very nice to see out of them. Still though, a lot of white hill time expected on this P4. You really start to turn your attention over towards the P5 in a matter of moments here, but still Omid Brooklyn making this hill work for them, rather than it just working in general. It is so nice to see out of them.
It really is, and as you can see, Encourage is doing their best to really thought and create Omit to be a bit confused, to be a bit dazed, but it's not working. Nothing is working. Now we're going to get this critical 1v1 Derek versus Mercurials. That's going to be Derek winning that one, and that's going to give an opportunity now for SGP, but another 1v1. Derek, again, is going to have to face off against Sparks, because Sparks, he just pushes at the right time, he's going to find that kill, and then again, he's now creating panic inside of SGP and allowing time to be over to Junkyard, allowing time for Omit to get there.
But look at those spawns, Omit still don't have the rotational spawns to go. SGP are going to find their first rotation on this map again. It's a complete reversal of the script, but now or never, SGP need to get some time on the board. They're going to have to deal with Sparks. Will be able to do that as Derek from the high ground, who eventually does matriculate some kills his way. But unfortunately, again, Omit's not going to be able to find enough of an opening here, and it's going to be once again another head-on collision.
Oh, you need one good grenade and you might be taking 3 of them out, and you can see the feeds coming up. They're in the blender. You're coming out of one area. You're gonna get bullets flying that way. And Omit, I am at no surprise, got all those kills. And SGP, I don't know what you were thinking. I don't know why you went at lower bedroom. You could have gone every other angle, but this is free time, free opportunity for Omit. And now, look at their positioning. They're keeping the north side. They want control of north, and they are doing a good job, even though, technically, Aircon, which is the south side, is much more favorable for this P1 point.
Now this P1 point, it becomes a potential money hill here if you can get those top spawns, if you can get everything set up, have that Overwatch angle. Bink trying to find that player lurking in the site is going to be unsuccessful, as he once again just camouflages his way on in. But don't worry, the rest of the team is in and the cavalry is here, but it's not going to be enough, as Abe, the one-man band, once again is going to hold the time from it.
I tell you what, I don't know where SGP's rotations are at the moment. Their breaks, non-existent. Rotation, non-existent. Omit just have this locked. And I could almost, and I will say this a little early, 100-point club is not out of the equation. And Omit can see this. They could taste the opportunity to humiliate SGP here and put them in the 100-point club. However, look at the way the Swans have turned out. Look at the way SGP are sitting. They're happy. They need to get themselves out. They need a solid hill right here to at least get somewhat back in the game. They won't be in the game, but somewhat closing that gap.
They've done it before. Can they do it again? It's how the last series ended. It brought us into the bracket reset. Now Omit trying to attack on in to this restaurant side of the map, trying to get these kills to swing their way, but Hyde just continues to do exactly that and hide in the hill. They just can't see him. They can't chow him out. Eventually, Ryan will find the kill, but it's the lone man in this hill. He's just trying to beat at his own drum, and he does exactly that some way, somehow. Omit is in for the time. You talk about the 100-point club. Hyperactive, I mean, this is just a mental game at this point that Omit is winning.
They are winning every single fight that comes out. It's just a bloodbath, and I can just picture the desks behind them is just full of blood amongst their feet, because look already, Omit, they're playing cheeky. They're going for the battle immediately. This is going to go in favor of SGP. That cruise only guides them information, but they got time. They've got plenty of time. Even if they don't put SGP in that 100-point club, they can allow multiple hills to go against them. And realistically, if they really want to, they could set themselves up for P4 and not even contest for P3.
They just need one more clean break. Realistically speaking, if they can get on here and now, they can contend and get very close to that 250-point barrier for SGP. It has to be picture perfect from this point forward. You talked about it. So much room for error at this point if you are Omit. No rush to your step, but still Ryan just continuing to bring the pain. They can't stop this man. Someone has to stop Ryan. Someone. These kids have families, Ryan. Stop it.
They're young. They've only just graduated from college. Dude, chill. They still have a whole life to play with. But no, Omid continue to close that gap. There is an opportunity, a slim hope that SGP can get out of that 100-point club. They're denied by 4 seconds. They just need 4. They only want 4 because I tell you, that 100-point club is not as fancy as it sounds. Immediately, Omid's on point. They did fantastic on this point before, but look at the feed. Derek and Courage getting those kills, and finally, is there 4 seconds? Please tell me there's 4. One more. There it is. 100-point club, they're out.
And you can breathe a little bit, but how much can you really breathe when you're still down by 100 points? You have to make this uncustomary P4 your bread and butter. For the side of SGP, you really cannot afford any White Hill time whatsoever. And Omid breathing down their necks, still applying the pressure on in, still getting the kills to swing their way. Not enough time to win it here and now. But for the side of SGP, again, it has to be here and now.
It's 1 second. If they hold this hill to the very end, that's 1 second to play with. Okay, 3 seconds to play with. A little off for a brief moment, but that's 3 seconds. There's no way I can see SGP locking down these next sites for 4 hills. I think they need 4 good hills and not allow 4 seconds to go through. It's near impossible. Realistically, Omid have it in the bag. They have it in the bag here.
They have done enough. They have done enough. Barring the next 4 seconds, just one more break. That is all that is needed. SGP just holding on for dear life, but it is way past the opportunity presenting itself. Sparks with the first kill. It's just about that last domino falling, and the question is, when will it still? SGP gripping for dear life.
Don't give Bink the cruise. Number 6, look on that minimap. Don't give him the cruise, because that might go completely against you, and those last 4 seconds might not come to you. The hope. SGP are starting to get some rhythm going, but there's a contest. There it is. There's the break. And if just for a brief moment we thought it was over and done with, but Sparks jumps in. 2 seconds needed. Omid, Brooklyn, you've brought it to a map 5. And ladies and gentlemen, I tell you what, this is the series you wanted to be in. Map 5. We have to finish it with a search and destroy.
It would not be the MW3 farewell event if it didn't go to a map 5 with it already being a bracket reset. Folks, in the Eastern time zone, it is 1 a.m. right now. Hyperactive, I don't know what time it is for you, but quite frankly, it is late for all of us. We are here and we are ready. Everybody in the chat is excited as we go to an Invasion SND. Knotted up 2 apiece, but we talk about how the game flow has gone to this point in partner. I mean, SGP hasn't won a single S&D against Omid to this point.
That's a big statement to say. You've not won an S&D. It's the map, it's the game mode that realistically people hate the most. And I know from speaking to a lot of the pros, a lot of the players, they're saying we hate S&D, and I don't get why. I don't know.
Championships.
Exactly. It's the thing that's the make and break. For a fan perspective, fantastic, but I do understand it's so much slower. It's not to the usual pace of Call of Duty, so I get it. I understand it. However, it's the one mode you have to meticulously practice, because that is what wins championships.
It is truly what will win the championship. And now for SGP, I mean, the win condition is a little bit murky. On the side of Omid, you come off of that dominant hardpoint. You're going into Invasion S&D as customary as it gets in terms of a map mode combo. We have played this ad nauseum. Again, we are in September, still playing MW3. What is this? It's the MW3 farewell event. Thank you for the Crown Crusaders, making it the showcase, making it what happens here. But point being, Invasion S&D is where it all goes down. And Omid, the win condition, very clear.
It really is. It's massively clear for them. They know what they need to do. They need to defend and finish it off the way they did the last major, winning it. But if you're SGP, you've got a stacked young roster with names that realistically, I've said before, and I'll put my hand on heart and say again, some of those names need to be entered into the CDL. So that is where they need to finish off with a bang, with a win. And what a map. It is the most hated map on the calendar. It is the most hated game mode. And I tell you what, combine them both together. It's a hated map, hated game mode. Oh, this is where the pros separate themselves from the noobs.
Here we go. Onto the defensive side as SGP have the first opportunity to lay a stronghold, whereas Omit, the bomb in their court, are going to have the opportunity to strike first. You see a lot of aggression, especially out of Derek, who's just going to make Broken his home. He's going to take the high ground, trying to turn into Obi-Wan and chop down a bunch of Anakins.
Sorry, you caught me off guard with the Star Wars quote. That makes me feel good. But Bink, he got information. He's given himself away. So he now is going to coordinate through, and this is key. You've got to have good communication as Hyde's going to be able to get the kill. And Courage brings it in, because when one falls, loads fall. It's a domino effect. And now if you are Omit Brooklyn, you're on the back of hand. But Abe, he's not thrust. He's not bothered. But he will get taken out.
Sparks, the last player standing in the 1v3 here in between a rock, a hard place, Broken, whatever you want to call it. Invasion S&D is where the death will take place. As SGP Syndicate are the first to strike.
Ooh, that was a good round. They took the tempo, they had it slow off the get-go. They waited for the information, they got it. And when they did, they pounced. And they made sure to really catch Omit Brooklyn off guard to the point where they couldn't react. There was no reaction from them to counter. As my good friend Scav likes to say, it's a game of chess. You've got to think 5 steps ahead, and especially on Invasion, you have to be thinking 10 steps ahead and making sure you have a counter to whatever comes thrown and gets thrown at you.
Especially this late into the year. I mean, it's so customary to this point. Everybody knows, everything has been seen. SGP on the attacker side is going to have a clean sweep over towards this B side, unless Mercules can make something happen as the play is developing, and Brooklyn is going to have to make the main hit just straight on through. This is so weird and wonky.
It's weird and wonky, but I tell you what, it works. They've able to get the bomb down. No! Ryan actually got the kill! He was able to deny the bomb plant. Now that bomb's in a horrible position, and Derek the Goat, he's booking it. He's booking it, gone. He's out of there. He does not want to stay any longer than he has to, because he's got to find a new way in. Compromise.
Abe, it's going to be the first line of defense down mid. Didn't get the information of Derek making the approach over towards that A side, but it's just a matter of moments until he does this split play from SGP. It is just spelling disaster. Bink cannot make it out of the tank side. Abe is eventually going to play the cutoff crosser. Will come through with the kill. Last player standing, Derek, in a 1v3, just going for the desperate bomb plant. Desperate times. It calls for desperate measures, but that might not want to be the measure you take as Omit Brooklyn find a defensive round of their own.
Yeah, if this was a different style of game, of course a bomb plant would mean everything, extra cash, money, whatever, but there's no economics in this, so realistically, you've got to make sure you're 100% safe to make that plant, because it is still doable. 1v3s are still doable, even at this high level. As I mentioned, it's 1v1 fights. You have to draw players out, make them over-aggress, and take those fights. So, risky plants, not my cup of tea.
Well, here we go. Both teams exchange the defensive-sided rounds, still yet to accrue an attacker-side round, and now Omit, once again, bomb in their court, have the opportunity to change that narrative, really create the opening for one of these teams. Gonna be, again, over towards that B side, slow and steady, just trying to hold an angle and wait for Derek to be the hook, line, and sinker.
Information given away. That stun's going to put Derek the Goat in a horrible position as he will fall, but Bink's going to get one and Courage going to get the other. That's a 2v2. And that's a great opportunity. Even though you had your position, you were compromised, you're still able to fight behind. He's keeping himself alive. Mercules is going to try his best, but can't get the kill. So now you start to try and force those rotations, try and see if you can catch them on their movement to a reposition. And realistically, Sparks can go for a plant, but while the attention's looking north, look at this. An easy, quick plant will go down, and A is all theirs.
Here we go. This is the opening again for Omit Brooklyn to maybe turn the tides. Hyde is completely down mid, but he's also not wise to the play developing over towards that A side. Will be able to find that first kill. So now this puts Spark in a spot where he has to play the bomb as that additional player. 30 seconds left, so it's not as simple as a bomb check. He has to get at least one kill, has to bring this down to a 1v1. It feels like around the corner, first player presents himself. Hyde will fall, but now the chase starts. It starts to go a cat and mouse game. Ring around the Rosie, and Courage will reduce him to ashes. Will get that defuse to go as well. And the defensive round once again goes the way of SGP.
Sparks did everything he needed to. strategy-wise, the way you attack, that was done correctly. Unfortunately, when you have 2 players against 1, you made that engagement, you decide to go for that risk, you go inside the building, you were lucky to run into 1, you try that run away. Unfortunately, and it's a massive unfortunately, that fire truck really doesn't pose good cover, and in doing so, the wrong weapon was out, and that was the mistake, and it was just COD timing in that matter.
Again, these attacker side rounds just spelling disaster for both of these teams. One team still yet to take the driver side command. But now SGP with the lead have the opportunity to put the wind in their sails, have the opportunity to really set their course. Slow and steady.
Seems like the turtle and the hare. The turtle did win, but the hare, they got a massive start, and already both sides, they're not wanting to be that hare. They want to just take things slow, try and take control of the tempo of the game. I'll bang on about tempo throughout my entire casting career because it means everything. Who goes at what speed will determine how the game unfolds, and at the moment, both sides not wanting to budge. Look at number 4, Sparks. Really far forward. Might get a free kill. No, he spotted his high finds 1, and now there's Bink as well. It was an opportunity, but that's information as the trades start to go through. Omit's taking advantage. They're saying thank you very much. We're back to a 2v2, and the bomb no closer to a site.
Back and forth we go. Mercury still floating over towards this A side, and SGP trying to find the opening. The wraparound, though, starting to develop from the top side of the map. Abe is on his way. Reinforcements are coming in. The bombs are coming through. Back and forth as Abe is eventually able to make his name felt in the books. It just comes down to Derek. The 1v2 here with the bomb down. 32 seconds. It's a complete reversal of the script once again. They know exactly where he is. First kill will go, though. First kill on the board, and that might just do it. No! Abe rounds the corner, gets the defuse to go, and again, hyperactive. It is just these defensive rounds, and it's the defense winning the championships, but you gotta see some offense come out to play.
The offense is there. It's there. It's just trying to do a post-plant scenario. That's the problem, because they seem to use up their lives trying to get onto point. It's always said that defense is easier, but when you come to a retake, if you have the numbers, it works. It's just not working because they don't have the numbers. So you now have to think, how can we play this game on this starting attacking round, phase 1 of the attacking round? How can we keep our numbers? Because if we have that man advantage, or at least be equal going into the post-plant situation, then there's hope for an attacking round. Right now, it's just not working, so a new plan has to come out from both sides.
The same plan is going to be the attack over towards this B side from Omit. Still yet to devise the plan over towards A, and again, it's just the customary way that we see this map unfold every single round. It feels like deja vu. Courage will be the first line of defense with the cutoff over towards this mid side, trying to maintain the stronghold here as Omit maybe getting a little bit of second guess over towards this mid side. Might want to try and take it A.
They're being patient, but I tell you who's feeling a bit angsty. It's Encourage. He's covering 2 angles here, and he knows he's exposed, and if he looks away at the wrong moment, it's going to be costly. But that information, the utility finally landing onto the trophy system, now Omit's giving their position away. Bink, I don't know if he saw the head. He's definitely now seen information. So there is an opportunity. They can start to pull the rotations over. They're not going to. Instead, they're just going to hold point. It's a great play from SGP. They're allowing Omit to push into them. 23 seconds left on the clock, and you're going to have to rush if you're Omit.
Neither team wanting to make the first mistake, but Omit is going to be forced to, by the time, will eventually make their way on into the site. First couple of kills will swing their way. Abe with 2. And now it just comes down to Hyde trying to ignite his way back on into the play. It's not even going to need the bomb plant to go down. And Omit is going to take the first attacker side round on map number 5.
What did I say? I said they need to change it up. They've got to make sure they're winning these gunfights. I honestly thought, really, when they threw those trophies, that was the trophies going down, and then the nades landing on top of the trophies, that was Omic's round done. I honestly thought that. But SGP just missed the opportunity to allow them to just continue to walk into their sightlines. They got too impatient. They started moving around, and Courage was covering too many angles to deal with, and he couldn't lock it down. And that allowed Omit an easy access and an easy win.
Now these defensive rounds for both teams have been so very good. Omit still yet to lose one. So now, definitely, based on the precedents here, they have the control on this map, their destiny on the line. But SGP very quick to make their way into B. It doesn't look like Omid is wise to just how far they've crept up. Now that smoke surely going to give away the positioning, but it's not going to be enough. Sparks, though, with the Kobe from above, will take Hyde down before he's able to get that bomb plant down. Disaster strikes early for Omid.
That is a huge deficit to have. One life gone, and especially when you have the site as well. You were prepped, you were ready, that was everything you needed to be set up. And it almost felt that Omid gave it to them. They knew they wanted to give SGP the speed that they wanted, and now this is where they start to take control. Omid want the control, they want everything the way they need it, and they have forced them into a little bit of a corner, but Abe, he rotated out. Now they're going to file through one direction. This is risky. Bink going to find one. Able to duck down. That trophy's going to help Derek be able to level things out. And because they rotated the wrong way, they're filing through the same point. All has gone to dust. And Omid, they did a team kill. And SGP, that was handed to them. Put it in a sandwich, hand it to them, and take the bite.
That is just crazy to see it develop that way, because again, they get that key kill, they completely stop the plant, but then they just become super one-dimensional. They attack all from the same side. You have that one player that was just running in like I was watching Valorant. It felt like Yoru just running in and did not pull the clone. It's puzzling play out of Omid. And now, an attacker side round exchanged either which way. And it's just, who's gonna strike next?
Ooh, it could be either way. Ooh, I generally thought Ryan had that. Are they both players? I think that was both Bink and Hyde down. Sorry, Bink and Encourage. I thought they were down to their red lives. I thought they were gone from a long distance, and that would have been huge off the get-go to get a long kill like that. But Omid Brooklyn, again, they're looking to go north. None of these teams are really exploring to try and go for any river strategies. It's a difficult one to play, but if you pull it off, you can pull off something quite spectacular. So I want to see it. I want to see a river play and go towards A, or even a wraparound all the way through to Sandbag and go towards B. But no, at the moment, they are going to play safe, and every round has been safe and noticeable strategies.
Safe, but a little bit scared, if anything. Omid is eventually going to make the left foot, right foot express over towards that A side, and I might eat my words. Ryan had the setup to go. Now, bomb is going to go down over towards A. Player personnel advantage being granted the way of Omid Brooklyn. You have Mercury set up perfectly. If there is going to be a player that's going to hit straight through mid, instead, it's going to be the spawn wraparound for the side of SGP.
I tell you what, I said about going down to river, Omid actually did it. They actually did pull out the strategy, and Abe is now inside. He's in CQB scenario. Guys, you don't push that. You don't push Abe when he's inside buildings. And Derek the Goat's going to find Ryan as a trade out. 3v2, it's 20 seconds left on the clock, and you've got to find something in your SGP. You've got to explode. You've got to make your presence known. 15 seconds, it's 7.5 to defuse. This is where the pressure builds up. Bing, bring it down to a 2v2. Abe guys, and says thank you very much.
Yeah, such a tough spot to navigate out of. And Omid Brooklyn, once again, we go on a spree of attacker side rounds this time. Not something that we maybe would have expected based on how the first couple of them went. But nonetheless, Omid will gladly take the lead once again. And now have the opportunity to bring us back down to earth on a defensive round. For the side of SGP, they want to keep this streak going a little bit. It's like a snap streak. You don't want to break it.
Yeah, you want to keep it going. And Abe with 3 streaks. You talk about streaks. He got a 3 there. Another 3, and we know that man is capable of it. 12 and 3. I don't know how true that stat is because those scoreboards are a little dodgy. That's huge. That's a 2 KD if I've done my math correctly. Someone correct me in the chat and they can tell me. But nonetheless, SGP, they've got to find something. And you can see how Omid's just taking things a step back. They're just looking for information. Abe finds 1, finds 2 of information, and Mercurials going for the information, and now Abe has pushed in to get that first kill.
That's the cutoff play from Abe. That is absolutely huge, but Derek will be able to respond with an equally large play, taking down that long-range player, creating a little bit of space for SGP. You still do have the overwatch from this long side. You're waiting for a wraparound play from Abe, but you have to have the player Encourage in the backlines at least dealt with. SGP, very split-out play, but it's some way somehow working, and it's throwing Omid off their ball.
Okay, how did Bink get away from that situation? It was a mid-pillar stopping him from being killed. Okay, thank you for finally being taken out. But Abe, now on a 5 spree, I said how dangerous this is. Encourage, going for the chase, find Mercurials, and that's going to be quite critical for him, but it's not critical enough. Omit Brooklyn on series and match and championship point here.
Again, it just feels like we're back at that land. We saw it in Ohio, where Omit Brooklyn, they got the uppance on SGP Syndicate. This one, a little bit more of a grueler, definitely not a 3-0, but they are on the doorstep of doing one of the funniest things ever to end off the MW3 season. Omit Brooklyn, the boogeyman for SGP to this point, but still not over. SGP, one leg left to stand on.
Fiola, have you seen Abe? He's got a 6 streak. He's got a cruise in his back pocket.
Oh.
That is huge to have. And already the lives advantage has gone in favor of Omit Brooklyn. And they're loving the thought of this. They have round advantage. However, this is something most people don't say, but on defense, you cannot drop a life and still be strong. It's a little bit harder, but you can still remain strong. And that's what they need to do. Just lock things down, find one to bring it all even.
I mean, for the side of Omit Brooklyn, it's just about not making a mistake. Mercules is going to go down, though, extending to the back lines. It's unfortunately not going to work for him. Abe does dedicate the streak, and it's not going to find a whole lot of value, but it will create at least some map separation. Give Omit Brooklyn the opportunity to get that bomb down. SGP is going to be flushed back into their own spawns. Now the question becomes, how can they attack their way back into the mix of this?
Deep breath. SGP, 33 seconds, and you've got to make the best push you can. No mistakes from here onwards. Sparks waiting behind Tractor, the most common position you can find yourself in. No trophy though, so a good nade might do it. 22 seconds.
Oh.
Abe's gonna get the wraparound. Abe found one. He's gonna get traded out. 2v2. Everything's still even. 7.5 to the fuse. 15 seconds left on the clock, and you've got to make the push. Ryan finds another. He gets it done. And Omit Brooklyn says, "Good night, sweet moon. This is ours to take." And MW3 was our series all the way.
Oh my goodness, deja vu, folks. Have you seen this story before? We're not at Ohio, we are online. And whether it's on land, whether it's online, Omit Brooklyn just seemingly has the number of SGP. Book it, lock it. 3-2 after flipping the bracket reset as well. Good Lord, boys, eat yourself out tonight. This is so pretty.
Oh, that is the best way to end a series, and especially as a farewell for the Premier Circuit. Holy mama, I don't think you could ask for a better series. You started off with a very close 210 to 250 hard point. Then you go to a round 11 6-star. You go to then your round 5 control. A little bit of a dominant spree came out from Omit onto the Karachi, and then you finish it off with a back and forth until Omit found the rhythm. They found the ride, and they shouted, "Come on, team. This is our game."
Now we have an interview with the champion himself. Ryan, hey man, how you feeling? You got the W in Ohio, and now you got the bracket reset to go. Won it all online.
You know, it feels good, you know, winning Premier Circuit. We're just gonna keep winning Premier Circuit. Why not? I mean, shoot, obviously they're better online, I guess. I don't know. They're just some onliners. Still can't beat us though.
Some great talking strikes taken already. And I mean, you have all the rights to be doing it here and now. Talk to me a little bit. I mean, you start off a little bit rough on both series on the first hard point. What is the mental regain in both of those instances to stay in the mix of this?
Honestly, we just don't care. Like, we know we're gonna beat them. Like, we just like, it's just map one. Like, it's best of 5. You know, one map's not a big difference. You know, that's basically it. We just take it one map at a time.
It is huge to see that, but I want to bring you back to Control. It is a map well known towards the entire community that going to High Rise is SGP's playground. However, I know you beat them before. What was your thoughts going through into that hard point? You brought yourself to map 5, you take the L. Are you starting to worry knowing that SGP's 2 maps up, or are you just thinking, we've got this for the next 2?
I was just thinking about map 5, honestly. I knew we were gonna win the Karachi. That's like my best map, I would say. So I was really just worried about the S&D, and our S&D was just better than theirs today, I guess. Or at land too, it was.
You showed good technique. You were able to deploy the entire strat book, and I just have to get final thoughts of winning that entire series and what was already a close series.
Well, final thoughts, you said? Honestly, shout out my teammates. You know, Abe just went off. You know, yesterday we were struggling. We had internet issues, sub issues, but it doesn't matter. We're all playing today. We're all shooting, so.
It's great to hear from you again, Ryan. We talked to you on the LAN. You were calm, cool, collected, bringing a little bit more shots here today. So it's nice to see. Here we go, man. You guys looking real good heading into BO6. Congratulations.
Appreciate it. Shout out Rafi, yo.
Shout out to Rafi. Shout out to the entire OMIT squad. And I mean, these guys came up, showed out, and showed up in every respect possible. I mean, they brought us to 1:30 a.m. on the Eastern Coast at the very least, an absolute grueler. That is the only way you could do it, to say farewell to MW3. What a fantastic showing here tonight. All of the teams that came out to play, the 8 teams that entered playoff play, going back to the pool play with 12 teams. We thank you for joining us for the Crown Crusaders Showcase. And now, OMIT Brooklyn crowned your champions. Hyperactive, anything else to say?
What a way to end. That is simply the only thing to say, is when it comes to a pressure situation, you're looking down the barrel of losing the championship, going 3-1 in the map pool, and you just go bang, bang, and with confidence as well. That screams professionalism and not allowing that doubt that sits in the back of your mind to take over, because it's so easy to allow yourself to see that scoreline and go, we're done, we're roasted, we're done, we can't get back to this. But instead, OMIT just looked at that as another opportunity, lifelines to keep on going, and they kept going to the bittersweet end.
And they're going to be the champions when all is said and done. We say farewell to MW3, Black Ops 6 coming up soon. But for that is going to just about do it for me, for Hyperactive, and for everybody that has contributed, for our casters that are not here right now to say farewell, for all of our production staff, for Cheeto, for everybody who has put this together, especially thanks to the Crown Crusaders for sponsoring and being the showcase event. This has been the Premier Circuit Crown Crusaders Showcase. Join us for BO6. You're not going to want to miss all the action we have coming your way.